Chapter 1. The Mysterious Bracelet. One more week, and if you haven't vacated by then, my brothers and I will no longer be inclined to converse with you politely. Remember, this is my final warning to you. Bang! A fierce and imposing figure, a burly man accompanied by a dozen ruffians, blocked the entrance to a dilapidated grocery store. After issuing his threats, the brute smashed the only relatively intact glass counter within the shop with a single blow, before swaggering away with his cohort, leaving behind a scene of desolation and a helpless Lee Mooching. Have the villains of today become this brazen? Alas, I can only lament my own inadequacy in preserving this last remnant of my family's legacy. Shaking his head, Lee Mooching knelt down to begin tidying up the scattered debris. Lee Mooching had just graduated from university and had not yet secured a job. Instead, he returned home to inherit the grocery store left behind by his late father. A year ago, following an unfortunate accident, Lee's father passed away, leaving only the shop named Ordinary. Initially, Lee Mooching had thought to sustain himself by managing this grocery store, cherishing the memory of his father. However, 2 months prior, the area had been designated for redevelopment, followed by coercive mobilization for signatures and subsequent demolition. The developers, Fei Hong Group, turned out to be a nefarious gang masquerading as legitimate businesspeople. They sent agents to intimidate and coerce the local residents, suppressing the compensation for relocation to an unbearable low. The community was left in despair, seeking justice, only to find that Fei Hong Group's influence was insurmountable, leaving no one to advocate for them. In the face of such adversity, the majority had no choice but to relent, signing the agreements to vacate. Ultimately, it was Lee Mooching, solitary and unattached, who became the sole holdout in the area. It wasn't that he couldn't leave. If Fei Hong Group had offered reasonable terms, he would have departed in an instant. Yet, the meager compensation offered was insufficient even to establish a new grocery store, leaving him in a state of uncertainty about his future. Now, alone and vulnerable, Lee Mooching realized that with each passing day, Fei Hong Group had myriad ways to deal with him. And as the months slipped by, he felt that if he did not leave soon, he might be driven to desperation. With no other options, he resolved to concede. After a brief tidying of the grocery store, Lee Mooching locked the door and entered the storeroom to gather his belongings. It would be wise to pack up sooner rather than later. One never knows when those thugs might decide to take matters into their own hands. As he lamented his fate, he began sorting through the long-neglected items. What's this? While rummaging, he suddenly spotted a bracelet with a distinctly futuristic design, unable to resist picking it up to examine it. Most of the items piled in the room were remnants left by his father, and Lee Mooching had never taken the time to sort through them until now. The striking bracelet, made of an unknown material, piqued his curiosity immensely. Father had quite the taste. I wonder if it will fit me. As he toyed with it, Lee Mooching found himself increasingly fond of the bracelet and slipped it onto his wrist. Not bad at all. It looks quite stylish. Now I have something to boast about when I go out. Satisfied with the bracelet, he was about to lower his gaze to continue his tidying when he suddenly felt a sharp, needle-like pain in his wrist. What in the world? He raised his hand and was astonished to see the bracelet emitting a faint glow. But that was not all. An electronic, synthesized mechanical voice emanated from the bracelet. Beep. Energy check complete. Energy sufficient. Master identification process complete. Commencing dimensional world search. Location complete. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Teleportation program will commence shortly. Target dimension: A657498 stux. Countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2. A barrage of sounds left Lee Mooching utterly bewildered. He could hardly process what was happening, let alone comprehend the meaning behind the bracelet's declarations. It was only when he heard the countdown that he realized something monumental was about to transpire. Hey, wait, what's going on? Stop counting down and explain. 1. Teleportation program initiated. The bracelet ignored Lee Mooching's protests, continuing its countdown unchecked. With a flash of blinding white light, Lee Mooching vanished from his original location. Where am I? As his vision cleared, Lee Mooching found himself in an unfamiliar place. A thick layer of clouds hung in the sky, with the sun barely managing to filter through the cracks, casting faint rays of light. Although it was supposed to be summer, The short-sleeved Li Muqing felt a chill in the air. Surrounding him were dilapidated villas. What once appeared to be a lavish neighborhood now exuded an air of desolation. Each house bore the scars of time, with shattered windows and overgrown vegetation suffocating their exteriors. Some structures halfway collapsed, others entirely in ruins, leaving only piles of rubble as evidence of their former existence. Have I traversed dimensions? Is this another world? Recalling the words from the bracelet, Li Muqing suddenly realized the gravity of his situation. Beep. Teleportation successful. All parameters normal. Initial transit will allow a stay of 60 minutes in this world. After 60 minutes, you will return. Please utilize this time wisely, Master. The voice of the bracelet once again informed Li Muqing of his current circumstances. What exactly are you? Gazing down at the futuristic bracelet, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Li Muqing. To think that a mere bracelet could transport him to another world. This was the very scenario he had longed for after consuming countless anime and novels, something he had only dared to dream of. And according to the bracelet, it seemed he could return home. This was utterly surreal. Such an ability to traverse between the real world and an alternate dimension was something Li Muqing had never encountered in any of the stories he had consumed. Simultaneously, he recognized the immense opportunity that had presented itself to him. As long as these two worlds do not progress in perfect synchrony, as long as there are some discrepancies, I can exploit the differences in information and resources to amass considerable profit. In that case, what does Fei Hong Group even amount to? Damn it, if you think you can bully me, just wait, I will ensure you regret it. Li Muqing silently vowed to seize this chance to strengthen his own power. Regardless of anything else, he was determined to make Fei Hong Group experience the taste of their own medicine. However, what kind of world was this exactly? Li Muqing resolved to explore further. Chapter 2. The Function of Traversal. Summoning his courage, Li Muqing ventured a couple of circles around the vicinity, confirming that he had landed in a villa district. To be precise, it was an abandoned villa district. From the various signs of neglect, it appeared to have been deserted for over a decade. The interiors of the homes had been almost completely ransacked, leaving only scraps of metal and broken remnants behind. Nonetheless, Li Muqing's knack for scavenging emerged, and he managed to salvage a dull gray gold necklace and a seemingly exquisite diamond ring from the debris. With this modest success, Li Muqing felt invigorated, and as he rummaged through another house, he stumbled upon a date that had been left frozen in time, October 10th, 2154. Upon seeing this date, Li Muqing was taken aback. Unless it was a prank, he had seemingly been transported to a world over a century in the future. Yet, where were the people? Not a single soul in sight. Furthermore, one would expect that a century later, technology would be remarkably advanced. Yet this place appeared to be in utter disarray. With his mind swirling in confusion, Li Muqing began to widen his search. However, as a newcomer, he was cautious not to create too much commotion. Unbeknownst to him, after exploring fewer than 10 houses, his hour of exploration was drawing to a close. This journey through dimensions yielded little beyond the 2 pieces of jewelry. In other respects, it could be considered a fruitless venture. Well, that might be overstating it. He had also discovered that this world was over a century ahead of his own in terms of time. Nevertheless, the brief visit assured Li Muqing that this place posed no immediate danger, at least enough for him to survive. If he were to have another opportunity to traverse dimensions, he planned to come better prepared. After all, it was better than entering with empty hands. As the final minute ticked away, the bracelet began projecting a countdown, revealing yet another new function. Finding a relatively secluded spot, Li Muqing readied himself for the bracelet to transport him back to his original world. Though he had yet to encounter other individuals, he knew that if he could locate a living person in this world, he could certainly leverage the disparities between their realities for profit. Regardless, this world was over a century ahead of his own. At the very least, the technological advancements should far surpass those of his original timeline. Surely he could bring back some advanced technology to generate income, couldn't he? As Li Muqing leaned against the wall, engaged in a fervent brainstorming session while awaiting the countdown to 0, a sudden noise from outside caught his attention. The sound was faint, yet in this eerily silent atmosphere, dominated only by the whisper of the wind, it was perceptible to him. He hurried to the window ledge, now devoid of glass, and indeed, he spotted two figures below, treading cautiously. The first individual carried a backpack, clad in a weathered green short jacket and tattered denim shorts that bore several frayed holes, their fabric faded from countless washes. A hat adorned their head, and long, dark hair was tied back in a ponytail that cascaded down their back. This person possessed a lithe and well-proportioned physique, though Li Muqing could not discern their facial features from this angle. However, the sight of their curvaceous form, particularly their shapely posterior, was undoubtedly more pronounced than that of many women emerging from modern gyms. Trailing behind was another figure, dressed in a simple yet worn-out casual outfit that hung loosely on their frame. They carried two grimy bags, advancing with careful steps to keep pace with the first. The sight of actual people, especially two women, filled Li Muqing's heart with joy, prompting him to call out. Yet, he suddenly realized that he was on the brink of being teleported away. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. At that moment, as if sensing something amiss, the individual below halted, turning their head to meet Li Muqing's outstretched arm and gaping mouth. In the fleeting instant of eye contact, he caught a glimpse of a face that was both startled and charming. Yet before he could take in more, the bracelet activated, forcibly returning him to his previous location. Nonetheless, that visage, marked by surprise yet adorned with grace, remained etched in Li Muqing's memory. Once again lost in thought, Li Muqing found himself back in the familiar confines of the warehouse. Everything around him appeared unchanged, yet the necklace and ring in his possession unmistakably signified that his recent experiences were no mere figments of imagination. I never expected it all to be real, and that I would retrieve something from there. Li Muqing mused, his gaze filled with complexity as he contemplated the bracelet. What exactly are you, that you possess such extraordinary abilities? I am known as the Dimensional Teleportation Bracelet, designed to assist my master in traversing different realms, came the synthesized voice from within the bracelet. The previous owner tragically perished in this world, leaving me depleted of energy. Through a gradual self-recovery mechanism, I took 10 years to regain sufficient power. You are now my new master, and I can facilitate your transportation between two distinct dimensions. In addition, I possess numerous other functionalities that await your permission for activation. To Li Muqing's astonishment, the electronic voice from the bracelet genuinely responded to his inquiry. After a moment's contemplation regarding the bracelet the Dimensional Teleportation Bracelet inquired, "So, you require ample energy to transport me between dimensions? How might I replenish your energy?" Li Muqing understood that the bracelet's ability to teleport hinged primarily on the energy it mentioned. I can replenish energy through various means, with electricity being the most basic. However, electricity is merely a rudimentary source of energy, suitable only for teleportation. To unlock more advanced functionalities, I require the absorption of rare metals, such as lithium, beryllium, titanium, vanadium, germanium, niobium, molybdenum, cesium, lanthanum, tungsten, and radium, among others. However, unlocking these permissions necessitates meeting specific criteria, which I will notify you of in due course. Upon hearing the bracelet's explanation, Li Muqing breathed a sigh of relief. Electricity now, that posed no concern. Yet, the list of rare metals mentioned was entirely foreign to him. He resolved to take things one step at a time after all. As long as he had the means, there was nothing in this world that couldn't be acquired. Bracelet, I shall call you that. As long as you have sufficient energy, can I traverse freely between dimensions? To answer you, even with adequate energy, teleportation requires a cooldown period of 12 hours. Once this period concludes, you may teleport at will. A cooldown period? It appeared that this dimensional teleportation bracelet had its limitations. He wondered if these constraints would lessen once permissions were unlocked. Very well. How much energy do you currently possess? How long until the next teleportation is feasible? Li Muqing was growing increasingly impatient for the teleportation, especially since that last face he had seen lingered vividly in his mind. To respond, I currently hold only 8 units of stored energy. A formal teleportation requires a minimum of around 20 units. Please replenish my energy promptly. Chapter 3. A Bounty of Rewards Goodness. It takes around 20 units of energy for just one teleportation, so a round trip would amount to 40, wouldn't it? Li Muqing hastily removed the wristband and placed it beside the power socket. The wristband indicated that by merely being near the power source, it could automatically capture the current to serve as energy. IT also cautioned that a considerable amount of electricity would be required for recharging. Advising Li Muqing to be prepared, in response, Li Muqing shrugged it off. After all, he was someone capable of traversing two realms. A bit of electricity was hardly a concern. Once the wristband was properly positioned, Li Muqing hurriedly stepped out. He had just returned from another dimension with two pieces of jewelry that appeared quite appealing, intending to exchange them for some cash. IT was indeed a source of embarrassment. Currently, his bank account held just over 1,000 yuan. Although his humble shop contained goods worth 4,000 to 5,000, the surrounding residents had moved away, rendering any potential sales futile. Not to mention, he still owed several thousand yuan to his suppliers. In truth, Li Muqing had reached a point of desperation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained a stubborn tenant for so long. The Feihong Group was simply oppressive. Had they adhered to standard compensation protocols, Li Muqing would have vacated long ago. It is worth noting that Li Muqing's shop occupied a two-story building. Despite its age and dilapidation, it was still valued at around 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. Yet, the Feihong Group only offered a meager 30,000, which felt like outright robbery. Humph, once I strike it rich, I shall surely turn the Feihong Group upside down. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, Li Muqing rode his small electric scooter to a jewelry shop 3 streets away. This shop was personally managed, with the owner being a skilled goldsmith whose handmade jewelry was beloved by locals. Alongside selling jewelry, the proprietor also purchased gold and silver without inquiring about their origins, which was precisely why Li Muqing had chosen this place. "Boss Lu, are you busy?" Upon entering the jewelry store and spotting the owner, Lu Dali, busy forging jewelry, Li Muqing greeted him warmly. This wasn't Li Muqing's first visit. He had previously engaged in transactions involving gold and silver jewelry, establishing a familiarity with the store owner. "Little Li, long time no see. I heard your area is being demolished. What brings you here? Have you struck it rich and come to support my business?" Lu Dali jested upon recognizing Li Muqing. "Boss Lu, please don't even mention it. The demolition is being handled by the Feihong Group. Not to say I've struck it rich. Even eating has become a problem," Li Muqing lamented, pouring out his troubles to Lu Dali. "Sigh, those unscrupulous people, utterly shameless. It's disgraceful how they hoard such wealth." Lu Dali responded with indignation upon hearing Li Muqing's plight. "Let us not dwell on that, Boss Lu. These are the last 2 pieces of jewelry I found at home. Could you appraise them for me? I need to find a place to settle them," Li Muqing said, producing a necklace and a ring from his pocket. His earlier chit-chat with Lu Dali was merely a prelude to justify his sale of the jewelry. "Poor fellow, let me take a look. If they are genuine, I will certainly offer you a fair price." Lu Dali, moved by Li Muqing's circumstances, set down his hammer without hesitation to assess the jewelry. Before long, Lu Dali reached a conclusion. These pieces must have been stored for quite some time, as it's not easy to come across them. "This gold necklace is quite exquisite, a design I haven't seen before. And it is made of pure gold, undoubtedly 24K. The ring is also commendable. The diamond appears to be natural, weighing around 2 carats, and the band is crafted from platinum, featuring a unique design as well." "Excellent pieces indeed." Li Muqing breathed a sigh of relief, pleased by Lu Dali's praise of the jewelry. "And the price?" Lu Dali pondered for a moment. "Little Li, considering your current situation, I won't take advantage of you. This necklace weighs 25 grams. At the current gold price, that's about 400 per gram, totaling 10,000. As for the ring, I can offer you a fair price of 50,000. Altogether, that makes 60,000. Is that acceptable?" 60,000? Li Muqing blinked, nodding without a second thought. This price exceeded his expectations. After all, they were items he had essentially found for free. Any amount of cash was a boon. Seeing Li Muqing's agreement, Lu Dali promptly pulled out his mobile phone to transfer the funds. Once the money was in his account, Li Muqing expressed his gratitude and left the jewelry shop without even requesting a receipt. Such private transactions of gold and silver typically didn't involve receipts. The essence lay in the clarity of the exchange. After departing the store, there would be no further acknowledgement. Gazing at the sudden influx of 60,000 yuan on his phone, an indescribable joy filled Li Muqing. Merely spending an hour in that realm had earned him 60,000. Surely, there would be more opportunities for profit in the future. In that moment, he felt as though a broad avenue of prosperity had opened before him. With newfound wealth, Li Muqing indulged in a lavish meal and then roamed the vicinity for a while, purchasing a variety of items. By the time he returned home to his shop, which also served as his residence, it was already past 9 in the evening. Having left around 1 in the afternoon, a total of 8 hours had elapsed. Eagerly, he rushed to the storage room, relieved to find the wristband lying quietly in its place. After effortlessly acquiring 60,000 yuan, he feared the wristband might suddenly vanish. Wristband. How is the energy recharge progressing? Master, the current energy level is at 19. What? Just 19. The charging efficiency is abysmally slow. The current power supply here is too low, resulting in a sluggish energy replenishment rate. To expedite the recharge, you must place me in an area with a higher current flow. A higher current flow? Li Muqing immediately thought of the transformer and power poles on the street. Surely, those places would provide ample current. He decided to test it later, as the crowd was currently too dense. Any unforeseen issues could lead to complications. Thus, Li Muqing continued tidying up until around midnight. When he stealthily slipped out, at the stroke of midnight, the street lay silent, devoid of any figures, save for the flickering dim lights. This was hardly surprising. The residents had all vacated, leaving only Li Muqing behind. However, the power poles connected to the transformer stood tall on the main road, with occasional pedestrians and vehicles passing by. Arriving at the transformer, Li Muqing retrieved the wristband and quietly inquired, "Is the current sufficiently strong here?" Beep. Detecting a substantial electric current. Energy can be rapidly replenished. Please place me on the ground and then move a distance away, as my energy absorption may result in unpredictable circumstances. Chapter 4. A return to the other realm following the wristband's instructions. Li Muqing placed it beneath the transformer and swiftly ran several meters away. He was not foolish. With voltages exceeding several thousand volts, even a minor leak could prove fatal. Not long after stepping away, the wristband began absorbing electricity. At first, there was no noticeable sensation, but soon, Li Muqing observed blue arcs of electricity flickering around the wristband. This indicated that the voltage surrounding it had reached a certain threshold, causing the nearby air to ionize and emit blue light. After a couple of minutes, Li Muqing began to sense something amiss. That transformer about to spark. Just as he contemplated halting the process, the transformer suddenly emitted a thunderous roar and exploded, though not in the literal sense. Instead, a cascade of sparks erupted, followed by flames engulfing the transformer. With the transformer rendered inoperative, the street was plunged into darkness. Shrouded in a deep silence, Li Muqing hurriedly rushed forward to retrieve the wristband, and using the flickering light from the transformer, he dashed back home, not daring to look back. He perfectly embodied the phrase "a thief's guilty conscience." Did anyone notice? Upon returning home, Li Muqing couldn't resist glancing outside. Seeing the street still deserted, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wristband. How much energy was replenished just now? The current energy level is 68. How much? 68. The wristband's response astonished Li Muqing. In scarcely 10 minutes, the energy had surged by nearly 50 units. It appeared that the wristband's efficiency was not the issue. Rather, it was his previous circumstances that had been inadequate. Yet, if every recharge required destroying a transformer, the cost, was it not a bit excessive? However, an idea struck Li Muqing. Next time, I could simply siphon electricity from the headquarters of the Feihong Group. Yes, that sounds like a plan. As he glanced at the time, he realized that there was less than an hour remaining before the cooldown period for the teleportation would conclude. However, Li Muqing had no intention of activating the teleportation immediately. It was already quite late, and with the synchronization of time between the two worlds, it was also nightfall on the other side. What if something terrifying were to emerge unexpectedly? Moreover, Li Muqing was utterly exhausted after an entire afternoon without sleep. He could hardly sustain himself any longer. Thus, he nestled comfortably with the hand ring and drifted into a deep slumber, spending the night immersed in dreams of wealth, his sleep profoundly sweet and undisturbed. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Li Muqing finally roused from his slumber. He tidied his supplies and packed everything he intended to take into a large mountaineering backpack. In addition, he held a brand new multifunctional entrenching tool in his hand. This was the most lethal weapon he could procure, even more handy than a fire axe. Once prepared, Li Muqing activated the hand ring to commence the teleportation. Beep! The energy check was complete, and the energy levels were sufficient. Initiating teleportation sequence. Target destination. A657498 Stux dimension. This teleportation would consume 22 units of energy. Countdown to teleportation. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teleportation commencing. Following a series of alert tones, Li Muqing felt a sudden darkness envelop him, accompanied by a disorienting sensation of weightlessness. After a second, the anomaly dissipated, and his vision gradually began to return. As expected, he had arrived once more in the same world as before. And this time, he found himself in the exact location where he had previously teleported back. It seemed that the hand ring facilitated pinpoint teleportation, necessitating caution in the real world. With a newfound understanding of the hand ring, Li Muqing resolved to venture forth and ascertain whether he could locate any other individuals, at the very least to comprehend the situation in this place. After a brief period of adjustment, he exited the villa and commenced his search for any signs of life and truth. A flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Would he encounter the two women he had seen yesterday? His previous teleportation had lasted merely 1 hour, during which he had only explored a few houses, yet he had already grasped the layout of this dilapidated villa district. To find people, he would likely need to depart from this villa area, as it hardly seemed a place conducive to survival. Just as it had been upon his arrival, the villa district was expansive, decrepit, and eerily quiet. Apart from the sound of the wind, not a single other noise could be heard, as if Li Muqing were the sole inhabitant of this world. This sensation left him quite unsettled. Such a scene was something he had only witnessed in films, typically not a harbinger of good fortune, causing a gradual sense of unease to creep into his heart. Consequently, he quickened his pace and, after half an hour, beheld the grand entrance of the villa district. Observing the once resplendent, now dilapidated gates, he felt a renewed conviction that his instincts were correct. This world had likely undergone some calamitous events. Otherwise, it would not have been reduced to such a state. Outside the villa district lay a broad road, flanked by numerous bizarre and twisted plants. These flora appeared vaguely familiar yet entirely foreign to him. As he approached, he caught a distant glimpse of a city on the horizon, albeit one that appeared equally derelict, with many skyscrapers collapsed or severed in half, a clear indication of decay. Could it be that this world, a century hence, had endured a great war, transforming into the fabled wasteland? This notion suddenly flickered in Li Muqing's mind. Though lacking concrete evidence, he surmised it was a reasonable deduction. If this world were as prosperous as Li Muqing's own reality, such a sight would be inconceivable. The colossal city on the horizon seemed not near. Though it was morning, the thick clouds obscured the sun's rays, casting a dismal grayness that was quite discomforting. Li Muqing began to falter in his resolve, contemplating whether he ought to venture so far into the city. What if he encountered some horrifying creature along the way? Just as he grappled with his indecision, he spotted something, or someone, lying beneath a large tree not far from the roadside. Driven by curiosity, he approached, and to his astonishment, he discovered two individuals collapsed under the tree. By their attire and physique, they were unmistakably the same two women he had seen the day prior. Li Muqing hurried forward, only to find their complexions pale, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. The good news was that they were still breathing. However, the girl with the long ponytail bore several visible wounds that were still bleeding. Without delay, Li Muqing retrieved a first aid kit from his backpack, which he had purchased the previous day. After all, as he prepared to explore the unknown, it was imperative to have such supplies on hand. The injuries on the ponytailed girl were concentrated on her back and limbs. Lacking experience, Li Muqing clumsily disinfected and bandaged her wounds while also taking the opportunity to observe the two women's features. Chapter 5. A familiar encounter. Both of these individuals were undeniably strikingly beautiful, each easily surpassing a score of 90, and they were utterly barefaced, showing no signs of having ever applied cosmetics. The girl with the long ponytail possessed an air of remarkable vigor, with a prominent nose and delicate lips. Even with her eyes closed, Li Muqing could discern their size, her features harmoniously aligned. Complemented by a sun-kissed complexion, she would undoubtedly be considered a stunning beauty in any realm. The other girl, on the other hand, exuded a youthful charm with her round face, petite mouth, and large eyes. Her hair cascading down in disarray. If she were to don a lowly style dress, she would undoubtedly embody the essence of a true Lolita. garnering an impressive 200 rate of attention on the streets. However, Li Muqing found himself puzzled by how such two exquisite young women could be clad in tattered clothing and unconscious in this desolate wilderness. After hastily tending to the wounds, he produced a bottle of water from his backpack and gently administered it to the unconscious ponytailed girl, ensuring her cracked lips became moistened before laying her down carefully and turning his attention to the equally parched-looking Loli. Whether it was the water's effect or sheer coincidence, just as he finished feeding the ponytailed girl, she began to stir, seemingly on the verge of awakening. Li Muqing turned to her, and their eyes met in an instant, leaving both speechless. The ponytailed girl, just regaining consciousness, beheld a stranger cradling her companion. And Li Muqing could only wonder what thoughts raced through her mind. An awkward silence lingered for 2 seconds before he attempted to explain, but suddenly, the ponytailed girl's expression shifted dramatically as she produced a uniquely designed gun from her waist. Aiming it directly at Li Muqing. In that fleeting moment, Li Muqing was utterly petrified, his heart racing in terror. He could scarcely believe that his act of kindness had resulted in such a turn of events. As he opened his mouth to clarify, he noticed the ponytailed girl's gaze hardening as she decisively pulled the trigger. In the next instant, a beam of blue light erupted from the gun's muzzle, hurtling towards him. This is it. It's all over. Had he known, he would not have come. Li Muqing closed his eyes in despair, his mind flooded with memories of his life thus far. This must be the legendary life flashback. He thought ruefully, lamenting that he was to meet his end in a foreign world at such a tender age. Yet, what was that? He sensed a searing light brushing past his ear, with his eyes still shut. He felt a warmth on the side of his face, followed by a thud behind him, as if something had collapsed to the ground. I am not dead. If I were dead, I wouldn't be able to think. Realizing this, Li Muqing opened his eyes to find the ponytailed girl had lowered her weapon and returned to her previous position, albeit with a hint of a smile lingering at the corner of her mouth. Was she mocking him? Li Muqing surmised that his earlier display must have amused her, leading her to drop her guard. Upon glancing back, he noticed a humanoid figure sprawled on the ground merely a meter away from him. From its appearance, this creature bore no resemblance to a human, or rather, it did not resemble a normal human at all. The creature was unclothed, its skin pallid and marred with patches of decay, its body covered in a layer of grime, with splotches of blood dotting its form. Its eyes were gray, devoid of pupils, and its gaping mouth was smeared with blood, showcasing sharp, disheveled teeth and long, menacing claws protruding from its hands and feet. This creature, without a doubt, resembled the legendary undead. This creature is a zombie, isn't it? Perhaps the shock from the gunfire had yet to subside, for his voice trembled as he spoke. Unfortunately, his question received no response. The ponytailed girl ignored him, while the lowly remained in a state of unconsciousness. What I just killed was a zombie. This inquiry remained unanswered until the two women returned to their stronghold. After a brief moment of hydration, the girl with the youthful visage, Loli, regained consciousness. The two visibly exhausted women requested Li Muqing's assistance to guide them back to a grand villa within the residential area. Throughout the journey, Li Muqing diligently supported them, intermittently posing questions that reflected his concern, such as their identities, the circumstances that led them to this place, and how they sustained their injuries. In truth, he was subtly probing for insights into the state of this world. However, in response to Li Muqing's inquiries, the two women remained silent, gazing at him with the eyes of someone who cherishes rare creatures. Upon arriving at the women's stronghold, witnessing their frail condition softened Li Muqing's heart. He retrieved 2 cans of food from his backpack and offered them. This gesture elicited an immediate transformation in the two beautiful women. Upon seeing the cans, their eyes glimmered with hunger, and they pounced upon the offerings like ravenous wolves. With reddened eyes, they devoured the contents with fervor, licking the remnants from the cans with meticulous care until they sparkled as if they had been washed. Once they finished, the empty cans radiated a pristine cleanliness, surpassing that of items post-wash. After their meal, the warmth in the women's gazes toward Li Muqing was palpable, and the girl with the long ponytail finally spoke, addressing the question Li Muqing had posed half an hour earlier. A sigh of relief escaped Li Muqing. Now that they had begun to converse, the subsequent matters would be more manageable. "Are you satisfied?" he inquired, "and if not, I have more, but do eat slowly, as haste may lead to choking." You must also drink some water. Li Muqing displayed the quintessential demeanor of a caring man. Observing that the two had not quite had their fill, he retrieved several pieces of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from his bag, items procured from a general store, of which he had plenty. Indeed, upon seeing the compressed biscuits, the two women accepted them without hesitation, consuming them voraciously. Yet, having tasted the canned food prior, their approach had shifted. They now chewed the biscuits slowly and deliberately, savoring them with sips of water. This method clearly maximized the biscuits' nutritional value, suggesting that both women possessed survival skills honed in the wilderness. Seizing this opportunity, Li Muqing posed further inquiries about their identities, the nature of this place, and the origin of the zombies. By doing so, he made it evident that he was not a native of this world. Li Muqing was not naive. He had contemplated the implications of his questions beforehand. However, having survived the earlier encounter with the ponytailed girl, who had not immediately resorted to violence, he deduced that they were not malevolent beings. To establish a foothold in this unfamiliar realm, he recognized the necessity of having allies. And they appeared to be his chosen companions. Chapter 6. The Wasteland World. It proved true that Li Muqing's judgment of character was sound. Despite the increasingly perplexed expressions on their faces, the two women divulged everything they knew. The long-haired beauty was named Qin Xia, while the girl with the youthful visage was known as Amoli, though she preferred to be called Nanan by those close to her. Both were survivors in this desolate landscape, or rather, wasteland wanderers. This land had suffered an unprecedented global conflict decades prior, transforming it into its current state. The date was June 29, 2166, and they were in Songyang City, Huaguo, the same location Li Muqing had arrived at. In 2143, over 20 years ago, the world faced near exhaustion of resources. In a bid to seek allies against the worsening resource crisis, the globe was divided into four major blocks: the Oceanic Nations Alliance led by the United States, the European Community formed by European nations, the Asian Communal Alliance comprising Huaguo and several Asian countries, and a collection of Third World and neutral nations. Initially, there was a collective effort to develop space technology to extract resources from beyond. However, in a seemingly ordinary day in 2149, the Oceanic Nations Alliance revealed its hypocritical facade and brazenly launched an invasion against Third World nations. The phrase "one spark can start a prairie fire" aptly described the ensuing chaos. Within a month, the flames of war engulfed nations worldwide. The other two major blocs, the Asian Communal Alliance and the European Community, were also compelled to join the fray to protect their own interests. This conflict escalated into the Third World War, as nations fought fiercely over dwindling resources for 5 years without resolution, leaving the earth marred by devastation. Ultimately, a red state nation, long oppressed by the Oceanic Nations Alliance, could no longer endure and unleashed a nuclear weapon they had secretly developed, detonating it along the west coast of the United States. This year was 2154, marking the onset of nuclear warfare in the Third World War. That year, nuclear missiles soared through the skies like grand fireworks, detonating across the globe, subjecting the entire planet to the ravages of nuclear fallout. The ecological environment suffered catastrophic destruction, heralding the arrival of a nuclear winter that rendered vast stretches of land covered in contaminated snow and ice. Moreover, humanity resorted to a myriad of new weaponry, unleashing various biochemical agents that transformed the Earth into a wasteland within less than a year. The human population, once exceeding 10 billion, plummeted to a mere 1 billion. As civilization teetered on the brink of collapse and humanity's fortunes dwindled, those who survived could only endure in makeshift shelters established during the war or in remote corners, awaiting the departure of the nuclear winter. Meanwhile, in the desolate wasteland, creatures afflicted by radiation and biochemical contamination began to rise, asserting their dominance over this new world. Zombies emerged as one of the byproducts of this wasteland, alongside an array of formidable mutated beasts and synthetic monsters, exacerbating the already dire existence of the remaining humans. 5 years later, as the nuclear winter began to wane and the energy supplies of numerous shelters dwindled, humanity emerged from their subterranean refuges. Armed with remarkable survival instincts and adaptability, they sought to reclaim their rightful place in this desolate realm. Now, in 2166, humanity had managed to establish a foothold amidst the ruins of this wasteland. Albeit under drastically altered societal conditions reminiscent of life over a century prior. Nonetheless, the technological level of this world remained notably advanced, as various shelters had preserved seeds of scientific knowledge. However, due to limited resources and prevailing conditions, the technological progression had veered off course. Yet, this was of little consequence, as Li Muqing had already conceived of a path to prosperity during their conversation. "You are not from here, are you?" After finishing their meal, Qin Xie scrutinized the composed Li Muqing, hesitating before posing the question. How did you deduce that?" Although he recognized his demeanor was quite telling, Li Muqing wished to maintain an air of mystery. "This isn't our first encounter. I spotted you yesterday, but in the blink of an eye, you vanished. Today, I ran into you again, and based on your inquiries, attire, and the belongings you carry, it's evident you do not belong to this world." Qin Xie observed Li Muqing intently, speaking earnestly. Furthermore, she mused silently, in this world, no one would so readily share food with a stranger as he had. Ha, congratulations on your accurate guess. I am indeed not a denizen of this realm. As for my true identity, I must request a temporary confidentiality. At present, I have a modest proposal, and I wonder if you might consider it. Li Muqing's forthrightness and candor elicited a flicker of hesitation in Qin Xie's gaze. After exchanging glances with the taciturn Emoli beside her, she responded, "You may proceed. It's quite simple. Really, as you know, I have only just arrived here, and I am unfamiliar with everything. Therefore, I would like to employ you as my guides. Your role would be to help me acclimate to this world and ensure my safety." "What do you say? Employ guides?" A look of confusion crossed Qin Xie's features. While she had heard of these terms, no one had ever suggested such an arrangement to her before. "Yes, my arrival in this world represents a desire to engage in commerce with you. It is a mutual exchange of resources. If you will." Li Muqing presented himself in a grandiose manner, albeit he was merely attempting to persuade these two seemingly naive women who appeared unfamiliar with the concept of trade. "What do you hope to gain from this place? It has descended into desolation, resources are nearly depleted, and the land is rife with fearsome zombies and mutated beasts. I fail to see what you could possibly offer in return." Qin Xie let out a sigh, revealing her profound dissatisfaction with the world she inhabited. "It's quite simple. I need technology. Your world's technology." Li Muqing chuckled, sensing from Qin Xie's tone that he was nearing the fulfillment of his objective. "Technology?" Qin Xie appeared momentarily taken aback. "Yes, for instance, the gun you used to shoot the zombies earlier, or that small device on your wrists. Well, I'm not quite sure what to call it. Items of such technological nature can be exchanged." In truth, beyond these, Li Muqing was aware that there were numerous technologies in this world that did not exist in his own, which represented a veritable treasure trove for his prosperity. After all, in the real world, the most lucrative enterprises were invariably technology companies. Is that all? Yet you possess the ability to traverse dimensions. Is the technological level of your world truly inferior to this one? Qin Xie expressed skepticism. "This is merely a unique possession of mine. Our world does not readily produce such things. Now, without further ado, would the beautiful Miss Qin and Miss Mo consider accepting my offer of employment?" Li Muqing deftly shifted the topic, extending his invitation once more. Chapter 7. Hiring employees. What compensation can you offer us? At this moment, Emoli, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke. Her voice, sweet and childlike, resembled the melodic song of a lark. "Food. That is the most fundamental necessity. If you follow me, at the very least, you will have your fill every day. As for other provisions, I can do my utmost to accommodate your needs." From Qin Xie's description and the sight of the two women consuming canned goods earlier, Li Muqing discerned that their food sources were exceedingly scarce. Thus, employing them would best be compensated with provisions. To hire two seasoned wasteland rangers with the most affordable food from the real world was an opportunity too advantageous to pass up. Agreed. Indeed, upon hearing Li Muqing's terms, even before Qin Xie could respond, Emoli, with her unwavering expression, declared in her melodic tone. Li Muqing smiled knowingly. This was precisely the reaction he sought. He then laid out all the food he had brought with him on the table. "Here you go, my lovely employees. This is your boss's advance payment. There will be more and better provisions in the future, but for now, please introduce yourselves and share your skills, so I may better understand your capabilities." The two women gazed at the table overflowing with unfamiliar food, their eyes sparkling with desire. They were genuinely famished. Those unfamiliar with this world could scarcely comprehend the difficulty of sourcing food, especially such delectable items. Fortunately, they were now sated, and to maintain an air of feminine modesty, they refrained from pouncing on the feast. Moreover, Li Muqing had assured them that they would be well fed in the future, rendering the current bounty less significant. Next came the time for mutual acquaintance. Although the two women had verbally accepted their roles as Li Muqing's employees, he had yet to form an objective understanding of them, making this exchange crucial. Qin Siya was the epitome of a wasteland ranger, having never aligned herself with any survivor organization, wandering the city alone, freely pursuing her desires. She hunted monsters to exchange for necessities, making her physical prowess, combat skills, and marksmanship unparalleled. After all, without such talents, how could a strikingly beautiful young woman survive in the lawless wasteland? In stark contrast, Emily represented the opposite end of the spectrum. She was nearly devoid of skills, having been rescued by Qin Siya 6 months prior. Before her rescue, Emily had been abducted from a shelter by a mercenary group. Don't be surprised. There are countless shelters constructed during the war, and even after many years, many still operate. This situation attracted unscrupulous individuals who sought to raid these shelters for resources and captives. Those within the shelters, unacquainted with the brutal realities of the wasteland, often found themselves enslaved or treated as playthings, facing dire fates. Thus, half a year ago, Emily was merely a naive girl, nurtured in the safety of a shelter, akin to a blank slate, much like those in Li Muqing's era. When the shelter was violently breached and marauders rampaged within, she was fortunate enough to encounter Qin Siya, who took her in and cared for her until now. Consequently, apart from acquiring some knowledge of survival in the wasteland, Emily possessed few other skills, falling significantly short compared to Qin Siya. Siya, may I call you that? For now, you will be responsible for my safety. Are you capable of that? After listening to the introductions of both young women, Li Muqing contemplated and designated their roles. Without a doubt, Qin Siya's strength was formidable, as evident from her narrative, a young woman of striking beauty and excellent physique surviving alone in such a chaotic wasteland for an extended period surely required exceptional skills. Previously, Li Muqing had been curious as to why there were no monsters in this villa area. Upon hearing Qin Siya's account, he learned that she had single-handedly eradicated all the zombies in the vicinity. The rationale behind her actions was that she considered this place her stronghold and, for the sake of safety, had eliminated all threats. Additionally, this area was relatively remote, distanced from the monster-infested urban centers or wilderness, resulting in a lower quantity and quality of creatures. Moreover, the villa area had already been pillaged by survivors countless times, leaving nothing of value behind. With a combination of these factors, the location was relatively secure. It is worth noting that when Li Muqing encountered the two women, they were unconscious due to a recent attack by mutated creatures in the wild. After Qin Siya had fought valiantly to defeat their assailants, the two had attempted to return to their stronghold, but alas, they had not eaten for quite some time, leading to their collapse at the entrance of the villa. Had Li Muqing not crossed paths with them, they might have faced unspeakable fates, potentially being devoured by zombies in their unconscious state or being taken by passing survivors as slaves, leading to equally tragic outcomes. As for protection, I have a modicum of confidence in that regard. Qin Siya nodded, retrieving her uniquely designed laser gun from her waist and executing a few impressive maneuvers, showcasing its allure. And you? Having grown up in a shelter, you must have received a good education. Have you studied computer programming or similar subjects? Glancing at the somewhat forlorn Emily, it was apparent that she desired to be of assistance. Having relied solely on Qin Siya for survival, she now wished to contribute as Li Muqing's employee. Programming? Emily furrowed her brows in thought. We did have systematic training in that area at the shelter. I can write a simple program. But for anything beyond that, it depends on your requirements. Hearing this, Li Muqing felt a tinge of disappointment, as simple programs might not meet his needs. However, I can learn that I was always at the top of my class in the shelter, and I grasp concepts quickly. I would just need a virtual learning assistant. Sensing Li Muqing's shifting emotions, Emily promptly added, "Oh, a scholar, are we? That's excellent. In that case, the technical aspects will rely on you. I have high hopes." The fact that she did not know something now was inconsequential. Her willingness to learn was commendable. Chapter 8. Enhancing Humanity with Li Muqing's affirmation. A joyful smile spread across Emily's delicate face, which paired with her exquisite features was simply adorable. By the way, what are those devices you are wearing? Li Muqing inquired, pointing at the small items adorning the wrists of the two women. He was intrigued by these devices, which resembled integrated terminals. Earlier in their conversation, Qin Xia had projected a virtual screen using one, providing Li Muqing with an overview of the terrain surrounding Songyang City and the distribution of various factions. This is called a personal intelligent terminal, abbreviated as PIT.IT, is an essential tool for wasteland survivors. In Anningtown, you can exchange 5 soul crystals for one. Oh, right, boss, you don't have one yet. Do you? Nwan, go fetch one for the boss. As Qin Xia was explaining, she noticed the intrigued gaze of Li Muqing and suddenly realized that her boss was not from this world. Thus, he would not be familiar with the concept of a pit. She quickly instructed Molly to fetch one. This pit was something Qin Xia had taken from a nefarious individual. It served no purpose for her. So she decided to gift it to Li Muqing. Upon donning the pit, Li Muqing found its ergonomic design perfectly suited to his arm, and he experienced no discomfort. The pit's energy source was a unique entity in this world known as Soul Crystal, obtained from zombies or mutated beasts, and it served as hard currency in the wasteland. Just a single Soul Crystal could power the pit for half a year, making it incredibly convenient. Once equipped with the pit, the system activated autonomously and, after scanning for less than a minute, displayed a line of data on the screen. Name: Li Muqing, muscle strength, 12 bone density, 10 cell activity, 13 reflex nerves, 12 radiation value, 8 safe, overall assessment, ordinary human. No anomalies. Li Muqing could comprehend most of the data. Muscle strength and bone density likely determined physical power, while cell activity indicated recovery capability, and reflex nerves pertained to reaction speed. However, seeing the radiation value caused a flicker of concern in his heart. After all, this world had endured a nuclear war, rife with contamination and radiation. Fortunately, he had not recklessly ventured into any hazardous areas. Otherwise, he would have had no place to lament his misfortune. Boss, your data is quite impressive. You rank among the stronger ordinary humans, Qin Xia remarked after glancing at the values on the pit. Of course, I frequently engage in fitness training during my free time. By the way, what are your data readings? Would you mind sharing? Li Muqing initially intended to boast, but suddenly recalled that there were likely no gyms in this realm, prompting him to swiftly shift the topic. It was no great matter to view the data. The two women extended their arms, adjusting the pit to projection mode. Name: Molly, muscle strength, 23 bone density, 28 cell activity, 30 reflex nerves, 26 radiation value, 12 safe. Remarks: D-class enhancement serum, SST virus vaccine, anti-radiation vaccine, overall assessment, enhanced human, no anomalies. Name: Qin Xia, muscle strength, 46 bone density, 59 cell activity, 50 reflex nerves, 43 radiation value, 9 safe. Remarks: C-class enhancement serum, SST virus vaccine, anti-radiation vaccine, overall assessment, enhanced human, no anomalies. The series of data left Li Muqing astonished. It was one thing for a wasteland ranger like Qin Xia to possess superior physical data compared to him, but even Molly, who appeared harmless with her youthful visage, surpassed him by a whole degree. Gazing at their slender arms, especially Qin Xia's, Li Muqing found it hard to believe that this woman could potentially deliver 4 times his strength with a single punch, let alone the other data points. Nevertheless, he noted that beneath their data, there was a remark indicating the enhancement serums, suggesting that their formidable physical attributes were likely linked to those substances. Don't fret too much about the data. Boss, we are both individuals who have injected enhancement serums, so our physical capabilities far exceed those of ordinary humans, Qin Xia offered, her understanding evident as she noted Li Muqing's astonished expression. The C-class serum is available for purchase in Anningtown, priced at around 50 soul crystals per vial, while the D-class is significantly cheaper at 10 soul crystals each. Do not underestimate these values. After all, 1 soul crystal can be exchanged for a month's worth of rations. Albeit the most basic synthetic nutrients, sufficient for a low-tier individual to barely survive. Qin Xia's suggestion piqued Li Muqing's interest. It was said that a single injection of the C-class serum could double one's physical attributes, and with proper training, he could reach a level comparable to Qin Xia. While such physical prowess might be commonplace in the wasteland, in the real world, it would grant Li Muqing a distinct edge. However, he had already promised to distribute the provisions to the two women as their wages, making it difficult to retract his offer. Moreover, since Qin Xia was currently injured, he felt compelled to ensure she was fully recovered before embarking on any journey. Thus, Li Muqing resolved to return to the real world first, bringing back more supplies before returning. The food on the table is now yours. I will not reclaim it for trade purposes, and honestly, this amount barely meets my needs. You two should focus on recuperating over the next few days and prepare yourselves. I will return with additional supplies, and we will set off for Anning Town in 3 days. As Li Muqing articulated this plan, a flicker of warmth appeared in Qin Xie's gaze. In the wasteland, individuals would typically disregard the ownership of food or the well-being of their subordinates, as long as it served their interests. The lives of others were of no consequence. Yet, Li Muqing was entirely different. He not only considered his own welfare but also cared for his employees, a sentiment that Qin Xie and Molly had not experienced in a long while. This food should suffice for 3 days. Do not indulge excessively, as it may harm your health. I will take my leave shortly. By the way, are there any weapons here that I could take for self-defense? Li Muqing had initially prepared to turn and leave, but suddenly remembered that he should not depart empty-handed. This was the wasteland, after all, a place teeming with items not found in the normal world. Without a doubt, acquiring a couple of guns for protection would be a simple task. Qin Xie paused briefly at his request before retrieving a gun from her possession and handing it to Li Muqing. This is the Hu Lang B4 laser pistol. Utilizing standard batteries as its magazine. .1 magazine can fire 50 shots of laser. You've seen its power. It is capable of penetrating a person's skull. Laser weapons are relatively quiet with minimal recoil, but they can be somewhat tricky to handle, and they're where raid is high in the wasteland. Only those with considerable experience utilize them, but I believe this weapon should suit your world well. Li Muqing accepted the uniquely designed Hu Lang B4, recalling how mere hours earlier, it had been aimed at his own head, leading him to believe he might meet his end. This magazine is new and has only been fired once. It should suffice unless you find yourself in a battle. If necessary, I can procure a few standard batteries for you. As Qin Xie instructed Li Muqing on the weapon's use, her concern for him inadvertently surfaced. In truth, she likely did not realize it. Perhaps she merely feared that if he perished, she would be deprived of her good fortune. Yes, that must be it. Chapter 9. 2 phone calls. No need for that. 1 magazine will suffice, as it is merely for self-defense. The operation of the Hu Lang was relatively straightforward. Even without prior experience, Li Muqing could easily grasp its mechanics. After tentatively firing a couple of shots, he discovered that the weapon was indeed somewhat cumbersome to use. It was easy to hit at close range, but accuracy diminished significantly at a distance. Tio put it plainly, the gun lacked a tactile feel. Upon pulling the trigger, a laser shot forth with a delay of roughly half a second, accompanied by a soft hiss, and there was virtually no recoil. Firing it felt almost non-existent. However, as Li Muqing noted, it was merely for self-defense. Long-range capabilities were unnecessary, as long as it possessed lethality. After all, he had no intention of returning to the real world to rob a bank. He was not that foolish. Also, boss, you might find this useful. That moment, Molly emerged from a corner, producing a pair of gloves and offering them to him. What are these? Li Muqing inquired, taking the gloves but noticing nothing particularly special about them. These are electric gloves. When worn and activated, they can emit a powerful electric current from the fingertips, making them quite effective in close combat, Molly explained. Electric gloves? Li Muqing expressed interest. Such a discreet item was far more useful than a gun. At least without the fear of drawing unwanted attention. All right, I shall take my leave now. When I return next time, I should be able to bring some fresh ingredients. In the meantime, see if you can procure some electricity. I noticed some refrigerators nearby that would be perfect for food storage. After placing the Hu Lang and gloves into his backpack, Li Muqing advised the 2 women, in the latter stages of the war. Besides nuclear weapons, EMPs, electromagnetic pulse devices, were rampant, leading to devastating damage to urban electrical infrastructure. Consequently, large appliances became undesirable refuse. I previously spotted a few, though I am uncertain of their usability. Turning to exit the room, Li Muqing activated the communication wristband in a corner where the 2 women could not see him, initiating the teleportation program. A brief moment of discomfort washed over him, and when he reopened his eyes, he found himself in a familiar room. Beep, teleportation successful. This teleportation consumed 21 energy units. Current remaining energy, 35. Please replenish energy promptly. As soon as he landed, the bracelet thoughtfully emitted a prompt. The energy is truly insufficient. The last time I managed to acquire it, I burned out a transformer, and now it's nearly depleted after just a round trip. Li Muqing couldn't help but exclaim. However, this time he didn't need to rush back for a transmission. He could take his time to recharge. Last time the transmission consumed 22 units of energy, yet returning only took 21. Why the discrepancy? Suddenly, Li Muqing keenly noticed the difference in energy consumption and furrowed his brow in contemplation. Master, energy consumption fluctuates depending on the items you carry. Typically, you would expend around 20 units of energy alone, and any additional items would require extra energy. The more items you carry, the greater the energy consumption. The bracelet, having overheard Li Muqing's query, offered a considerate explanation. I see. Li Muqing had an epiphany. The last time, I was laden with a large bag of food and a shovel, but upon my return, I carried only a gun and a pair of gloves. That explains the difference in energy usage. Understanding the rules of energy consumption at least allowed Li Muqing to mitigate some risks. If an urgent situation arose necessitating immediate transmission, discovering he was overloaded could lead to disastrous consequences. He then retrieved the wool-wolf before and the electric gloves from his backpack, eagerly toying with them for a while. This was the first time Li Muqing had encountered such intriguing items, and he was filled with curiosity. However, after a short while, his stomach began to growl. The outside world had already darkened. Li Muqing had spent the afternoon in the wasteland world without a single drop of water. So his hunger was unsurprising. Just as he was about to venture out in search of food, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Li Muqing frowned. It was Liang Xiaowan, his ex-girlfriend. This woman had truly perfected the art of shamelessness. Li Muqing and Liang Xiaowan had been together since their freshman year, but after Li Muqing's father's unexpected death in their junior year, Liang Xiaowan gradually distanced herself, having learned of his family circumstances. By their senior year, during their internships, she concocted an excuse to break up with him. At that time, Li Muqing had refrained from any entanglement, resulting in an amicable separation. However, recently, for reasons unknown, Liang Xiaowan had heard about Li Muqing's family's impending relocation and had begun to cling to him once more. Hello, Xiaowan. Sighing, Li Muqing reluctantly answered the call. Initially, their relationship had been quite good, and although Li Muqing had seen through Liang Xiaowan's true nature, he found it difficult to harbor resentment towards her. After all, they had shared many experiences together, and Li Muqing felt a sense of indebtedness. Qing, I'm going on a business trip to Cangyang tomorrow. Would you accompany me for a meal? Liang Xiaowan's voice was faintly cheerful from the other end of the line. After graduation, she had found work in their university city, within about 200 kilometers of Cangyang, where Li Muqing resided, which wasn't too far out. Of course, if it's just for a meal, that's no problem. However, Li Muqing steeled himself and said straightforwardly, Xiaowan, we can no longer continue. He knew Liang Xiaowan's true intentions, especially since she had mentioned them more than once before. Why? Is it because your family is relocating and you have money now? So you no longer value me? Li Muqing, you are a heartless scoundrel. Sure enough, Liang Xiaowan's accusations revolved incessantly around the topic of the relocation. That's not the case. I've already explained that while my family is relocating, the compensation only amounts to 30,000 yuan. Although there's a returning house, I have no idea how many years it will be before I can move in. Before Li Muqing could finish, Liang Xiaowan's tone shifted. Li Muqing, are you trying to deceive a child? Though your building is a bit old, it wouldn't just be worth so little. You simply don't want me anymore. I see you for what you are. You are a despicable man, a bad person, and not worth anything. Here, 100 words are omitted. Faced with Liang Xiaowan's relentless tirade of insults, Li Muqing lost interest in listening any further, promptly hanging up and blocking her number. This woman was utterly beyond redemption. Unfortunately, his earlier good mood had been completely shattered by Liang Xiaowan's phone call, leaving him feeling quite dejected. Just then, Li Muqing's phone rang again. Song, what's the matter? The caller was Wei Song, Li Muqing's childhood friend and closest companion. Wei Song had grown up alongside Li Muqing, sharing experiences from elementary through high school. However, after high school, Wei Song deemed himself unfit for academic pursuits, skipping the college entrance examination to venture into the world. By the time Li Muqing returned to Cangyang after graduating from university, Wei Song had used his savings and skills acquired over the years to open a small Japanese izakaya, becoming a modest proprietor. Have you eaten yet? Today we have some exquisite dishes ordered by a patron, and there are leftovers. Come over and share, Wei Song invited. Whenever he had something good at the restaurant, he would call Li Muqing to come and enjoy a meal, a true brotherly gesture. Absolutely, I'm on my way. Li Muqing readily agreed, suddenly recalling that he might need to ask Wei Song for a favor. After his recent journey, Li Muqing realized that trading with the inhabitants of the wasteland world would be most straightforward using food as currency. Although he had plenty of ordinary food in his grocery store, he had learned from Qin Xia that such items shouldn't be indiscriminately shared, primarily because the packaging could divulge his secret. While most food items could be manually removed from their packaging, doing so alone would be too time-consuming. Thus, he needed to find suppliers who could provide him with unwrapped food to meet his needs. Since Wei Song was in the culinary industry, he might have some connections, so it would be worth inquiring. If it worked out, perhaps he could treat Wei Song to something he loved that evening as a form of gratitude. After all, he had just unexpectedly gained 60,000 yuan. Though he had spent a few thousand on equipment, the remaining sum was more than sufficient for a lavish meal. After riding his little electric scooter across nearly half the city, Li Muqing arrived at a bustling commercial center. He then slipped into an inconspicuous alleyway before entering an even less noticeable small establishment. Indeed, this was the very izakaya owned by Wei Song. With the exorbitant rent in the thriving commercial district, Wei Song could only afford to open his shop in such a corner with his limited savings. Upon entering, the interior was surprisingly spacious compared to its shabby exterior, accommodating around 10 tables and a bar that could seat a dozen patrons beside the open kitchen. By this time, it was after work, and nearly half the seats were occupied, indicating that many white-collar workers, too lazy to cook at home, opted to dine here, a testament to the restaurant's appeal in the open kitchen. A figure was bustling about. Even without seeing his face, Li Muqing knew it was Wei Song. "Hello, may I take your order? Here's the menu. Or you can scan the code to order." A server approached Li Muqing as he settled into a corner. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need to order. Just tell the boss someone is here, and he knows what I'll have." The server, somewhat puzzled by his request, left without further inquiry. Most of the staff were part-timers who changed regularly, so it was normal for them not to recognize him. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the server returned, this time bringing a cup of tea and a plate of exquisite snacks. Placing them on the table without uttering a word before leaving, Li Muqing sipped his tea and nibbled on the snacks, sitting quietly for about half an hour. Finally, when the clock struck 8, amid the ebb and flow of patrons, a figure clad in a chef's uniform appeared before him, setting down a large platter and taking a seat opposite him. "Here is your favorite noodles, along with these sushi, made from today's top-quality leftovers, all saved for you." Wei Song placed the food down, and the two exchanged smiles before diving into their meal. "Business seems good, not bad. Mainly, my skills are appreciated by the patrons. Pfft, your cooking is just average. Sometimes I can do better." "Get lost. What skills do you have? Just because you can make scrambled eggs with tomatoes doesn't make you a culinary genius." "Humph, I can do far more than that. At least my food isn't raw like yours." As they bantered back and forth, the two devoured 2 bowls of noodles and a plate of sushi. That's what true friendship looked like. Engaging in playful squabbles that lifted their spirits. "By the way, I need to ask you something." Having satisfied their appetites, Li Muqing finally broached the main topic. "What is it? Just spill it out." It is as follows. "I am uncertain if you are familiar with any local manufacturers that produce canned goods. Recently, I find myself in need of a batch of canned products and would like to see if they can be produced according to my specifications, as I require them within the next couple of days." Indeed, Li Muqing intends to wholesale the canned goods to the wasteland. After all, while such items may be rare in the wasteland, they are still somewhat available, and their simple packaging makes them more discreet compared to other products. "Canned goods? What do you need those for? They are neither healthy nor particularly palatable. Are you planning to transition from a general goods shop to selling canned goods instead?" Wei Song expressed his surprise, knowing Li Muqing's background well, which is why he asked such questions. "Mind your own business. I have my reasons," Li Muqing replied, not wishing to elaborate. However, the beauty of friendship lies in the fact that he need not provide extensive explanations. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Li Muqing's words, Wei Song refrained from further inquiries and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, "What a coincidence. I happen to have a friend who specializes in this. His factory is not large and primarily does contract work for various brands, located just on the outskirts of the city." Upon hearing this, Li Muqing was filled with hope and inquired further. "How many varieties of canned goods do they offer?" "I only require a modest quantity at first. Perhaps just a few dozen boxes. Can he manage that?" Subsequently, Li Muqing articulated a few requirements, emphasizing a preference for simple packaging devoid of any printed text. As for the canned goods, it seems they have a basic selection of meat and fruit varieties, not lacking in options, and the quantity is not an issue. It's merely a matter of asking his friend. Wei Song, not bothering to dwell on Li Muqing's requests, promptly picked up the phone to contact his friend, all the while asking Li Muqing if there were any additional needs. In just a few brief exchanges, the matter was settled. All right, we will have 10 boxes each of pork, beef, luncheon meat, pineapple, yellow peach, and pear, with the simplest packaging for the cans and no printing. You can pick them up tomorrow afternoon. Wei Song proclaimed with an air of self-importance, then added, "So, how will you thank me for this?" Indeed, he was no less than an up-and-coming figure in the restaurant industry of Songyang City, with many connections. "What do you want me to treat you to? Just say the word, and tonight's expenses are on me." With the significant issue of the canned goods resolved, Li Muqing was naturally pleased and clapped his chest, inviting Wei Song to make his own request. Chapter 11. Are we really going for a health treatment? Oh, is that what you're suggesting? Then I shall take you up on that. How about treating my buddy to a health session? Haha, just joking, I know you want to go. So let us just settle for some barbecue. All right, let us go for that health treatment. You can show me a thing or two. Knowing you want to go, let us just stick to barbecue, but I must have a drink. What? You want to accompany me for health treatment? Did I hear you correctly? As Wei Song rambled on, he suddenly caught Li Muqing's words and widened his eyes in surprise. Yes, indeed, tonight. You shall take me, and the expenses are on me. Wei Song's astonishment was not without reason. Having grown up together, he was acutely aware of Li Muqing's character. He rarely ventured to places like health clubs, let alone bars or KTVs. Not only was it due to a lack of disposable income, but he simply did not enjoy such activities. In contrast, Wei Song relished these indulgences. He had developed a penchant for such establishments at some point. Despite running a small shop and earning a decent income, he often spent more than he earned, dedicating most of his free time to various entertainment venues. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the prince of nightlife in the past. During Li Muqing's most sorrowful moments after losing family and experiencing a breakup, Wei Song had often invited him out to unwind, but Li Muqing had never accepted. However, today, Li Muqing had seemingly experienced a change of heart, expressing a desire for Wei Song to take him for health treatment, which could not help but astonish Wei Song. Really going for health treatment? Are we talking the full treatment or something more modest? Are we indulging in something risque or keeping it mild? Whatever you desire. We can try everything until you are satisfied. Oh, look at you, Boss Li, feeling generous today. Have you struck gold? Hee, indeed. I found a good avenue and made a bit of pocket money. Li Muqing did not deny this and continued, moreover, the world outside is so vibrant. If I don't seize the opportunity to experience it while I'm young, I might regret it when I'm older. Well said, Wei Song exclaimed, slapping the table. What are we waiting for? The timing is perfect. Let us go. With excitement, Wei Song jumped up, summoned the waiter, briefed him on the necessary follow-up tasks, and hurried off to change into a fresh outfit, dragging Li Muqing along. Shall we drive or take a taxi? Upon reaching the door, Wei Song asked, Whatever you prefer. I'll follow your lead tonight. I just have my delivery van, a Wuling Shanche. Hope you don't mind? I've ridden in tractors before. I wouldn't complain about this. With that, they navigated through a few alleyways until they arrived at a more spacious area where Wei Song brought forth his van. And the two set off in search of amusement. The van smoothly traversed the streets of Songyang, and as Li Muqing gazed out at the dazzling cityscape, he couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning. Having lived in this city for over 20 years, he realized that he had hardly experienced any nightlife, let alone visited such entertainment venues. Initially, it was due to financial constraints, but now that he had the means, he felt it was time to explore this vibrant world, and of course, moderation was key. After about half an hour of cruising, the van arrived at a splendid location, surrounded by tall walls, with an independent building standing proudly in the center. This place? The Shangshi Huangchao Entertainment Club? Li Muqing read the prominent characters adorning the building, his eyes widening in surprise. That's the one. Wei Song grinned mischievously. This is a great place. If not the most upscale in Songyang City, it's certainly among the top. I've heard the service is first-rate, the technicians are attractive, and you can swap them out at will, ensuring guests' needs are met. They say there are even exotic offerings. The key point is that they offer both indulgent and modest services, catering to whatever one desires, with various price tiers. including simple massages that are quite affordable. Interestingly, this was Wei Song's first visit as well. He had only heard tales from his more flamboyant friends, never having experienced it himself. The pricier indulgences were a bit out of reach for him, but the affordable massages made this place appealing. Perfect, let us go with this. Let us enjoy ourselves tonight, Li Muqing declared, waving his hand grandly as Wei Song directed the van toward the entrance. Even with the humble Wuling Shanche, the security did not stop them, allowing them entry without hesitation. Driving the van into the expansive courtyard, they noticed several vehicles already parked. The range of cars varied widely, from ordinary family vehicles to luxury brands. Upon disembarking, they walked through the grand entrance of the club, where a middle-aged woman in a professional skirt suit greeted them warmly. Welcome. You two look a bit unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Yes, it is. What services do you offer? Please enlighten us, Li Muqing responded, feigning nonchalance. Certainly, Li Muqing cast a fleeting glance at Wei Song beside him, reclining in the comfortable sofa in silence. First, call the ladies over to accompany us for a song and some games, he suggested. Wei Song, unreserved, immediately inquired, do you need me to explain the costs? The duty manager confirmed once more, just ensure to summon the most beautiful ones. Start with TN.AS for Yangma. Let that slide. After all, money is no object. Upon finishing his statement, Wei Song arrogantly waved his hand, dismissing the manager. Chapter 12. Joyful times 10? Can you handle that? Once the manager departed, Li Muqing looked at Wei Song, speechless. You can show off. But let us be realistic. With Wei Song's frame, he could barely manage two before he'd be overwhelmed. He recalled Wei Song boasting about his exploits, claiming to have summoned 7 ladies at once. Yet the most he had ever handled was 2, leaving him unable to straighten his back the following day. That's a sign of inexperience. Just call them in to see who suits us best. There's no need to order them all at once, understand? Wei Song appeared oblivious, engrossed in ordering food on the tablet before him. It made sense, considering it was Li Muqing's first visit to such a place. Being unfamiliar with the process was only natural. However, at that moment, he instinctively felt a sense of reluctance. Although he was here for entertainment, he wasn't quite ready to surrender, as the individuals in these establishments were often less than clean. Even in high-end venues, a pair of jade arms for 1,000 pillows, a hint of vermilion lips for a myriad to taste, was no mere jest. Li Muqing's apprehension lingered. The door to the private room was soon opened again, revealing 10 uniquely charming ladies who entered in an orderly fashion. They truly embodied the phrase plump and slender, each possessing distinct characteristics, some tall, some short, some voluptuous, and others slender. Yet, they all shared a common trait, beauty. It was undeniable that the quality of this establishment was indeed exceptional. The only uncertainty remained regarding the final price, which would surely be equally splendid. When the 10 exquisite girls stood together, Li Muqing admitted he was somewhat dazzled. However, it was merely an overwhelming sight. He could appreciate their beauty without harboring excessive thoughts. In contrast, Wei Song was entirely different. Upon seeing the girls, his eyes sparkled with excitement. As he leered at them, his mouth almost watering. How do you find them, gentlemen? Would you like to keep them all? The leading manager asked with a smug smile. Very good, indeed. However, upon reflection, ordering 10 at once seems a bit excessive. Let us have each of us pick 2, and they can introduce themselves, Wei Song promptly replied, surprisingly Muqing with his ability to exercise restraint by not demanding all of them. After going through the motions, Wei Song selected 2, both tall and voluptuous, one of whom appeared to have a hint of mixed heritage. As for Li Muqing, he casually chose 2 that simply caught his eye. Once selections were made, the girls exited to change, while those not chosen awaited the next group of guests. Only 2? That's not your style. Li Muqing seized the opportunity to tease once the girls had left. Heh, these girls are too beautiful. Having too many would overwhelm me. After all, health comes first, Wei Song replied with a lewd grin. You must loosen up tonight. Otherwise, it would be a waste of your money. Remember, don't BS. Li Muqing shrugged noncommittally at this. He was indeed here to broaden his horizons, but as for crossing that final threshold, he was likely not ready for that. Whether it was due to his psychological scruples or disdain for such individuals, he resolved to maintain his boundaries as it would provide him some solace. Not long after, drinks and food arrived, and the 4 ladies returned, noticeably refreshed and altered in appearance. With everyone present, the entertainment commenced, singing, drinking, and games, all aimed at invigorating the atmosphere and heightening the ambience. Despite being a novice in such establishments, Li Muqing did not hold back. He indulged in drinks and activities, engaging with the two girls he had chosen, who eagerly cast flirtatious glances his way, the implications unspoken yet clear. It was no surprise that even in this setting, Li Muqing's handsome appearance drew their interest. After more than an hour of preliminary activities, with drinks consumed and the atmosphere lively, Wei Song could no longer contain himself. With one girl under each arm, he shot Li Muqing a mischievous grin before departing the hall. Once Wei Song left, the two girls beside Li Muqing grew increasingly attentive, clearly intent on winning his favor. "You both know how to give massages, right?" he queried, catching them off guard with his question after their attempts to charm him. "Yes, we have received professional training and are certified," they replied, revealing that massage therapy was their legitimate profession. "Then, just give me a massage. No need for anything else," Li Muqing stated, heading toward another room, leaving the girls exchanging glances that conveyed a shared sentiment. Could it be that such a handsome man was not interested? Regardless, Li Muqing was the customer, and his wishes were paramount. After a moment's hesitation, the two girls followed him into the room. What ensued was entirely conventional. Li Muqing changed into loose clothing and lay on a specialized massage table. While the two lovely ladies diligently provided their services, they were indeed skilled, and as they worked, Li Muqing found himself drifting off to sleep. After an indeterminate period, he awoke to find the room dimly lit and the two girls absent. Perhaps having left silently upon noticing he had fallen asleep. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly 2 in the morning. He had entered around 11, estimating he had slept for over 2 hours. Surely, Wei Song must have concluded his business by now. After washing his face in the adjacent shower, Li Muqing returned to the hall, discovering that Wei Song had yet to emerge. Instead, shadows were still visible in the room he had occupied. No way, is Wei Song that strong? Still not giving in. Just as Li Muqing pondered this, the door opened, revealing 3 figures slowly exiting. Initially, he had seen Wei Song embracing 2 girls. Now, however, he observed Wei Song being supported by the 2 ladies. TCH, it seems this guy truly is out of commission. Chapter 13. A narrow path for enemies. Wei Song plopped down beside Li Muqing, his complexion pale yet his eyes sparkled with an irrepressible excitement. After taking a drag from a cigarette, he eagerly asked, "How long have you been out?" "I just came out as well, but I fell asleep and didn't do much. I must say, you really overdid it. Aren't you concerned about your health?" Wei Song appeared oblivious to any negative implications, his demeanor suggesting he was reveling in the experience. "Heh? You actually slept? You missed out. You have no idea what those girls are like. It is simply exquisite," Wei Song reminisced, exhaling a cloud of smoke with a look of sheer indulgence. Li Muqing waved his hand to disperse the smoke, as he did not smoke and was not fond of the smell. "Enough of that. I've realized I still don't care for this place. It's fine for a bit of fun, but when it comes to taking that final step, I just can't bring myself to do it. As long as you enjoyed it, that's what matters." "How noble of you, Li Qing. Just for that, you won't have to pay for meals when you come to my place in the future." "TCH, have I ever paid when dining at your place? You show no sincerity." Li Muqing shot him a sideways glance before adding, "Now that we've had our fun, it's time to head back." "Head back? Why not just sleep here? Everything you need is right here, better than at home." Upon hearing Li Muqing's intention to leave, Wei Song paused, quickly retorting. Li Muqing shook his head, helping the somewhat unsteady Wei Song to his feet. "Let us just head back. I'm not accustomed to sleeping out here." This statement came from the heart, but the key reason was that his bracelet was still charging at home. He was primarily concerned about it. "All right then, let us return. I need to open the shop in the morning anyway." Wei Song remained silent and followed Li Muqing as they made their way to the grand hall on the first floor. Upon swiping their cards to settle the bill, Li Muqing couldn't help but exclaim at the staggering amount exceeding 30,000 yuan. It was astonishing how much wealth could be spent on just 4 young ladies. A few drinks and some snacks, which clearly indicated the high profit margins of this establishment. This expenditure marked the largest sum Li Muqing had ever spent in his life, yet he felt no regret. After all, he understood that with the bracelet in his possession, such a sum was hardly significant to him anymore. Having consumed some alcohol earlier, and despite having engaged in vigorous activity that had dissipated most of the intoxication, It was still wise to arrange for a designated driver for safety. Conveniently, the club offered complimentary designated driving services for patrons whose bills exceeded 10,000 yuan. Thus, the two merely needed to wait a short while in the hall for someone to retrieve their vehicle and escort them home. Although the cost was somewhat steep, the quality of service was undeniably exceptional. As Li Muqing and Wei Song reclined on a sofa in the hall, enjoying fragrant tea while waiting comfortably, the doors suddenly swung open, and a few figures entered in succession. Even at this late hour, there are still patrons arriving. This place certainly enjoys a thriving business, Li Muqing remarked sarcastically. After all the commotion earlier, it was already 2 in the morning, and he was taken aback to see more customers arriving that seemed they intended to party through the night. Taking a sip of tea, Li Muqing's attention was drawn to a familiar face among the newcomers. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed the burly man who had previously threatened him. The sight of this individual ignited a deep-seated resentment within Li Muqing. Over the past month, the burly man had harassed him countless times. Although he had never resorted to actual violence, he had certainly wreaked havoc on Li Muqing's belongings. Not to mention the numerous instances of vandalism and degradation he had endured at the man's hands. Yet, Li Muqing did not even know the man's name, only that he was referred to as Brother Zhang. As Brother Zhang entered the hall, those present hurried over to greet him, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Brother Zhang exchanged a few words with the manager in a low voice before gesturing for her to make arrangements. That moment, Li Muqing noticed something was amiss with Brother Zhang's entourage. There were 6 individuals in total. Leading the group was Brother Zhang, flanked by 2 ruffians, followed by 2 seemingly unassuming young women. Most concerning was the fact that the 2 ruffians were forcefully dragging a stylish yet alluring young woman, whose head hung low, obscuring her features but revealing a figure that suggested she was indeed a stunning beauty. Yet, she appeared utterly drained, completely reliant on her captors for support, and the late hour of her arrival raised alarm bells in Li Muqing's mind. The other 2 young women also bore peculiar expressions, trailing behind Brother Zhang with visible reluctance. What were they planning? Who was that girl? Such questions furrowed Li Muqing's brow, yet after a moment's hesitation, he chose to remain silent. He found himself perplexed by the unfolding situation and wanted to avoid any confrontation with Brother Zhang. Li Muqing feared that he might succumb to temptation and draw his weapon, putting the man down with a single shot. Brother Zhang was indeed a loathsome character. However, Brother Zhang soon spotted him. If it isn't the owner of the convenience store, Li, have you struck it rich? Bold enough to indulge in our Feihong Group's establishment? He sneered, his tone dripping with derision. Have you finally come to your senses and decided to sign the papers to vacate? Li Muqing, who had been sitting in the corner, felt a surge of anger at the mocking tone directed at him. What I choose to do with my finances is none of your concern, he retorted, rising to meet Brother Zhang's gaze. I advise you to maintain a respectful demeanor. Should I be in a generous mood, I might consider moving soon. But if you continue your previous antics, well, what did you just say? Are you seeking death? Brother Zhang's fury flared at Li Muqing's taunting words. He had never expected someone who had always cowered before him to speak so defiantly. You mentioned this is Feihong Group's establishment. Is this how you treat your patrons? Li Muqing replied, unfazed by Brother Zhang's rage, his expression exuding arrogance. Now that he possessed a formidable advantage, he refused to cower any longer. In fact, Li Muqing was keen to provoke Brother Zhang further. He hoped that if the man struck first, the ensuing chaos would be to his benefit. Indeed, Li Muqing's insufferable demeanor succeeded in igniting Brother Zhang's ire. The burly man, already predisposed to view Li Muqing with contempt, had consumed considerable alcohol that night, rendering him even more volatile and ready to explode like a powder keg. You really think I won't act against you? Kneel before me, he roared, raising his fist to strike Li Muqing. Chapter 14. The gloves show their might. Brother Zhang's punch was powerful, but his intoxication rendered him inaccurate. Li Muqing merely sidestepped, evading the attack with ease. What the hell are you doing, fighting in here? Despite Li Muqing's successful evasion, Wei Song was incensed. Having always been a troublemaker, he had never shied away from brawls, which had led to his parents sending him to learn a trade after high school. As he had failed to gain admission to university, seeing Li Muqing in danger, Wei Song instinctively prepared to retaliate. Hold on, I've got this. You take care of those 2 behind him, Li Muqing instructed, gesturing towards Brother Zhang's 2 ruffians. Wei Song exchanged a brief glance with him, silently questioning his confidence. Are you sure about this? The unspoken words were clear. It was understandable that Wei Song harbored doubts, considering Brother Zhang's intimidating physique and the fact that he likely outweighed Li Muqing by no less than 50 pounds. However, Li Muqing returned a resolute gaze, instilling confidence in Wei Song. With a nod of understanding, he bypassed Brother Zhang and charged at the two ruffians. This was the bond of brotherhood. No words were necessary, only a glance sufficed. As Wei Song advanced, Li Muqing would not remain idle. He swiftly retrieved a pair of gloves from his bag and donned them. Meanwhile, Brother Zhang, having missed his strike, saw Wei Song dart past him and, still dazed from the alcohol, took a moment to comprehend the situation. After a brief pause, Brother Zhang shouted at Li Muqing, "You dare to dodge? Stand still and take your beating, or I swear I'll bring my crew to smash your little shop tomorrow." The threat only deepened the shadows on Li Muqing's face. "So, you've grown accustomed to bullying me, haven't you? Do you truly believe I am someone you can toy with at will? If that is the case, prepare to face the consequences of your actions today." With a blank expression, Li Muqing stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Brother Zhang. The latter, misinterpreting Li Muqing's stoic demeanor as surrender, smirked and triumphed. "Ah, so you are finally showing some sense. I'll use you for a punching bag, and if I feel generous, I might even give you a few extra days." With that, Brother Zhang raised his enormous fist, ready to deliver a merciless blow. Unfortunately for him, Li Muqing had no intention of being anyone's punching bag. As Brother Zhang's formidable force descended upon him, Li Muqing narrowed his eyes and, instead of evading, extended his left hand to meet Brother Zhang's fist while his right hand simultaneously moved toward the man's waist. In an instant, the impact of Brother Zhang's punch collided with Li Muqing's palm, while at the same moment, Li Muqing's right hand reached its target. "You!" Brother Zhang's fury escalated as he realized Li Muqing was prepared to fight back. Yet, he underestimated his opponent's resolve. In the next moment, a faint crackle of electricity filled the air, and Brother Zhang's body went rigid, trembling involuntarily before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward. "That really hurt." Li Muqing grimaced, shaking his hand after absorbing the force of Brother Zhang's punch. The impact had left his palms stinging. He then glanced at the fallen Brother Zhang. "Is that all you've got?" He was under the impression that Brother Zhang was quite resilient, yet within mere seconds, he was rendered unconscious by the electric shock. However, one could hardly blame Brother Zhang. The discharge capacity of the electric gloves was formidable, with each glove emitting a current equivalent to that of 5 electric shock devices. Zhang directly endured an electric shock akin to the combined force of 10 such devices, so it was hardly surprising that he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, on Wei Song's side, he was engaged in a fierce struggle with 2 of his underlings, clearly gaining the upper hand. Although this young man had expended considerable energy moments earlier, his extensive experience in brawling rendered him far superior to the 2 inebriated opponents. After incapacitating Brother Zhang, Li Muqing swiftly intervened to assist. In a 2-on-2 scenario, within 30 seconds, the 2 underlings were dispatched by her electric gloves. "What on earth is this? It's incredibly powerful," Wei Song exclaimed in awe. Gazing at Li Muqing's gloves, "A friend of mine is quite passionate about modifying gadgets. These are his creations. Unfortunately, they are single-use. Once used, they're gone." Li Muqing fabricated a small lie, as the electric gloves were indeed rechargeable. However, such advanced technology would be considered too cutting-edge for the present era, and to avoid revealing her true capabilities, she opted for this explanation. "Oh, splendid. Next time, do ask him if he has more. I'd love to acquire a few pairs of those gloves, so I won't fear losing in future fights," Wei Song replied, dismissing the topic. With Brother Zhang and his underlings incapacitated, the remaining 2 girls huddled together, their faces etched with terror as they stared at Li Muqing and her companion. Ironically, the girl who had previously needed support was now also lying on the ground. At that moment, Li Muqing finally caught sight of the girl's face. This girl possessed an exquisite beauty, her features enhanced by delicate makeup, rivaling even the most glamorous television stars. Yet, her eyes were gently closed, indicating she had lost consciousness. It was then that Li Muqing realized something was amiss. Such a stunning girl, brought to this place in the dead of night. Something didn't add up. What happened to her? "Speak," Li Muqing demanded, feigning ferocity as she directed her gaze at the 2 girls. I'll talk. Just don't hit me." The girl, clearly frightened, divulged everything she knew. It turned out that the unconscious girl was a classmate of the other two girls, who had unwittingly caught the attention of a young master from the Feihong group. Consequently, he had employed some underhanded tactics to coerce the two girls into luring the unconscious girl out, and they had drugged her drink. Subsequently, Brother Zhang had brought her to this establishment to facilitate the young master's ulterior motives. What had initially seemed like a flawless plan was now disrupted by Li Muqing's intervention. What should we do? They are coming. Wei Song looked at Li Muqing with a face full of concern upon learning the full story. During their conversation, the patrons in the lobby had begun to make phone calls for reinforcements. If they did not leave soon, escape would likely be impossible. We must take this girl and go, Li Muqing decisively declared. Given that he was now aware of the situation, it would weigh heavily on his conscience to leave this girl behind. Furthermore, her beauty made it all the more imperative to ensure her safety, as remaining here could expose her to further harm. Since events had unfolded this way, he felt compelled to rescue her completely. With that, Li Muqing hoisted the girl up and placed her on Wei Song's back. Wei Song exclaimed, "Why must I carry her when it was your decision to save her?" When they arrive, I'll be the one blocking the way. Li Muqing's retort silenced Wei Song's protest. Then, he charged toward the exit with Wei Song in tow. However, before they dashed out, Li Muqing placed both hands on Brother Zhang, delivering another round of electric shocks. Even in his unconscious state, Zhang convulsed violently. Approximately 5 seconds later, Li Muqing noticed that Zhang's pants had become wet, prompting a satisfied smile before he released his grip and swiftly exited the premises. Chapter 15. After rescuing the beauty from the moment Li Muqing encountered Brother Zhang to the latter's unconsciousness, and Wei Song carrying the girl outside, the entire episode, though it may sound lengthy, lasted merely 2 or 3 minutes. The young woman at the front desk had shrunk behind the counter in terror, yet she dutifully called for security. As the two fled the establishment, Wei Song's car arrived. Driven by a designated chauffeur, that moment, Li Muqing spotted several figures approaching from a distance, likely the security personnel from the establishment. Realizing they could not linger, the two hurried to the vehicle. Li Muqing yanked the chauffeur out of the car, took the unconscious girl from Wei Song's back, and shoved Wei Song into the driver's seat. He then opened the side door at the back, cradling the unconscious girl as he climbed inside. "Let us go, drive. Woohoo! This is exhilarating." Perhaps spurred by the earlier altercation, Wei Song was still brimming with adrenaline, using both hands and feet to control the vehicle as it sped off, weaving through the chaos, leaving the irate shouts of the security personnel behind. Once they reached the main road, Wei Song chuckled, flooring the accelerator. Amidst the twists and turns, the vehicle vanished into the night, leaving only the glaring orange brake lights for those behind. The security personnel were thrown into disarray, with some advocating for pursuit while others insisted on tending to the unconscious girl. Amidst the clamor, Wei Song had already driven far enough that they could not catch up. "Ha ha ha, that was thrilling. I never expected that a night out would be so enjoyable, fighting and rescuing a beautiful girl. What a delightful experience," Wei Song exclaimed, reveling in the excitement. The car continued on, arriving near Wei Song's small establishment. Under Li Muqing's guidance, Wei Song parked outside a reasonably decent hotel. "Don't get any wrong ideas. We just want to ensure the girl is settled," they clarified, opting for a hotel since they were unaware of her identity. After checking into her room, they carried the girl upstairs. Initially, the front desk attendant hesitated upon seeing the girl in a dazed state. Reluctant to let them in, however, Wei Song, employing his silver tongue, managed to convince her that they were all friends, merely ensuring she could rest here, even persuading the front desk attendant to accompany them upstairs, effectively dissuading her from calling the authorities. Once in the room, the two young men gently placed the girl on the bed, allowing the front desk attendant to adjust her clothing before covering her with a blanket. Preparing to leave, before departing, Li Muqing contemplated for a moment and decided to leave a note at the head of the bed. "If you have time tonight, please take good care of her. She drank too much and may be at risk." Before they exited, Li Muqing also instructed the front desk attendant, handing her 200 yuan as a token of gratitude, more than the cost of the room. The attendant readily agreed, and only then did Li Muqing feel assured as they left. "Are you taken with that girl? You seem rather concerned," Wei Song jested after they exited the hotel. "We barely exchanged a few words. How could I possibly be smitten?" Li Muqing shrugged, candidly admitting, "Yet I must concede, she is indeed very beautiful. Creating a positive connection isn't easy. Besides, we already assisted her. so why not extend our help further? Moreover, I left my number. If all goes well, she should reach out to me tomorrow. Who knows, there might be more to this story. You sly one, always scheming, Wei Song chuckled as he drove back to the original location. Let us head back, but I advise you to pack up and lay low for a few days. Although tonight was exhilarating, you've angered the Fei Hong group, and you alone may not withstand the repercussions. Upon exiting the vehicle, Wei Song's expression grew serious as he addressed Li Muqing. Understood, Li Muqing acknowledged without argument, recognizing the validity of Wei Song's words. At this juncture, he was not yet equipped to confront the Fei Hong group alone. Moreover, his vulnerabilities were known to them. Aside from fleeing, there were no other viable options. Why not come stay at my place for a few days? They likely won't recognize me. Forget it. I have other places to go. Li Muqing shook his head, declining Wei Song's offer. You should also remain vigilant. Those from the Fei Hong group are capable of anything when cornered. Due to the bracelet's implications, Li Muqing might need to vanish for a while. Fearing that if the Fei Hong group could not locate him, they might retaliate against Wei Song. Rest assured, I still have some standing here. It won't escalate too far. Li Muqing, upon hearing this, nodded slightly, bid farewell to Wei Song, and rode his small electric scooter home. By the time he arrived, it was already around 3 or 4 in the morning. Spotting the wristband quietly lying at home, the remnants of worry in Li Muqing's heart were swiftly cast aside. However, at this moment, he felt no trace of fatigue. Rather, he was contemplating how he should navigate the next few days. Staying at home was no longer an option. By tomorrow at the latest, someone would undoubtedly come to confront him. It was possible they would even show up that very night. He decided to pack some essential belongings and find a hotel to stay in, as there were matters to attend to by dawn. With this thought in mind, Li Muqing hurriedly retrieved a suitcase, packed a few clothes and valuables, and set off into the night. Do not mistake his actions for cowardice. This was merely a recognition of the situation. When he returned from the wasteland world this time, he would no longer fear the Fei Hong group. After leaving home, Li Muqing found a decent hotel nearby, freshened up, and collapsed onto the bed, ready for sleep. Naturally, he did not forget to place the wristband on the charger to continue its power replenishment. Li Muqing enjoyed a refreshing slumber, waking only around noon, roused by a phone call. The caller was an unfamiliar number. And though he contemplated hanging up, a sudden thought stopped him, leading him to answer. Muqing. Upon answering, he was met with Zhang Ji's voice, filled with clenched teeth. Without hesitation, Li Muqing ended the call. It was not surprising that the Fei Hong group could locate his number. But he had no desire to engage in conversation with Zhang Gu. After all, it was impossible for them to find him now. Zhang Gu clearly wished to convey something to Li Muqing. After the call was terminated, he made several more attempts to reach him, but Li Muqing resolutely ignored them and blocked the number. Just as he intended to drift back into slumber, his phone rang again. This time with another unfamiliar number. Li Muqing hesitated for a few seconds before ultimately deciding to answer. On the other end of the line, a melodious female voice greeted him. Hello, is this Mr. Li? The voice was pleasant but tinged with a hint of timidity, not at all like that of a telemarketer. Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling? I am. The girl on the other end hesitated. Seemingly unsure of how to introduce herself. I know who you are. If you wish to learn about what transpired last night, I can certainly enlighten you. Li Muqing smiled slightly, recognizing the girl on the other end and understanding the purpose of her call. Thank you, Mr. Li. My name is Han Muir. You may simply call me Muir. When I awoke this morning in the hotel, I was terrified, but fortunately, I found the note you left by the bedside. This prompted me to inquire about what exactly happened last night. As I recall, in truth, Han Muir had awakened long before, first checking herself over and, upon finding no issues, sighed in relief. Afterward, she noticed the note left by Li Muqing, which contained his message and contact information. After much internal conflict throughout the morning, she finally mustered the courage to make the call by noon. Subsequently, Han Muir recounted the events from her memory of the previous night. It aligned perfectly with what her 2 classmates had mentioned. Han Muir had been called out by her classmates, ostensibly for a bit of fun, during which he had consumed some alcohol and was subsequently drugged, after which her memory became a blank slate. Li Muqing, not one to withhold information, disclosed everything he knew. Concluding with, Miss Muir, it would be prudent for you to maintain some distance from your classmates in the future. Otherwise, you may find yourself at a disadvantage once again. Moreover, exercise caution, as the individuals from Feihong Group are unscrupulous. While they may not dare to commit acts of violence in broad daylight, they will resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes, so do remain vigilant. Li Muqing offered a thorough warning, especially detailing the nefarious deeds of the Feihong Group, which nearly prompted Han Muir to consider transferring out of Songyang City. If you notice anything amiss, do not hesitate to call me. I harbor a grudge against the Feihong Group, and now that the facade has been shattered, I bear no burden in dealing with them. Understood. I will be cautious going forward. Thank you, Mr. Li. I am feeling unwell today. Once I recover, I will definitely treat you to a meal with that. Han Muir hung up the phone. Sighing, Li Muqing reflected on the plight of such a young girl, suffering at the hands of the Feihong Group, unaware of how many more misdeeds they might be engaging in behind closed doors. Once I gain strength, I shall uncover all their wrongdoings and utterly dismantle this societal scourge. Yet, he also felt grateful to them, as they had inadvertently fostered a favorable impression in Han Muir's mind. She was indeed far more beautiful than Liang Xiaowan, and it was no wonder that the young heir of the Feihong Group had taken an interest in her. He mused, what if she harbors feelings for me? Should I accept her affections, or should I not? Li Muqing found himself lost in whimsical fantasies, a common affliction among men when faced with enchanting women. After this call, the phone fell silent, yet Li Muqing's drowsiness dissipated entirely. He washed up and stepped outside, for he had important matters to attend to that day. After leaving, Li Muqing hailed a taxi, heading straight for a large industrial park on the outskirts of Songyang City. This area housed factories and numerous large warehouses available for rent. Li Muqing's purpose for visiting was to secure a small warehouse. With his home no longer a viable option, he required a space to store goods, especially since he had plans to collect canned goods that day. After perusing several warehouse rental companies, Li Muqing found a suitable warehouse and paid 6,000 yuan for a 3-month lease on a space of less than 200 square meters. It wasn't that Li Muqing lacked the desire for a larger warehouse. It was simply that he had depleted his funds. Having spent over 30,000 yuan the previous night, his entire fortune barely exceeded 30,000. While it appeared substantial, he still needed to pay for the canned goods, which left him in a tight spot. However, his financial woes would only last a few days. When he next ventured into the wasteland world, he would undoubtedly return with numerous valuable items. Are you awake? Come help me pick up the goods. After resolving the warehouse situation, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Li Muqing unhesitatingly called Wei Song, rousing him from his slumber. This fellow had returned late the previous night and likely had not prepared any ingredients for the day, probably meaning he would not open his shop. Thus, when Wei Song received the call, he quickly got out of bed, freshened up, and drove his wooling van to meet Li Muqing to head to the canned goods factory. Throughout the journey, Wei Song remained in high spirits, engaging in playful banter with Li Muqing until they finally arrived at their destination. The canned goods factory was situated in an industrial zone to the west of Songyang City, approximately 20 kilometers from the city center. By the time they reached the site, it was already past 4 o'clock. Upon arrival, Li Muqing noted that the factory was quite expansive, reportedly housing 10 production lines, making it a significant establishment. As they entered the factory grounds, a rich aroma wafted through the air, a blend of meat and fruit fragrances, indicating that canned goods were indeed being produced within. Wei Song's friend, the factory owner Meng Bo, was already waiting at the entrance. As soon as Wei Song stepped out of the car, the two exchanged pleasantries. Clearly old acquaintances. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward. Boss Meng escorted Li Muqing and Wei Song on a tour of the factory, after which they signed an order contract. Li Muqing made the payment and was ready to collect his goods. This batch of goods cost Li Muqing over 40,000 yuan, exceeding the cash he had on hand. Upon hearing the price, he nearly contemplated borrowing money from Wei Song. Fortunately, his friend Ma was willing to lend him the funds, allowing Li Muqing to promptly withdraw 50,000 yuan from an online marketplace to settle the payment. The goods were placed in a large warehouse, with Li Muqing's specially processed canned goods stored in unmarked cardboard boxes piled in a corner. Each box contained 24 cans, so while the boxes were not large, the total of 120 boxes still formed a considerable stack. Li Muqing approached and opened one of the boxes, inspecting its contents. Inside, he found only the plain can itself, devoid of any design or inscription aside from the label indicating the type of canned good contained within. Excellent, excellent. I will also need your assistance in arranging transportation to deliver these cans. I noticed your production lines earlier. The raw materials and processes are exceptional. I intend to place large orders with you in the future. Is that agreeable? Satisfied with the canned goods, Li Muqing nodded in approval and made his request. Of course, no problem at all. As a friend of Wei Song, you are also my friend, Mr. Li. Should you place large orders in the future, I can offer you a better price, and I'll handle the shipping as well. Just provide me with an address, and I guarantee delivery by the following day. The business that came knocking at his door was, of course, something Meng Bo was eager to embrace. Although Li Muqing's requests were somewhat peculiar, in fact, they streamlined several processes for him, significantly reducing costs. After discussing some details, Li Muqing provided Meng Bo with the address of the warehouse he had just rented, instructing him to arrange for the canned goods to be delivered. While he and Wei Song took their leave, Chapter 17. The third transmission. I inquired, how did you suddenly amass such wealth? You treated me extravagantly and purchased cans worth several tens of thousands. You must have found a lucrative venture, haven't you? On their way back, Wei Song could not suppress his curiosity. While playing the previous night, Wei Song hadn't given it much thought, but upon waking today, he felt increasingly uneasy. He was well aware of Li Muqing's financial situation, knowing he possessed no more than 10,000 yuan. Yet the expenditure over the past couple of days had far exceeded that amount. Indeed, I have stumbled upon a promising opportunity, although it is still in the experimental phase. Once it stabilizes, I assure you, there will be a share for you, Li Muqing replied with a smile. This was no jest. Li Muqing had thoroughly contemplated this matter. In the wasteland world, there existed an abundance of technologies and products that surpassed modern advancements, as long as he could identify the right ones and bring them back to his own world. A technological revolution was certain to ensue. At that juncture, it would be impossible for Li Muqing to operate alone, given that he had to navigate between two worlds. Hence, it was essential to find trustworthy individuals to join him in managing the enterprise. And Wei Song was undoubtedly his prime candidate. With your assurance, I can rest easy. If we strike it rich, don't forget your old friend, Wei Song jested as they returned to the city. The two first stopped at Wei Song's store, casually preparing a meal before Wei Song dropped Li Muqing off at the hotel entrance. Are you staying in a hotel for a while? Quite extravagant, Wei Song teased before Li Muqing exited the vehicle. Not really. I have to embark on a long trip tomorrow. The signal might be poor, so if you can't reach me, don't worry. I'll be back in a few days, Li Muqing preemptively informed Wei Song. Tomorrow, he would traverse to the wasteland world, and since time synchronized between the two realms, he would be unreachable during his stay there. Li Muqing feared that if Wei Song could not contact him, he might assume that the Fei Hong group had eliminated him and rush to report to the authorities, which would be quite troublesome. Understood. I'll keep an eye on your place. Remember to let me know when you return, Wei Song replied, waving as he vanished into the flow of traffic. The next day, Li Muqing woke naturally around 10 o'clock. After refreshing himself, he donned the outdoor adventure attire he had specifically procured and slung a large backpack filled with snacks over his shoulder, dragging his suitcase as he stepped out. Hailing a cab, Li Muqing arrived at the warehouse he had rented. The previous night, Meng Bo had already sent people to deliver the canned goods, totaling 120 boxes. Though this might seem substantial, it was merely the capacity of a single box truck. Upon seeing the towering stacks of cans once more, Li Muqing smiled faintly. This represented his capital for venturing into the wasteland world. Taking out his wristband, Li Muqing inquired, "Wristband, have you fully replenished your energy?" "Master, energy has been fully replenished, with a remaining capacity of 100, the wristband responded, prompting Li Muqing to nod appreciatively. After charging for several hours, it was no small feat to fill the wristband's energy reserves. By the way, aside from the items I carry, can I also transport other items to another world? This question was of utmost concern to Li Muqing, considering he had over 100 boxes of canned goods. If he could only transport a few boxes at a time, it would pose a significant challenge. Master, you may choose to bring along any items you physically touch, and they will be transported with you. For instance, these stacked boxes can be included if you wish. However, this will consume more energy, so please carry accordingly. Upon hearing this, Li Muqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he could transport them. He had feared that he would need to carry each box individually. Thus, he moved 6 types of canned goods, loading 10 boxes of each into a pile. This would be the inventory he took with him during this journey. It wouldn't do to bring too many, as it would be cumbersome on the other side, and he was uncertain of the selling price. Therefore, it was prudent to start with a smaller quantity. If only I had some sort of storage capability, moving items wouldn't be such a hassle, he lamented after arranging the cans. Master, I indeed possess a spatial storage function. However, your current permissions do not allow activation. The wristband interjected, surprisingly. Mooching once more at it had a spatial storage function. Suddenly, he recalled what the wristband had said upon his acquisition. In addition, I possess numerous functionalities awaiting your permission to unlock. So, many of these functions included storage space? Li Muqing eagerly asked, what must I do to unlock the storage space permissions? Master only needs to make 2 round trips for the permissions to reach the threshold. At that point, you merely need to find the rare metal I specify to absorb, and the permissions will be unlocked. 2 more round trips. That didn't seem too difficult. Thus, his next goal was to unlock the dimensional transmission wristband's new function. Once all preparations were complete, Li Muqing took a deep breath, placed his hand on the pile of cans, and initiated communication with the wristband to commence the transmission. Beep. Energy check complete. Energy sufficient. Initiating transmission program. Target: A657498 Stux Dimension. This transmission will consume 35 energy units. Transmission countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the wristband's voice faded, the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. In a whirl of motion, Li Muqing felt a fleeting disorientation, and by the time he regained his composure, he found himself in the dilapidated villa once more. Back again. Li Muqing exhaled, stretching his body and noticing that the 60 boxes of canned goods were neatly arranged before him. This time, he had consumed 35 energy units, though he was uncertain how the calculations worked. Fortunately, his energy was at full capacity. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for where to obtain energy for the next transmission. To avoid the possibility of being unable to return after arriving in this world, Li Muqing aimed to search for items in the wasteland world that could replenish energy. He had previously heard that soul crystals could restore energy to pit. Perhaps they would work in this context as well? With this thought in mind, Li Muqing resolved to conduct an experiment when time permitted. However, there was no need to rush. First, he would allow his employees to take him for a stroll around Anning Town. Putting energy concerns aside for the moment, Li Muqing descended the stairs of the villa and entered the kitchen. Sounds of hammering resonated from within, and he was curious about who was at work. Upon entering the kitchen, Li Muqing was momentarily taken aback. The place had transformed entirely since his departure. Previously, the kitchen had been in a state of disrepair, with only a table and a few chairs usable, while the nearby cupboards and stove had been virtually abandoned, with no appliances in sight. Now, however, the kitchen had clearly been cleaned, exuding a pristine ambience. Most of the broken items had been removed, replaced by 3 somewhat worn yet intact refrigerators. The most crucial aspect was that these refrigerators emitted a faint hum, clearly in operation. How had these items come to be here? Chapter 18. Dependable employees. As he surveyed the area, Li Muqing's gaze fell upon Qin Xia. As he snapped back to reality, he was once again astonished. What he witnessed made it clear why the kitchen had undergone such a remarkable transformation. In the kitchen, Qin Xia was diligently using tools to repair a refrigerator, which was partially disassembled, revealing its metallic components. However, it was not her task that left Li Muqing speechless, but rather her current appearance. Qin Xia still sported her signature ponytail, her thick hair slightly dry and yellowed, bouncing joyfully with her movements. She wore a somewhat tattered white tank top that clung to her athletic frame, accentuating her prominent curves. Beads of sweat adorned her arms, and her sun-kissed skin was taut and resilient, with perfectly defined muscle lines beneath. Below, she donned a pair of loose military green casual pants that perfectly complemented her figure. The sight before Li Muqing was profoundly impactful. In reality, he had never encountered a woman like her, beautiful yet robust. This might diverge from traditional aesthetics, yet it imbued Qin Xia with a unique allure. In that instant, Li Muqing felt as though his heart had been struck, etching this moment deeply into his memory. Ah, boss? You're back. Qin Xia noticed him and, upon speaking, jolted Li Muqing from his reverie. Yes, I'm back. A smile blossomed on her face as Li Muqing placed her backpack on the table, the crinkling of snack wrappers within producing a delightful sound. Have you finished the food I left for you? I've brought along a generous supply of delicious treats, including canned fruits. Come, indulge yourselves. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. She wiped the sweat from her brow, set down her tools, and lunged forward. Fruits, in my memory, They have been nearly extinct for quite some time. I never imagined I would see them again. Grasping a can of yellow peach, she gazed at the golden fruit within the transparent glass. Suddenly overwhelmed with an urge to cry, she held the can for a long moment, inhaled deeply, but then set it down, donning a sweet smile. Thank you, boss, however. I do not wish to enjoy such splendid treats alone. Let us call Nuan to join us. All right, where's Molly? Li Muqing nodded, feeling somewhat indifferent. For someone who had come from the real world, she could hardly fathom the yearning for fruits in a wasteland. She is studying. I've set up an immersive virtual learning machine, and she has been engrossed in it for the past couple of days. I'll go fetch her. With that, Qin Xia dashed upstairs. Studying for the past couple of days? Li Muqing was taken aback, recalling that she had previously mentioned encouraging Molly to learn technical skills. It seemed she had taken it to heart, which made Li Muqing feel justified in having taken her on as an employee. Not long after Qin Xia left, both women descended the stairs together. Molly's eyes sparkled with life upon seeing Li Muqing. She hurried over, her demeanor almost like a child eager to show off. Boss, Nuan has learned so much in the past few days. She can now handle programming for large-scale projects. Just tell me what kind of program you need, and I'll try it out immediately. The girl's youthful enthusiasm was evident, her desire to prove her worth palpable. Yet, Li Muqing remained unhurried, gently ruffling her hair. Indeed, Nuan has worked hard, but let us not discuss that just yet. First, enjoy some food, and then we can properly plan our next steps. Yes. Nuan hasn't eaten fruits in ages, Molly exclaimed, taking Qin Xia's hand and eagerly opening the can of fruit, beginning to feast. As they savored the canned fruit, they recounted their recent endeavors to Li Muqing. Molly's story was straightforward. On the day after Li Muqing's departure, Qin Xia had gone out to retrieve a virtual learning machine. For the next 2 days, other than mealtimes, Molly was absorbed in her studies. In just 2 days, she had covered decades' worth of coursework. Her programming skills had reached an extraordinary level, capable of surpassing any programmer in the real world. Additionally, she had taken the initiative to learn about new technologies and products developed in the 50 years before the war, all of which could be useful to Li Muqing. Meanwhile, Qin Xia had followed Li Muqing's instructions and sourced many solar panels from the surrounding area, reconfiguring and repurposing numerous discarded appliances. After much effort, she had successfully established a small power supply system, even managing to get 3 refrigerators operational. One must not underestimate the effort she put in. She had faced numerous dangers, including dispatching zombies and mutated beasts. It must be said, Qin Xia's recovery abilities were remarkable. Though Li Muqing had advised her to rest, she had been tirelessly working. Most impressively, her injuries appeared to have healed. It was quite exasperating. Is human enhancement truly that formidable? You have all worked so hard. Now, let us fill our bellies first. As Qin Xia shared her tales, Li Muqing's gaze softened considerably. It is rare to find individuals willing to exert themselves tirelessly and face dangers for the sake of another. Watching the 2 women eat with such enthusiasm filled him with warmth. Yet their manner of eating also brought him amusement. Qin Xia, though seemingly carefree, was meticulous, savoring each bite of the canned fruit, taking 5 or 6 small bites to finish a slice of peach. In contrast, Molly could hardly contain her excitement. She seized a piece of fruit and unceremoniously stuffed it into her mouth, exclaiming that she had never tasted anything so delectable in her life. Before long, the 2 had consumed half of the can, instinctively pausing in unison, leaving the remaining fruit untouched. What's wrong? Continue eating. Surely you can finish this little can? Li Muqing inquired, puzzled. Based on their previous appetites, a small can of yellow peaches should have been devoured entirely. Why had they stopped halfway? It feels wasteful to consume something so exquisite. We could exchange it for soul crystals, at least 50 for this. Qin Xia lamented, gazing mournfully at the half-eaten can. Before encountering Li Muqing, they had endured hardship, often subsisting on tasteless yet filling nutrition bars, with the occasional bite of less contaminated mutated beast meat. Now, even a few mouthfuls of such delicious canned fruit left her feeling satisfied. Reluctant to enjoy. You underestimate your boss. Wait a moment. I have plenty more cans in stock, with various flavors. Eat as much as you like. There's enough for all? Hearing Qin Xia's words, Li Muqing felt a pang of compassion for his 2 employees. Perhaps Qin Xia's prior living conditions were reflective of the majority in the wasteland. But now that they were with Li Muqing, he would ensure they were never deprived. Chapter 19. Preparations before departure. So many cans. Upon seeing Li Muqing ascend the stairs and return with the table brimming with cans, Molly gasped, her eyes sparkling like stars. Feast away. A full belly will give you the strength to work for me. The two women exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and dove back into the half-eaten can of yellow peaches. Li Muqing even thoughtfully opened a can of beef for each of them. This time, the two devoured their meals with fervor, finishing every last drop of syrup from the peach can, leaving the 4 empty cans spotless. As if washed, there was no need to question their capacity. They were enhanced humans, boasting superior physical attributes compared to ordinary individuals. Once they had satisfied their appetites, the conversation shifted back to the broader topic. These cans of mine should be worth quite a few soul crystals, right? What about precious items like gold and diamonds? Is there any in the Anning town you mentioned? Soul crystals were not Li Muqing's primary concern. As long as they had enough to establish a foothold in the wasteland, that sufficed. Any surplus might even replenish the energy of their wristbands. However, the latter part of his inquiry, about gold and diamonds, which could be swiftly liquidated in the real world, was indeed what Li Muqing needed to focus on. Speaking of which, I took one of the cans the boss brought and tested the market. To my surprise, a single can sold for 30 soul crystals, and that was at the black market's purchase price. If we find a reliable buyer, the price will likely be even higher, Qin Xie reported to Li Muqing. Wait, you used the can from last time to exchange for soul crystals? What about the information on it? Li Muqing suddenly recalled that the can he had brought was merely something he had grabbed from home. While he had scratched off the production date and other details, there were still aspects that differed from this world's products. Would selling them directly lead to any issues? Boss, don't worry. IVE removed all the external packaging and text. Qin Xie replied with a slight smile, displaying her common sense. Though she appreciated her boss's trust in confiding secrets to her, Qin Xie would not divulge this matter to anyone. After all, it could potentially incite conflict between the two worlds. That's reassuring. This time, I deliberately brought unmarked cans that we can sell directly to Li Muqing exhaled in relief, signaling for Qin Xie to continue. There's no need to worry about trading soul crystals. The boss's cans are in high demand. I've heard the officials in Anning town have a particular fondness for them, as for gold and diamonds. They are no longer in circulation here, but some individuals still cling to pre-war habits and collect them. We just need to search and use soul crystals for the exchange. Qin Xie had never cared for gold in her 20 years of life. It doesn't serve any purpose, nor can it be consumed, so it's fallen out of favor. Finding them would be beneficial. When shall we depart? Li Muqing inquired, feeling impatient. Are you not going to eat? If not, we can set off now. Qin Xie stood up, glancing at the weather outside. I won't eat. Let us get going, Li Muqing replied enthusiastically. He was quite intrigued by Anning town. CS sister boss, what about me? Just as the two were preparing to embark on their journey, a somewhat mournful voice emerged from beside them. It was Molly, who had been overlooked in their engrossed conversation. You claim your programming skills are quite advanced? And you are well versed in all technological products from the 50 years preceding the war? Li Muqing's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. Gold and jewels might serve as a temporary solution, but they could hardly be relied upon as a sustainable means of profit. In truth, what Li Muqing could depend on most was leveraging the advanced technology and products from the wasteland world to reap benefits. At this moment, an excellent notion struck him. Molly, could you possibly develop a program along these lines? Just that? No problem, boss. Give me 3 days, and I shall create a program that will surely satisfy you. After sharing his thoughts with Molly, he received her affirmative response. Li Muqing nodded with a smile and continued. If you finish the program ahead of schedule, I would appreciate your assistance in finding a popular product from that time. Something practical. Though it need not be overly sophisticated, I have high hopes for you. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Molly's hair, instructing her to remain at home to work while he and Qin Xie set off. Anning town was situated approximately 10 kilometers away in a straight line from their current base, and a little over 12 kilometers along the roads. If Qin Xie were to travel alone, she would require only half an hour to reach it. However, with Li Muqing accompanying her, the journey would take 2 hours or even longer. Thus, prior to their departure, the two made thorough preparations. Qin Xie donned a denim jacket and secured a multifunctional belt around her waist to store firearms and ammunition. She also shouldered a large backpack filled entirely with cans of meat, dozens of them, resulting in a total weight of nearly 100 pounds when combined with her weaponry. This burden posed little challenge to the enhanced Qin Xie. As she remained agile, even under the weight, Li Muqing, on the other hand, made minimal adjustments, merely retrieving the Hulang B4 from his backpack, as Qin Xia had mentioned the likelihood of encountering danger on the road, making it prudent to keep it at hand. His backpack contained an equal distribution of meat and fruit cans, a decision advised by Qin Xia. According to her, while meat cans were essential and could fetch a higher price, it was unwise to engage in price gouging. In contrast, fruit cans were much rarer in the wasteland and could be marketed as luxury items. If affluent individuals were pleased, they might even fetch a fortune at auction. Therefore, the circulation of fruit cans should not be excessive. Moderation was key. Qin Xia's insights prompted Li Muqing to regard her with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that this formidable young woman possessed such a keen business acumen, and he felt fortunate to have found her. Once all preparations were complete, the clock struck noon. After offering a few final instructions to the station Molly, Qin Xia set out with Li Muqing. Chapter 20. Encounter with zombies. No sooner had they exited the villa area than Li Muqing once again beheld the grand tree where he had first met Qin Xia. The weather was splendid today, bright and clear, allowing him to fully appreciate the tree's imposing stature. This tree had long since perished, its towering branches devoid of foliage, and its trunk bore numerous scars from axes, fire, and perhaps the claws of some unknown creature, evoking a sense of unease. Gazing further afield, the surroundings were populated by withered saplings and desiccated grasses, painting a grim tableau that encapsulated the desolation of the post-nuclear wasteland. I clear this area of about 500 meters daily, and monsters seldom appear. However, venturing beyond this perimeter is a different story. One must exercise caution, Qin Xia cautioned, observing the thrill etched on Li Muqing's face. She recognized that, as someone from another world who had yet to experience its perils, he remained oblivious to the lurking horrors. Understood. I shall be vigilant, Li Muqing replied, taking heed of her warning, tightening his grip on the firearm and remaining alert. Although he had yet to truly feel the danger, he had consumed enough novels and films to know that seemingly tranquil places could harbor hidden threats. Nevertheless, it was his first genuine venture beyond the base, and his curiosity was piqued. After traversing approximately a kilometer, the desolation persisted, with not a single living creature in sight, save for the occasional dilapidated structures that bore witness to humanity's former dominion. Could you enlighten me about Anning Town? It would be prudent to familiarize myself in advance, Li Muqing suggested, seeking to break the silence that had enveloped them. Qin Xia, having remained silent thus far, pondered for a moment before articulating her knowledge. Anning Town is one of the largest settlements surrounding the old Songyang city, situated on the outskirts. Prior to the war, it was a small town with numerous factories in the vicinity, thus it enjoyed considerable prosperity. After the war, the town's infrastructure remained largely intact, and many recoverable production lines were found in the nearby factories, which attracted a population that gradually contributed to its growth. The most distinguishing feature of Anning Town is its orderliness. It is one of the few places in the wasteland where reason and law still hold sway. Although the existing laws differ significantly from those of peacetime, they are still preferable to the barbarism found outside. Private disputes and criminal activities are prohibited, and all who abide by the rules are welcome to reside and trade within the town. Consequently, it has evolved into the largest trading market in the vicinity of Old Songyang City, without exception. This is one reason why I frequently visit Anning Town. The safety it offers makes it worthwhile for me to conduct business there. Anning Town boasts a formidable armed force, deterring most from causing trouble, which is a significant factor in its enduring stability. The town's highest decision-making body is a council of 7, comprised of the most powerful and wealthy individuals within Anning Town. Therefore, I suggest that if you wish to expand your business, you should seek to connect with one of these 7. After finishing her explanation, Qin Xia offered Li Muqing additional advice. That is a sound suggestion, but given their elevated status, it would be unwise for me to approach them without having established myself first. We must strategize carefully. By the way, do you have any insights into these 7 individuals? Li Muqing stroked his chin, acknowledging the validity of Qin Xia's points. He had no intention of limiting himself to mere canning trades. He envisioned a broader development in the future, necessitating a suitable partner. As for their backgrounds, I am not well informed. Typically, I only visit Anning Town to procure daily necessities. I have not delved into the affairs of those influential figures, Qin Xia admitted, somewhat taken aback. That is of no consequence. Once we arrive, We shall refrain from hasty actions. You can investigate further, Li Muqing replied, his tone confident. Leave it to me, she assured him as they conversed and walked. Time swiftly passed, and they covered half the distance. Though the journey had been somewhat tedious, they had yet to encounter any danger. After walking for so long, not a single moving creature in sight. Could it truly be this desolate? Li Muqing mused aloud. The outside world is perilous. Aside from traveling, ordinary people seldom linger in the wilderness. The absence of movement is a sign of safety. Otherwise, one could never predict what one might encounter. Wait, there's movement ahead. Conceal yourself. Qin Xia, who had just been explaining things to Li Muqing, abruptly shifted her tone, exclaiming an expletive as she swiftly pulled him behind a relatively large dead tree at the roadside. What is it? I see nothing, Li Muqing exclaimed, glancing ahead in confusion, yet perceiving no signs of life. Shu, remain silent. Your eyesight isn't as keen as mine, so it's normal you didn't notice. Approximately a kilometer ahead, something is approaching us, though I cannot discern what it is. We must proceed cautiously. Got it. Did I inadvertently summon something just by speaking? Li Muqing quipped, his tension easing slightly under Qin Xia's calm demeanor. The two remained hidden for about 5 minutes when Qin Xia's expression brightened. All clear. It's merely a few low-level zombies, 5 in total. We can handle them. Zombies, 5 of them. In contrast to Qin Xia's composure, Li Muqing's face paled. Although he had yet to see the zombies, his imagination conjured their terrifying forms. Boss, it's all right. 5 ordinary zombies are nothing to worry about. I can dispatch them in mere minutes. Qin Xia expressed understanding towards Li Muqing's current state, acknowledging that he had come from another world and still harbored some fear of zombies. In contrast, she had grown accustomed to the gruesome reality, having dispatched not fewer than 800 zombies herself, including those with exceptional abilities. Thus, for Qin Xia, dealing with 5 ordinary zombies was merely a warm-up exercise. With this thought in mind, she rose, abandoning her concealment, and decided to confront the zombies herself. Wait, leave one for me. I wish to test my combat skills. Unexpectedly, just as Qin Xia took a step forward, Li Muqing grasped her arm to halt her. He insisted on accompanying her rather than letting her face the threat alone. Very well, I will deal with the other 4 first and leave one for you. You have a gun, so close combat is unnecessary. Eliminating ordinary zombies should not be a challenge. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xia acquiesced. Chapter 21. The first kill. Having arrived in this world, there were certain realities that had to be confronted. Li Muqing's display of courage at this moment earned him Qin Xia's newfound respect. It seemed he possessed more than just kindness. He also had commendable bravery. The pair resumed their journey, waiting approximately 2 more minutes until several figures finally materialized ahead. At this point, even Li Muqing could clearly discern the appearance of the zombies. They resembled those encountered previously. Their skin pallid, their clothing reduced to tattered rags, bodies marred with wounds and dark, congealed blood, presenting a sight both grotesque and terrifying. Boss, wait here for a moment. I will return shortly. After giving her admonition, Qin Xia took a deep breath, unsheathed a half-meter-long combat knife from her waist. And, with a swift motion, she darted forward. In just a few leaps, she had covered a distance of 100 meters. Li Muqing gasped at the sight of Qin Xia's agile form. Despite having learned from the previous pit data that her physical capabilities far exceeded his own by 5-fold, witnessing her explosive prowess firsthand left him in awe. Such inhuman speed was indeed astonishing. At this moment, Qin Xia remained oblivious to Li Muqing's thoughts, her focus solely on the advancing zombies. They were still approximately 500 meters away when the zombies finally reacted to her approach. But it was evident that they were too late to in the remaining distance. Qin Xia accelerated even further, her body appearing to leave behind afterimages in Li Muqing's eyes. He could barely perceive her movements before she had already reached the zombies. With a swift motion, her knife struck down, black blood erupting as the first zombie was cleanly severed at the neck, its head spinning away. Quick, precise, and ruthless, Qin Xia's combat skills were undeniably impressive. Without pausing, she found another advantageous angle and dispatched a second zombie with another swift stroke. By this time, the remaining 3 zombies finally grasped the situation, raising their claws and roaring as they lunged at her. However, their efforts were futile. Their speed, only slightly faster than that of a normal human, appeared agonizingly slow to Qin Xie. With a graceful twist of her body, she easily evaded the zombies' attacks, positioning herself behind them. In one fluid motion, she delivered 2 more strikes, sending 2 additional zombies crashing to the ground. Completing her task, she launched a kick that toppled the last remaining zombie, then strolled leisurely back towards Li Muqing. The fallen zombies, enraged, managed to rise after a brief struggle and pursued Qin Xie, but their speed was akin to that of an average human. Neither fast nor particularly slow. Boss, draw your weapon and prepare to fire. Once within effective range, take them down. Seeing the zombie closing in, Qin Xie quickened her pace and reached Li Muqing's side in a matter of moments. Ready to guide him, Li Muqing had already drawn the Hulang before and held it firmly, disengaging the safety. Though he had possessed the firearm for a few days, he had only fired it once during a test. His knowledge of its specifications came solely from Qin Xie's descriptions. The effective range of this gun extended from 50 to 100 meters. Beyond that, its laser would lose potency due to its inherent characteristics. With a decisive press of the trigger, a blue beam shot forth, dissipating into the air after traveling a short distance. At this point, the zombies had not yet covered half the distance, yet Li Muqing had already fired the. It's not that my hand shook. I merely wanted to experience the sensation of firing, he quickly explained upon noticing Qin Xie's peculiar expression. As she had previously mentioned, the laser gun produced minimal noise and recoil, allowing even a novice to handle it with relative ease. Unlike conventional kinetic weapons where one could never predict where the bullets would land. Now I feel more confident. I just need to wait for your CU, Li Muqing silently encouraged himself, his focus sharpening as he fixed his gaze on the approaching zombies. His palms beginning to sweat. They drew closer, finally entering a range of 100 meters, at which point Qin Xie decisively commanded, "Fire!" With a rapid succession of shots, Li Muqing instinctively unleashed a 3-round burst. To his astonishment, 2 of the beams struck the zombies squarely in the chest, while 1 veered off course. The zombies, now bearing 2 gaping wounds, continued to charge forward as if unaffected, at their current speed. They would cover the remaining distance of 100 meters in about 10 seconds. Steady now. Aim for its head. As the zombies drew nearer, Qin Xie remained unfazed, her calm demeanor inadvertently calming Li Muqing as well. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his grip on the gun, focusing intently on the decayed head of the zombie as it closed in to within 50 meters. With both hands firmly on the weapon, he pulled the trigger. With a sharp crack, the beam struck true, piercing the zombie's skull and obliterating the already compromised brain within. The now uncontrollable creature tumbled to the ground, rolling to a halt less than 10 meters away from Li Muqing. How was that? Exciting, right? Haha, I was only 6 years old when I first killed a zombie. You need to practice more, boss. Don't let me underestimate you. I'm strong too. Qin Xie teased with a mischievous grin, ignoring the fallen zombie as she sheathed her combat knife and continued on her path. Having personally slain a zombie for the first time, Li Muqing felt a surge of exhilaration. The previous chaos and fear dissipated alongside the demise of the creature. Particularly after hearing Qin Xie's words, his competitive spirit ignited. He quickly secured his weapon and jogged to catch up with her. On our way to Anning Town, let us also stock up on weapons and ammunition. Once we return to the base, I must practice my marksmanship. I can't allow you to look down on me. I am strong as well. Yes, I understand. You are the strongest, the best. For now, let us focus on our journey. After a brief interlude, Li Muqing found himself walking with a newfound lightness, invigorated by a fresh goal. His yearning for Anning Town deepened, yet the latter half of the journey proved less effortless compared to the earlier segment. Chapter 22. Welcome to Anning Town. Perhaps it was the proximity to a populated area that intensified the presence of various monsters along the road. They encountered 3 waves of zombies in succession, each comprising 2 or 3 of the grotesque creatures, which were nonetheless quite unsettling. However, each wave was met with Qin Xie's thoughtful decision to leave one for Li Muqing to practice his skills on. Gradually, Li Muqing's proficiency in dispatching zombies improved. He no longer exhibited the same degree of panic as during his first encounter. While zombies posed a minor challenge for Qin Xie, the true peril emerged when they encountered a mutated beast midway through their journey. This creature was adept at hiding, and as Qin Xie forged ahead, it suddenly leapt from the roadside foliage with astonishing speed, resembling a fleeting shadow as it lunged at her. Fortunately, though caught off guard, Qin Xie's extensive combat experience allowed her to instinctively raise her arm in defense, eye in an instant, her arm was clawed by the creature, which bore a striking resemblance to a house cat but was significantly larger. With fearsome fangs, the injury was merely superficial, but as the mutated beast prepared to attack once more, Qin Xia unleashed a flurry of strikes, swiftly subduing it. Within moments, her blade pierced its neck, ensuring its demise. Li Muqing's heart skipped a beat at the sight of Qin Xia's injury. Once the battle concluded, he rushed to assess her condition, only to find that the bleeding had ceased, leaving behind 3 shallow gashes. Noticing his anxious demeanor, Qin Xia dismissed her wound with nonchalance. She merely cleaned the cuts with water and bound them with a tattered strip of cloth, assuring him that such injuries would heal within a day. Leaving no scar behind. As for any potential viruses the mutated beast might carry, she remained unconcerned, having received enhanced serums and vaccines, rendering the risk of infection negligible. This display of resilience elevated Li Muqing's impression of Qin Xia's capabilities. Yet it also deepened his concern for her well-being. She mentioned that she had endured similar injuries countless times before, simply gritting her teeth and persevering, deeming them inconsequential. After tending to her wound, Qin Xia did not pause for rest. She promptly retrieved the creature's carcass and urged Li Muqing onward. Is the mutated beast's body of any use? Li Muqing inquired, intrigued. Unlike the previous zombie corpses, which Qin Xia had disregarded, she seemed intent on salvaging this one. Of course, it's meat, she replied matter-of-factly. Mutated beasts are scarce around here, having been hunted to near extinction. We could exchange it for a few soul crystals in Anning Town. Qin Xia nodded, revealing that had it not been for the canned provisions provided by Li Muqing, she might have considered the creature's meat for dinner. That very night it became clear why mutated beasts were so rare. They were often regarded as sustenance. As for the zombies' remains, they could simply be left to nature's course. They will be dealt with by the local fauna come nightfall, but let's not dwell on that. I'll explain more when we encounter it again. Qin Xia's terse response hinted at a subject she preferred to avoid. Respecting her silence, Li Muqing refrained from further inquiries, allowing his questions to linger unvoiced in his mind. Following the brief encounter with the mutated beast, their path remained uninterrupted. After traveling a considerable distance, Li Muqing began to see signs of human presence, indicating they had reached the outskirts of Anning Town, where individuals from various directions congregated to trade. However, Li Muqing observed a diverse array among the crowd, some strong, others frail, some disheveled, and others heavily armed. Regardless of their appearance, there was an instinctual wariness among them. They all kept their distance from one another, eyes brimming with suspicion, ready to act at the slightest provocation. Such was the nature of the people in this world. Trust was a luxury reserved for those within Anning Town's walls, and danger lurked at every turn. Qin Xia drew her weapon, exuding an air of formidable presence as she conveyed this sentiment to Li Muqing. No wonder they had been so vigilant upon their initial meeting. The harsh realities of their environment bred such caution. After 2 hours of travel, Li Muqing and Qin Xia finally arrived at the entrance of Anning Town, marked by a large iron sign bearing the town's name. However, what captured Li Muqing's attention was not the sign itself, but the ghastly sight beneath it. Human corpses gruesomely affixed to wooden stakes. Upon witnessing the morbid scene, Li Muqing turned pale, the stench of decay wafting through the air nearly inducing his stomach to heave. These were the fates of those who had violated the town's rules. Some executed on the spot, others nailed to wood to suffer a slow death, and some thrown into the arena. Torn to shreds by mutated beasts, it served as a grim warning to all who entered Anning Town. Adhere to the rules or meet a similar fate. In stark contrast to Li Muqing's distress, Qin Xia remained composed. Once he regained his composure, she slowly recounted the grim history of the corpses. Let us move forward. The town is far less chaotic. Not far from the iron gate stood a checkpoint. A structure of metal and wood, with a narrow passageway for 2 to enter side by side. Beside the gate stood a group of men clad in standardized attire, brandishing uniform weapons, clearly the armed forces of Anning Town. As they followed the throng of people into the town, the process proved smooth. No one seemed inclined to stir up trouble, and the queue advanced in an orderly fashion until it was finally their turn. Residents of the town, please present your residency permits. If not, the entry fee is 1 soul crystal per person, said the guard, casting a glance at Qin Xia. Without a word, she retrieved 2 small blue stones, no larger than a fingernail, from her belt and handed them over. These were soul crystals, the de facto currency in the wasteland, a form of currency that was widely accepted. Proceed, the guard stated, glancing briefly at the crystals before nodding and gesturing for them to enter. As they stepped through the iron gate, Li Muqing was met with a scene that utterly transformed his perception. This place bore no resemblance to a desolate, apocalyptic world. Instead, it resembled a vibrant cyberpunk realm reminiscent of those seen on television. A broad thoroughfare stretched ahead, flanked by buildings imbued with a metallic aesthetic. Some structures were even adorned with container-like spaces, stacked high to create towering edifices. Thick, weathered metal pipes connected the levels, creating a haphazard yet lively atmosphere above the streets. Moreover, Li Muqing observed numerous small, unmanned aerial vehicles darting through the air, transporting various packages, evidently utilized for logistics. In this chaotic yet bustling locale, an eclectic mix of individuals traversed in and out of the buildings, contributing to the vibrant atmosphere of Anning Town. Welcome to Anningtown.it is here that one truly enters the wasteland world, Qin Xie remarked with a smile, noticing Li Muqing's astonishment at the sights before him. Chapter 23. Outer District and Inner District. After a prolonged moment of shock, Li Muqing finally regained his senses. A sense of awe washed over him as he contemplated the resilience of humanity. Despite enduring the brutality of nuclear war, they had not only survived but thrived, adapting to their environment. The scene before him was a testament to that tenacity. Let us go, my friend. Time is of the essence. Let us find a place to rest before we formulate our next plan, Qin Xie urged, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before leading the way. Li Muqing hurried to keep pace, his eyes darting around in wonder. Everything he beheld was a revelation, akin to stepping into a cinematic universe, and he felt a thrill coursing through him. Perhaps he was among the few fortunate enough to witness such a reality firsthand. Excuse me, fair lady, are you selling your mutated swift cat? I can offer you 5 soul crystals, an absolutely fair price. While Li Muqing was lost in thought, a voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. It turned out to be a short-statured man, whose appearance suggested he was a shifty trader, blocking their path and addressing Qin Xie with an ingratiating smile. They were merely about 50 meters from the city gate. Yet the crowd had suddenly surged, and various vendors had begun to bustle about. This man was clearly a middleman. 5 soul crystals? This mutated swift cat possesses considerable strength. If I were to take it to the market, I could easily exchange it for 10 soul crystals. If you lack sincerity, please clear the way, Qin Xie replied, her expression unchanging and her tone resolute. She was no novice. She was well aware of the market prices for common mutated beasts. Upon hearing Qin Xie's words, the trader recognized he was dealing with an expert and quickly continued, 8 soul crystals. You still have to traverse quite a distance to the market, and carrying a corpse will tire you out. 10, no bargaining. This swift cat is on the verge of breaking through to level 2. Qin Xie maintained her indifferent demeanor, showing no signs of hesitation, and as she spoke, she continued walking, indicating she had no intention of stopping. 10. The trader's expression shifted as he glanced at the mutated beast on Qin Xie's shoulder. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. 10 it is. We will exchange cash for goods. Seeing the trader relent, Qin Xie promptly tossed the corpse of the mutated swift cat over to him, received the 10 soul crystals, and nodded in satisfaction as she pulled Li Muqing into the throng of people. This back-and-forth negotiation revealed another side of Qin Xie to Li Muqing. He had not anticipated her negotiating skills to be so formidable. It seemed she had practiced extensively in the past. Hee boss, am I impressive? It's all for survival, you see. You have no idea how tough it is for a lone wolf like me. After finally taking down a mutated beast, I was eager to sell it for a few more soul crystals. And over time, I honed my skills. Before Li Muqing could speak, Qin Xie began to chatter away, though her words betrayed an undeniable hint of sorrow. Indeed, if it weren't for past hardships, who could be born with such skills? It seems I have struck gold. The price of my canned goods will be determined by your bargaining prowess. Sell for a higher price, and I assure you, you shall not be shortchanged. Li Muqing patted his chest in assurance. As they conversed, they navigated through the streets of Anning Town. After about 10 minutes of walking amidst the bustling crowd, Li Muqing suddenly felt as if the scenery had transformed, as if he had stepped into another realm. A towering 2-meter-high wall appeared before them. Peering over it, he saw neatly arranged streets devoid of makeshift iron shanties, resembling a return to modern civilization. Ahead lay the official administrative and residential areas of Anning Town, collectively referred to as the Inner District, a stark contrast to the Outer District beyond the wall that, of course, ordinary individuals could also enter, but they would need to pay a small toll of soul crystals. We will find a place to stay inside, then head to the trading point established by Anning Town's officials for transactions. Only there can we hope to attract truly influential figures, Qin Xie explained to Li Muqing. She had already devised several strategies along the way, and the next step was to discuss the details of their dealings with him before setting their plans into motion. Tio entered the Inner District behind the wall. Non-residents of Anning Town must pay 5 soul crystals for a pass, which is valid for 1 month, allowing unlimited access to both areas. Upon entering the administrative area, Li Muqing distinctly sensed a tranquility enveloping the surroundings. Although there were still many people, they were dressed decently and did not raise their voices, creating an atmosphere of orderliness. Observing this, Li Muqing understood that the Inner District and Outer District essentially represented the disparity between an ordinary urban area and a slum. Indeed, regardless of the era, the divide between the affluent and the impoverished was invariably pronounced, with no exceptions. Winding through the pristine alleys for several more minutes, Qin Xie finally led Li Muqing to a small inn named Changrong. The lodging fees ranged from 2 to 10 soul crystals per room, and Qin Xie only requested a double room for 3 soul crystals per night. As she put it, sharing a room would make it easier for her to protect Li Muqing, especially since they were in unfamiliar territory, and he was still a novice. It would be unwise to take risks. Li Muqing certainly had no objections to this arrangement, as long as Qin Xie was amenable. What did it matter to him, a grown man? After a tiring afternoon, they finally had a place to rest, and Li Muqing felt utterly exhausted. He collapsed onto the bed and, in an unfortunate turn of events, fell asleep. When he eventually awoke, the sky outside had darkened. I actually fell asleep. What time is it? How long did I sleep? Upon waking, Li Muqing's first sight was of Qin Xie, who was lost in thought on the other bed. Causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed, "It's a little past 6. You've slept for 2 hours. Perfect timing. We can go get something to eat and then attend to business," Qin Xie said with a slight smile, showing no signs of reproach, as there was still ample time for her to rest as well. "All right, let us do as you say." After a quick wash, the two ventured outside again, this time not taking all their belongings. Qin Xie simply carried a small bag containing several assorted canned goods in the wasteland world. At around 6 o'clock, the night had begun to quietly descend, yet Anning Town was aglow with lights. Although it was not as resplendent as before the war, it was sufficient to illuminate the night sky, providing ample space for activities. In a small restaurant, they casually ordered a few dishes, spending 1 soul crystal for a dinner that revealed to Li Muqing the dietary standards of ordinary people in the wasteland. A meal consisting of a paste made from unknown ingredients, a few pieces of tough, dark meat, and 2 wilted vegetables constituted a meal that was a rare treat for most. Anning Town enforced a curfew starting at midnight. But prior to that, individuals could roam freely, and in some shadowy corners, there were even all-night entertainment activities, though he could be assured that the content would not pique his interest. After their meal, noticing Li Muqing's curiosity about the bustling streets after dark, Qin Xie took the opportunity to enlighten him. Wherever there are people, there will be intrigue. As long as a crowd gathers, all sorts of matters will arise. Especially entertainment. Chapter 24. A steep price tag. This is it. Leaving the restaurant, Qin Xie led Li Muqing down the street until they arrived at a 3-story building, pointing to the prominently displayed sign that read Anning Town Xinhua Trading Company. This trading company is one of the many official trading establishments in Anning Town. Each official trading company is backed by a prominent figure, specifically a member of the 7-man council. Only they possess the authority and capability to establish official trading companies in such a commercial hub as Anning Town. Conducting transactions at an official trading company alleviates concerns about being cheated, offering absolute security and credibility. However, prices are generally lower than those found in the spontaneously formed markets outside, so individuals must choose wisely where to sell their goods. Upon entering the trading company, they found a reception hall not far from the entrance. Since it was already evening, there were not many visitors, and the young woman at the front desk, who was quite attractive, didn't even lift her head upon their arrival, remaining engrossed in her idleness. "Hello, I have items to sell. Please summon your manager," Qin Xie stated directly, requesting the manager's presence right away. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered, putting on a professional smile. What kind of items do you wish to sell? Let me introduce you to a trading officer. Typically, the manager doesn't handle small transactions personally. The items I wish to sell cannot be managed by a regular trading officer. Take a look. This should be enough to summon your manager, Xia replied, retrieving a box of canned goods from her bag and placing it on the front desk before opening it with a snap. Inside was a beef can. As soon as it was opened, a rich aroma wafted through the air. The can was glistening with oil, a clear layer floating atop, beneath which lay an abundance of stacked beef chunks. Upon witnessing the contents of the can, the young woman was left utterly astounded. She had never encountered such a fresh can in her life, and the scent emanating from it was so pure, devoid of any fishy odor. When Li Muqing had purchased the cans, he had specifically requested the vendor to ensure high quality, and the beef can was the most expensive among them, boasting an excellent appearance and, naturally, exquisite flavor. This. The receptionist was at a loss for words, her fingers trembling as she pointed at the can. All right, take this can to your manager and inform him that we have a significant business opportunity to discuss. Xia waved her hand gently and said lightly, while the receptionist girl fervently nodded her head, summoning a colleague to attend to Li Muqing and the others, while she cautiously cradled the can and swiftly dashed away. Indeed, tangible items possess the most profound impact. With this can leading the way, there is no fear of their superior not making an appearance. Seated in the VIP lounge, Li Muqing remarked with satisfaction that Xia's approach was straightforward yet remarkably effective. He reflected that he could not have envisioned such thoroughness. It seemed that while he was asleep, Xia had already meticulously considered the potential scenarios they might encounter, as the two awaited the manager's arrival. Outside the Xinhua exchange, several burly men with fierce expressions gathered together, engaged in hushed conversation. Boss, I assure you, I did not mistake her. It is indeed that woman from last time, and she has entered the Xinhua exchange with a pretty boy. One man, sporting a scar on his left cheek and a crew cut, declared, Is it truly her? The wasteland wanderer who refused to drink our toast and even killed 3 of our brothers? The man referred to as the boss squinted, glaring menacingly at the entrance of the exchange. Yes, it is her. Last time, she thwarted our plans, causing us a loss of several thousand soul crystals, and even absconded with our captive. This grudge is simply unbearable. Another man chimed in, Damn it, we searched for her for so long, only to run into her here. She dares to ruin the blood-stained gang's affairs. This time, we must capture her and make her pay. Wait, boss, that girl is quite stunning. Once we catch her, we should have some fun, making her wish she were dead. Killing her would be far too boring. Exactly, just look at those legs, that waist. Just the thought of it is thrilling. Enough with the fantasies. Dali and Ning, you two guard the entrance. When they come out, follow them and ascertain their intentions. Xiao Lu, after they leave, inquire within the exchange about their purpose. Since they are at an official trading center, it is clear there must be significant business at hand. This time, we not only aim to capture her, but also to reclaim the interest she owes us. The leader of the bloodstained gang stroked his stubbled chin, issuing orders to his subordinates. Understood, boss. The several lackeys, having received their instructions, swiftly set to action. A storm was quietly brewing in the unseen distance. Apologies for the wait, I am Lu Yuan, the general manager of the Xinhua exchange. It is a pleasure to meet you. After approximately 10 minutes in the VIP lounge, a middle-aged man, somewhat balding and dressed in a suit, entered with a warm smile, holding the can of beef that appeared untouched. Unexpectedly, the very head of the Xinhua exchange had been drawn out. Evidently, the can of beef wielded considerable influence. You must be Manager Lu. I trust you understand our intentions. I shall not beat around the bush. How much can you offer for such a can? Li Muqing, seated at the side, observed Lu Yuan with a calm demeanor, while Xia had already spoken up. Before you make an offer, I have a few questions. Is that acceptable? Lu Yuan did not immediately respond with a price. Instead, he placed the can on the table and cautiously inquired. Xia glanced at Li Muqing, receiving an affirmative nod before continuing. Of course, ask away. The meat within this cannot mutated beast meat, but rather ordinary beef, indeed. Are there other varieties of canned goods? There are. Xia then produced all the cans from her bag, lining them up on the table. Goodness, there are even fruit cans, Lu Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. After regaining his composure, he posed the final question. One last inquiry. Can these cans truly be supplied in large quantities? At this moment, Li Muqing interjected, answering before Qin Xie could. As long as you can consume them, we can provide them. However, can you authorize this? This query placed Lu Yuan in a dilemma. He could state the market price for the cans, yet the bulk transaction exceeded his authority, leaving him unable to decide on the spot. Please, do not rush. If you can provide a substantial quantity of products matching the quality of this can, I will report it truthfully, and tomorrow, sufficient personnel will come to negotiate with you. As for now, Lu Yuan hesitated before offering a price. 4 meat cans, 50 soul crystals each, 4 fruit cans, 100 soul crystals each. Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing this offer, both Li Muqing and Qin Xie's eyes sparkled with surprise. They had not anticipated such a generous price from Lu Yuan. It was worth noting that Qin Xie had previously sold a can on the black market for merely 30 soul crystals. Although that was merely to gauge the market, and she could have been taken advantage of, they had not expected the exchange's offer to be so high, particularly for the fruit cans, which were priced at 100 soul crystals each. It seemed that the market potential in Ning town had indeed been underestimated by Qin Xie. The purchasing power of the affluent far surpassed their expectations. Meat cans at 50 soul crystals each and fruit cans at 100 soul crystals. This price is quite high for the entirety of Ning town. Can you accept it? Noticing the hesitation from Li Muqing and Qin Xie, Lu Yuan reiterated his offer with a broad smile, believing it to be quite reasonable. Furthermore, he directed his gaze squarely at Li Muqing. Recognizing that although Qin Xie had predominantly spoken earlier, the final decision rested with Li Muqing. Exchanging glances, Li Muqing and Qin Xie silently communicated their thoughts. With a measured tone, Li Muqing began, meat cans at 50. Fruit cans at 200. The price for meat remained unchanged, yet the fruit can's price had doubled. This aligned with their prior strategy, as delectable fruit was exceedingly rare in the wasteland, far scarcer than meat, thus justifying its status as a luxury item. Moreover, the price of 200 soul crystals per can also signified their determination to supply in large quantities. The question remained, would the other party accept this? 200 soul crystals? Lu Yuan indeed appeared taken aback. While Li Muqing may have been oblivious to the implications of this figure, Lu Yuan was acutely aware of its significance. A D-grade enhancement potion could be acquired for merely 10 soul crystals, and a C-grade for just 50. Such enhancement potions could transform an ordinary person into something akin to a superhuman. A typical person's monthly sustenance would cost around 5 soul crystals, and for the impoverished, even a single soul crystal could sustain them for a month, albeit on the most meager of rations. Thus, 200 soul crystals equated to a month's worth of food for dozens of people. Whereas here, it was simply the price of a single fruit can. Considering the scarcity of fruit, it was unsurprising for it to command a higher price. Most importantly, not everyone could afford fruit cans. And those who could, well, their status was evident. Li Muqing's words struck the mark. Lu Yuan, being a seasoned operator, instantly grasped his implication. Fruit cans could easily be marketed as luxury items, akin to the likes of LV and Gucci in the contemporary world. Despite being mere clothing and bags, their extravagant pricing and the frenzy with which they were sought stemmed from their branding as luxury goods, which indicated that those who could afford such items were indeed the true elite. Very well, we shall proceed at the price you specified. I shall acquire all these cans. Lu Yuan waved his hand grandly, purchasing all 6 cans from the table. He then instructed his staff to handle the necessary procedures. And shortly thereafter, returned with a card of deep blue and black hues. Please keep this prepaid card safe. It has been loaded with 750 soul crystals. Now we have settled our accounts. Lu Yuan pushed the card towards Li Muqing, adding, this card not only serves as a prepaid card but also offers discounts at the 7 official trading centers in Ning town. Our Xinhua exchange provides an 80 discount, while the other 6 offer 90. Rest assured, it can also be used outside of Ning town. After listening to the introduction, Li Muqing took the card with keen interest, idly toying with it for a moment. The card was roughly the size of a bank card. Feeling somewhat cool to the touch, made from a material Li Muqing had never encountered before, reminiscent of soul crystals, and it had a certain weight to it. The upper right corner of the card's front bore the words Anning Town in both artistic and standard script, while the lower right corner displayed the words Xinhua Exchange in smaller text. The reverse side was adorned with several ornate patterns, likely logos or similar insignia. This seemingly inconspicuous card had the remarkable capability of storing soul crystals and functioning universally across various locations. Although Li Muqing was unaware of the underlying principles that enabled such technology, it was undoubtedly a marvel not witnessed in the current world. Let us conclude for the night. I will report the situation to my superiors shortly. I believe they will send a significant representative to discuss subsequent trade matters with you tomorrow. However, I am curious how you wish to be addressed and where I might find you. Lu Yuan remarked, still oblivious to the names of the two guests after having conducted business for some time. Yet, this was not unusual. In the treacherous world of the wasteland, it was common for sellers to withhold their names unless a long-term business relationship was at stake. I am called, Li Muqing began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by Qin Siya. I am Yu Bao, and he is Tianxi. You may come to Changrongan tomorrow. Just leave the time and location at the front desk. Remember, we will only wait until morning. If there is no response by then, we will depart in the afternoon. Yu Bao? Tianxi? What on earth? Li Muqing was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the information before Qin Siya pulled him along. Exiting the Xinhua Exchange, Lu Yuan, accompanied by several employees, respectfully escorted them to the door, culminating in a deep bow that conveyed ample deference. However, Qin Siya paid little heed to this display, swiftly leading Li Muqing into the bustling crowd. And after a few turns, they completely vanished from sight. As such caution truly necessary? Li Muqing finally inquired once they could no longer see the sign of the Xinhua Exchange. Throughout their journey, he had come to understand Qin Siya's earlier actions were, in fact, a means of self-preservation. Despite the reputable image of the powerful figure behind the Xinhua Exchange, there was no guarantee that Lu Yuan wouldn't succumb to temptation and engage in some unscrupulous acts during his reporting process. Selling 6 cans for 750 soul crystals at the acquisition price was still a considerable sum. If sold to the upper echelons, the price would undoubtedly increase, offering enough profit for an individual or even a group to live comfortably for a lifetime. Thus, exercising caution was always prudent. It was precisely this cautious nature that had allowed Li Muqing to survive in the wasteland for so many years. As she spoke, Qin Siya seemed to recall something, and her mood visibly dampened. Noticing this, Li Muqing refrained from pressing further but soon found himself wrestling with another question that demanded expression. I understand the reasoning, but how did you come by the names Yu Bao and Tianxi? Yu Bao is indeed my name. In navigating the wasteland, a mere given name is insufficient. I have gained a modicum of fame as a wasteland ranger, and Yu Bao is the moniker bestowed upon me by others. As she spoke, a newfound confidence radiated from Qin Siya, dispelling her previous despondency. As for Tianxi, do you not find your arrival to be a stroke of fortune for both Nan and me? Hee. I just had a flash of inspiration to use this name as your nickname, a stroke of fortune from the heavens. Li Muqing pondered the phrase, allowing a smile to form. This so-called divine favor was not solely applicable to Qin Siya and Emoli. For Li Muqing, encountering these two girls was equally fortuitous. Without Qin Siya, his journey through the wasteland would have been exponentially more arduous. That is a splendid name. From now on, in this world, I shall be known as Tianxi. Chapter 26. Enhancement Serums. Where shall we go next? Are we headed straight back? The route seems somewhat off. Though night had fallen, it was not yet the curfew hour in Anning Town. Thus, Qin Siya led Li Muqing on a meandering stroll through the streets, without any clear destination in mind. Let us not rush back just yet. Upon exiting the exchange, I sensed several gazes upon us. It seemed someone was watching. However, after wandering nearby for a while, she found no signs of being followed. Perhaps her instincts were overly heightened. Without looking back, Qin Siya explained, we will first visit a shop where I will have you receive some conventional immune and enhancement serums, as the money from selling the cans is just enough for this purpose. Li Muqing nodded, grasping the reason behind Qin Siya's earlier detours. Her actions were indeed motivated by caution. He had not perceived any followers, nor felt any prying eyes upon him, so he was content to let Qin Siya take the lead. Unbeknownst to them, however, Qin Siya's instincts were correct. The moment they exited the exchange, they had caught the attention of members from the Bloodstained Group. 2 skill trackers had been assigned to follow them, aware of Qin Siya's formidable abilities and heightened perception. Thus, they maintained a cautious distance of several hundred meters, relying on their extraordinary vision to keep tabs on her. As expert trackers, they did not need to keep their eyes glued to Qin Siya. As long as she remained within their line of sight, they were satisfied. Consequently, aside from the initial observation, they did not create the same sense of unease that Qin Siya had felt, which led to her ultimately failing to notice their presence. After Li Muqing and Qin Xia exited the exchange, members of the Bloodstain group began to disperse. In addition to the two who trailed them, another slick-haired individual entered the exchange, while several others fanned out to gather intelligence, their true intentions remaining shrouded in mystery. What was certain, however, was that a storm centered around Qin Xia was quietly brewing, returning to the scene. After Qin Xia had relaxed her vigilance, she took Li Muqing to a nameless shop. The establishment bore only a sign indicating the sale of various potions, lacking any distinctive features. Upon entering, they were greeted by a counter where a disheveled old man with graying hair and glasses was dozing off. Ding-ling! The doors swung open, jingling a bell that roused the old man from his slumber. "Who is it? What brings you here at such a late hour?" His voice was robust, yet his temper appeared less than amiable, particularly after being roused from a pleasant dream. "Grandpa Yusher, it's me," Qin Xia cheerfully greeted, her voice sweet and inviting, completely unfazed by the old man's complaints. This was the first time Li Muqing had heard such a tone from Qin Xia. Almost as if she were playfully charming an elder, it was evident that she and this man, known as Yusher, shared a close rapport. Indeed, upon hearing her voice, Yusher paused, adjusted his crooked glasses, and focused his gaze. It asked the leopard girl, "What brings you to visit old Yusher at this hour?" "Leopard girl?" Li Muqing was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that the nickname Qin Xia had mentioned earlier was indeed Yubao. And Yusher's reference to her as the leopard girl was quite fitting. Thus, it followed that Yusher was likely a nickname for this old fellow as well. "Hee, I just arrived in Anning Town today. I wrapped up my business and couldn't resist coming to see you." Qin Xia maintained her cheerful demeanor, moving closer to Yusher, which elicited a hearty laugh from him. All right, girl, I know you well enough. What brings you here? You should have finished your dose of potions by now. The effects of the C-grade enhancement serum have yet to fully manifest. What else do you desire?" After exchanging a few playful remarks, Yusher shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. It seemed he was quite familiar with Qin Xia, as her visit to him indeed held the purpose of acquiring potions. "Grandpa Yusher, how could you say that? I truly came to see you, but also to buy some potions." As she spoke, Qin Xia gestured towards Li Muqing. "Grandpa, this is my current boss, Tianti. He hasn't received any potions yet, so please bring out your finest D-grade potions, as well as SSD and anti-radiation serums." After a brief pause, she added, "Make sure they are the best, with the lowest impurity content and the strongest efficacy. Money is no object." Following her gesture, Yusher noticed the somewhat awkward Li Muqing standing at the entrance. "Greetings, Grandpa Yusher. I am Tianxi." Li Muqing hurriedly introduced himself, feeling as nervous as a student meeting a teacher for the first time. "You are the boss of the leopard girl? You seem to have a decent appearance, though I wonder about your constitution. But since you haven't even taken any potions, you're likely a weakling." Yusher squinted as he scrutinized Li Muqing, offering his assessment of him as a weakling. To this, Li Muqing could only respond with a nervous chuckle. In comparison to the superhuman Qin Xia, he was indeed a weakling, and that was an undeniable truth. "Very well, young man. Consider yourself fortunate. Just a couple of days ago, I procured some materials and concocted a batch of potions, all of exceptional quality. Moreover, I even produced a bottle of C-grade enhancement potion. Should we use it directly?" C-grade? While Li Muqing remained silent, Qin Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing her expression, Li Muqing realized that this so-called C-grade potion must indeed be something remarkable. What makes C-grade so special? Not understanding, Li Muqing inquired, a habit of his to seek clarification. C-grade is, without a doubt, distinct. Before explaining this, I must clarify the conditions for using enhancement potions. Aware that Li Muqing was unfamiliar with these matters, Qin Xia patiently elaborated. To utilize an enhancement potion, one must undergo a gradual process. A novice who has never used enhancement potions must first start with the lowest D-grade potion. After the injection, a period is required for the effects to manifest, during which physical training must accompany the process to maximize the potion's efficacy. Only after this can one proceed to the next level with a C-grade enhancement potion. Otherwise, the body may not withstand the potion's potent properties, resulting in mild outcomes like muscle and meridian ruptures, rendering one incapacitated, or severe consequences such as instant death. As for the C-grade potion, it is indeed different. Though it merely has a plus sign, its greatest advantage lies in its ability to leapfrog the D to C process. allowing an ordinary individual without any foundation to reach the C-grade enhancement standard in one swift motion. In other words, under normal circumstances, 2 injections would be required, with additional time spent to achieve the current standard. But with the C-grade potion, 1 injection suffices. Li Muqing's eyes widened in astonishment, taken aback by this unexpected delight. One could say that, but the enhancement potion does not take effect immediately. It also requires some time and exercise. It seems Qin Xia's explanation had been partially overlooked by Li Muqing, who only grasped that with a single injection, he could transform into a superhuman like Qin Xia, an exhilarating prospect indeed. That's it. I want to take the C-grade enhancement potion. Chapter 27. The expensive C-grade potion. The C-grade enhancement potion costs 500 soul crystals per dose. The SSD virus vaccine and the anti-radiation vaccine are priced at 30 soul stones each. With a discount, the total comes to 550 soul crystals. Having decided on the potion, Old Master Yushir produced it, lining the vials up on the counter, then looked at Li Muqing with a beaming smile. The implication was clear. Payment upon delivery. Gosh, 550 soul crystals? So expensive. Li Muqing readily retrieved the card he had just acquired from the trading post and handed it to Yushir, but not without a quip. What do you know? The C-grade potions aren't something just anyone can craft. From materials to techniques, it's all incredibly complex. Even for me, I can only produce 1 or 2 in a month. Selling to you for 500 is already a favor for Bao Yatu. Taking Li Muqing's card, Yushir then retrieved his own, placing both on a machine reminiscent of a POS terminal from the past. Successfully completing the transaction. Old Master Yushir is right, boss. The C-grade enhancement potion, when sold on the black market, typically fetches between 600 and 800 soul stones, and there's often more demand than supply. Moreover, this is Old Master Yushir's product, renowned as the foremost apothecary of Anning Town, and the quality of his creations is undoubtedly the finest. Even selling for 1,000 soul stones would not be excessive. Qin Xia chimed in. All right, girl, the discount has been applied. No need to keep praising your Old Master Yushir. While your words are true, his potions are the best in all of Anning Town. Yushir's mood evidently brightened by Qin Xia's remarks. He burst into a hearty laugh that caused dust to fall from the ceiling. Li Muqing accompanied him with a smile, but couldn't help internally commenting on the old man's thick skin. With the transaction complete, and at Qin Xia's urging, Yushir personally administered the C-grade enhancement potion to Li Muqing. The vial contained approximately 50 milliliters of a greenish, slightly murky liquid. If one were to present it to Li Muqing without context, he might not have dared to touch it. Seating Li Muqing in a chair, Yushir retrieved a specially designed stainless steel syringe from behind the counter. He placed the vial of C-grade potion onto a mechanism on the syringe, roughly pulling Li Muqing's arm over, forgoing any disinfection, rolling up his sleeve, and swiftly injecting him. Within seconds, the potion was completely administered. Li Muqing initially felt a sharp pain, but before he could fully process it, the injection was over. After receiving the potion, he felt a slight tingling sensation in his arm, as if the potion was diffusing through his muscles and veins. Then, nothing more, no sensation of warmth or accelerated heartbeat. Everything felt utterly normal. Anxiously, Li Muqing activated the personal intelligent terminal on his wrist, known as the Pit, to check his physical data. Name: Li Muqing muscle strength, 12 bone density, 10 cell activity, 13 reflex nerves, 12 radiation value, 8 safe, overall assessment, ordinary human. No anomalies. This data seems no different from before. Even the effects of the administered potion have not manifested. Haha, boss, you're truly adorable. Just as Li Muqing was left bewildered, thinking something had gone awry, Qin Xia burst into laughter, prompting Yushir to join in, pointing at Li Muqing and laughing heartily. What's wrong with this? Li Muqing was even more confused. Let me clarify, boss. I forgot to mention, enhancement potions take time to take effect. In the initial 7 days, your physical attributes will gradually improve to about half of the potion's maximum enhancement value. The remaining half will require a longer duration and persistent training to fully realize. Although you've just taken the potion, your bodily values won't change immediately. It may take until tomorrow at the earliest for effects to show. However, your expression just now was too adorable, and I couldn't help it. You won't hold it against me, will you? As she spoke, Qin Xia could no longer contain her laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. All right, after Qin Xia's explanation, Li Muqing finally understood he had made a grand misunderstanding. But he bore no resentment. Embarrassed, he ruffled his hair and joined in the awkward laughter. After the laughter subsided, Qin Xia prepared to say her goodbyes, noting the time. It was already 11 o'clock, and soon Anning Town would enter a curfew. If one were caught wandering the streets past curfew, the likelihood of being apprehended was high. Old Master Yusher, we're leaving now. I'll bring some good things to show you tomorrow. Go on. Girl, the remaining 2 ordinary potions should be taken one every other day. You know how to use them. I won't TC you off, but do take care. Yusher stood by the door, offering a final reminder before turning to re-enter the shop and closing the door behind him. That old Master Yusher is quite amusing. Are you well acquainted with him? Have you known him for a long time? As they walked along the path, Li Muqing finally had the opportunity to pose the question, eager to delve deeper into his understanding of Qin Xia. Despite their limited interactions, the more he got to know her, the more intrigued he became. She resembled a grand, enigmatic puzzle, drawing Li Muqing to unravel her mysteries. Yes, he is also a senior of mine. I met him when I was very young, but we lost touch for a long time and only recently reunited. It's a lengthy story. I'll share it with you when we have time. Qin Xia replied casually. Seeing she was reluctant to elaborate, Li Muqing refrained from pressing further and shifted the conversation back to the enhancement potions. The potential enhancement to physical attributes varies depending on the quality of the used potions. A D-grade enhancement potion typically increases physical attributes by 2 to 3 times, while a C-grade offers 4 to 6 times. At the B-grade level, the enhancement reaches 7 to 10 times. Even among potions of the same grade, the ultimate effects can differ. Hence, to ensure superiority in physical attributes, one must start with high-quality enhancement potions. Otherwise, the disparity will only grow larger over time. The potion I used was produced by Old Master Yusher. My current physical attributes are approximately 5 times that of an ordinary person, with room for further enhancement. Once I reach my limit, I will proceed to inject a B-grade enhancement potion. As for you, boss, digesting this C-grade enhancement potion typically takes a year at the shortest, or even 3 to 4 years at the longest, so you'll need to put in considerable effort. Qin Xia's explanation significantly enhanced Li Muqing's understanding of enhancement potions. In addition to the quality disparities mentioned earlier, he also learned that the higher the grade of the enhancement potion, the greater the risk during injection. It could potentially lead to bodily mutations, severe injuries, or even transformation into a zombie or monster. Consequently, most individuals cease their enhancements upon reaching grade C, while only the physically robust and resolutely determined can successfully endure grade B enhancements. As for anything above grade B, even Qin Xia possesses limited knowledge. It is worth noting that there are age restrictions for injecting enhancement potions. One must be at least 16 years old to do so. As the mortality rate for younger individuals exceeds 80. On that note, it is pertinent to mention that this year, Emily is precisely 16, which allows her to inject a grade D enhancement potion. Remarkably, Qin Xia is merely 22 years old, yet this formidable woman, who surpasses Li Muqing in every aspect, is actually 1 year his junior, leaving Li Muqing astonished upon discovering this truth. Chapter 28. Song Xiaolan. Before long, the two returned to their hotel and spent a tranquil night. This was Li Muqing's inaugural night in the wasteland world, and he shared the room with a stunning beauty. Although they were not sharing the same bed, the mere proximity made it challenging for him to fall asleep initially. However, after a bout of errant thoughts, he eventually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he savored the feeling of being an emperor, surrounded by a multitude of beautiful women, including Qin Xia and Emily. This delightful reverie persisted until Li Muqing naturally awoke, and even after opening his eyes, he continued to relish the comfort experienced in that dream. Boss, you're awake? Did you sleep well last night? Still somewhat dazed, Li Muqing was startled by Qin Xia's voice. Turning his head, he noticed she was already ready, sitting on the bed with a radiant smile directed at him. Ah, yes, I'm awake. How long did I sleep? Recalling the dream he had, Li Muqing suddenly felt an awkwardness in facing Qin Xia, his cheeks slightly flushing as he quickly turned his head aside to change the subject. Have I truly sunk to such shameless depths, resorting to fantasies about those around me? It's already noon. You've slept for over 10 hours. However, you should check your pit now. Your physical attributes should have improved somewhat. Qin Xia, oblivious to Li Muqing's discomfort, thoughtfully reminded him. Really? I slept that long? My physical attributes improved? Surprised by her words, Li Muqing promptly donned the pit resting on his bedside and accessed his personal attributes. Name, Li Muqing muscle strength, 19 bone density, 16 cell vitality, 20 reflex nerves, 17 notes, grade C enhancement potion radiation value. 8. Safe, indeed. His overall physical data had improved compared to the previous night. Although the increase was only a few points, Li Muqing understood its significance. It indicated the potion had taken effect, and his body was considerably stronger than before. Did I sleep for so long due to the potion I injected yesterday? Reflecting on his lengthy and restful slumber, Li Muqing speculated that the potion was the cause. Yes, the first injection of a potion induces the body into a dormant state, lasting approximately 10 hours, allowing the potion to disseminate throughout the body and commence its transformation. Qin Xia nodded, then recalled something, adding, the potion not only induces sleep but also evokes pleasant experiences, allowing you to have beautiful dreams while resting. You must have had a remarkable dream last night. Would you care to share? The notion that injecting enhancement potions could lead to pleasant dreams was unexpected for Li Muqing. While he acknowledged that his dream had indeed been delightful, he found it difficult to articulate, opting instead for vague responses to awkwardly conclude the subject. As it was now midday, Li Muqing, after freshening up, redirected his thoughts to more pressing matters. Yesterday, we mentioned that someone from Xinhua Trading Company would come to find us before noon. Should we go check? Yes, it's about time we descended to see. I wonder who Xinhua will send. However, before that, boss, shouldn't you fill your stomach? You must be quite hungry by now. With that, Qin Xia gestured toward the cans on the table. She had already consumed a can of pork and pineapple that morning, leaving 2 empty cans conspicuously displayed. Once Qin Xia mentioned it, Li Muqing realized his stomach was indeed empty, a wave of weakness washing over him, causing even his enhanced body to feel slightly unsteady. His mind had been preoccupied with dreams and the effects of the enhancement, causing him to overlook his hunger, in the quickest manner possible. He consumed 3 cans of meat and 1 can of fruit before pausing his eating. The high-oil, high-salt food effectively replenished his body's energy needs, revitalizing him. After a comfortable burp, Li Muqing signaled that they could set off. Upon descending, Li Muqing immediately noticed a well-dressed, slender woman seated by the window, engrossed in a book. Her face was obscured by the book, making it impossible to discern her features, but based on her figure, she was likely a beauty. As expected, upon hearing footsteps, the woman slightly lowered her book, revealing a pair of large, bright eyes. Upon spotting Li Muqing and Qin Xia, her eyes lit up, and she quickly set down her book and stood up. With no obstacles in her way, the woman's charming face became visible, her features exquisitely defined, appearing to be in her 20s, exuding a beauty that could easily score a 90. Most notably, her face was adorned with meticulous makeup, leading Li Muqing to conclude that she was indeed the key figure for the day. In the presence of Ms. Yu Bao and Mr. Tianxi. How do you do? I've been awaiting your arrival, she greeted, stepping forward as Li Muqing and Qin Xia descended the staircase, perfectly positioning herself before them with a smile. It's us. May I ask who you are? Li Muqing responded with a smile. I am Song Xiaolan, the chief representative of Xinhua Trading Company. I will be responsible for discussing the subsequent trade matters with you too. Song Xiaolan? Li Muqing admitted he had not heard of her but recognized the significance of her position as the chief representative of Xinhua Trading Company, a role of considerable stature. Is she more influential than Lu Yuan? The general manager? He glanced at Qin Xia, who nodded slightly, indicating she was familiar with Song Xiaolan's reputation, encouraging Li Muqing to engage. Ms. Song, it's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for making you wait. That is quite all right. After all, Mr. Tianxi's goods have piqued my father's interest. He instructed me to ensure a successful transaction with you. How about this? If you two don't mind, I've arranged for a meal. After dining, we can discuss the details further. What do you think? Song Xiaolan spoke with grace and finesse, seamlessly steering the conversation towards the main topic within just a few exchanges. Respectfully, let us proceed as you suggest. Ms. Song. Qin Xia displayed little else, and Li Muqing agreed to Song Xiaolan's invitation, trusting that no issues would arise. However, one detail in Song Xiaolan's words intrigued Li Muqing. She mentioned that her father had personally instructed her to facilitate this transaction, implying that her father might indeed be the true power behind Xinhua Trading Company. Chapter 29. Negotiating Trade. Signing contracts outside the hotel, a vehicle awaited Song Xiaolan and Li Muqing. Despite being in a wasteland, automobiles still existed. Although the ravages of war had made new vehicles exceedingly rare, prior to the conflict, global car ownership had reached an astounding 100 billion. Though many had been destroyed, a significant number remained. And with slight modifications, they could continue to serve their purpose. During their journey to Anning Town, Li Muqing observed numerous piles of abandoned vehicles along the roadside, most of which were merely rusting shells, irreparably damaged. Upon entering Anning Town's official zone, however, he witnessed a remarkable number of vehicles in motion, both high-end and low-end, with many unfamiliar designs. Song Xiaolan's vehicle was a luxury sedan, a brand Li Muqing surprisingly did not recognize. Perhaps a newly established name. The car was opulent and appeared quite new, its exterior and interior rivaling even the luxury cars he had seen on television, perhaps even surpassing them in comfort and ride quality. It was undoubtedly a top-tier luxury vehicle. Song Xiaolan brought Li Muqing to a dining establishment called Shangpin Hotel, which exuded opulence, likely one of the premier venues in Anning Town. This is our family's property. The meal has been arranged. After a light repast, we will discuss business in China. It is customary for people to conduct business discussions over meals, a tradition that has persisted even in the aftermath of war. Naturally, Li Muqing would not decline such a generous offer and readily partook in the meal. Although he later consumed a few canned goods, as someone who had recently administered a strength-enhancing serum, his digestive capabilities were quite remarkable. Faced with a table laden with dishes, he indulged without reservation. In truth, the dishes arranged by Song Xiaolan did not strike Li Muqing as particularly extravagant. They consisted of ordinary chicken, duck, fish, and meat, accompanied by some leafy greens. From an ingredient perspective, they bore little distinction from the meals of an average household in the real world. However, the flavors of these dishes were exquisite, unmistakably crafted by a skilled chef. Nevertheless, Li Muqing recognized that in this place ravaged by nuclear fallout, where radiation and ruins were ubiquitous, finding normal ingredients for cooking was a rare stroke of fortune. Afterward, Li Muqing discreetly inquired with Song Xiya and learned that the feast cost conservatively over 500 soul crystals, a price exceeding that of his C-grade enhancement serum. He could not help but marvel at the generosity of Song Xiaolan and the affluence of the Song family. Adhering to the principles of minimizing waste, Song Xiaolan, accompanied by one of her female assistants, along with Li Muqing and Qin Xiya, for individuals in total, managed to finish all 10 dishes. The atmosphere at the table was one of mutual enjoyment, and their conversation flowed pleasantly. Once they had satisfied their appetites, the discussion turned to business. Song Xiaolan was resolute in acquiring the canned goods held by Li Muqing. Without further ado, she presented her terms. Within the confines of Old Songyang City, the canned goods business would solely be represented by the Xinhua Trading Company, controlled by the Song family. In return, the Song family would pay a price equivalent to what Lu Yuan had proposed the previous day. 50 soul crystals per meat can and 200 soul crystals per fruit can, with no limit on quantity. Upon hearing this proposal, Li Muqing raised an eyebrow. It must be said that the terms offered by Song Xiaolan were quite favorable. The stipulation that they alone would represent the canned goods was entirely acceptable. After all, Li Muqing preferred to avoid excessive contact with others to evade potential complications, and the canned goods were merely a minor concern for him. He was willing to part with them. Moreover, the price offered by the Song family exceeded his expectations. It was worth noting that Lu Yuan's previous offer had already been slightly above market value, and now the Song family's proposal, while presumably a wholesale price, showed no sign of reduction. This could only imply that they had means to derive greater value from the canned goods. It was easy to comprehend. If the canned goods were exclusively owned by the Song family, the surrounding survivor factions in Old Songyang City would have to curry favor with the Song family to obtain them. Furthermore, the Song family possessed the capability to elevate the canned goods into a high-end luxury commodity, with profits that could be imagined. Although Li Muqing understood that the Song family might reap substantial profits from the canned goods, he harbored no other thoughts in the wasteland world. He lacked the power and resources of the Song family, and thus was content to earn the price difference between the two worlds. Consequently, he readily agreed to Song Xiaolan's terms, leading to discussions regarding some details. After approximately 2 hours of negotiation, they finalized all the specifics. Song Xiaolan promptly instructed her assistant to draft a contract based on their discussions. Once signed, the transaction would be formally established. Li Muqing carefully reviewed the contract, noting that the terms were identical to what they had previously discussed, and nodded in satisfaction. In addition to the previously mentioned exclusive representation and item pricing, the supplementary clauses were rather straightforward. Primarily, they stipulated that Li Muqing must provide at least 1,000 meat cans and 200 fruit cans each month, with no upper limit on quantity, as the Song family would accept whatever he could supply. Furthermore, Li Muqing was not responsible for delivery. The Song family would need to collect the goods from his stronghold, located in the Villa district. Finally, there was the matter of payment. The Song family displayed significant goodwill, promising to pay a 20 deposit prior to receipt of goods, with full payment to be settled immediately upon delivery. The payment methods included, but were not limited to, soul crystals, weapons, and valuable items. As long as Li Muqing found the items acceptable, they could be exchanged at an equivalent value, a clause that he had strongly insisted on. Li Muqing currently had little need for soul crystals, whereas weapons, equipment, and various advanced technologies in the wasteland were of greater importance to him. Thus, he leveraged the necessity of establishing a fortified stronghold to persuade Song Xiaolan to modify the payment method, which would also facilitate acquiring more benefits from the Song family in the future. After reviewing the contract, Li Muqing signed without hesitation. Song Xiaolan, smiling, inscribed her name on the document and affixed the Song family seal. With the contract signed, the transaction was officially concluded. Mr. Tianxi, from this moment forward, we shall be formal partners. I hope for a fruitful collaboration, Song Xiaolan stated, tidying up her copy of the contract and extending her hand to Li Muqing for a handshake. Of course, tomorrow, you may come to Changrong Hotel to collect some samples. The first batch of goods can be picked up 3 days later from the Villa district south of Anning Town. Is that agreeable? Certainly. Tomorrow, I will provide you with a high-power walkie-talkie for easier communication. Li Muqing's straightforward demeanor was appreciated by Song Xiaolan. However, after a brief pause, she posed a question. Mr. Tianxi, since we are now partners, may I inquire about something that has been on my mind? Upon hearing Song Xiaolan's inquiry, Li Muqing felt a jolt of apprehension. He had anticipated this question would arise. Please, go ahead. Although slightly anxious, Li Muqing maintained his composure. Forgive my abruptness, but I am curious about how you produce these canned goods. As I understand, the current environment is unsuitable for the growth of ordinary animals and fruits. Song Xiaolan smiled, suddenly appearing somewhat bashful, and continued, this question touches upon your confidentiality, and I shouldn't pry. However, as a woman, my curiosity is rather strong, and I felt compelled to ask. I hope you do not mind. If you prefer not to answer, I completely understand. It will not affect our trade relationship. Chapter 30. A small request as anticipated, the question had indeed been posed. The origin of his canned goods was a matter that could not be overlooked in the realm of business. Li Muqing could reveal his greatest secret to Qin Xie and Emoli, but no one else could be privy to it. Especially not someone like Song Xiaolan, who wielded considerable power and influence in the wasteland. Such individuals were often greedy, selfish, and even ruthlessly cruel. Knowing this secret could lead to unforeseen consequences for Li Muqing. Thus, prior to selling the canned goods, Li Muqing had devised numerous excuses, and now, they would finally serve their purpose. There is nothing difficult to answer here. In business, the more one understands the other party, the more trust is established. With a steady smile, Li Muqing began to articulate the excuse he had meticulously prepared. He claimed to come from a large-scale shelter where biological technology was advanced, and fortunately, it had not been devastated by nuclear fallout, preserving the environment to some extent. This had enabled them to develop livestock and agriculture through biotechnology, achieving self-sufficiency. However, due to the rampant banditry in the wasteland, the shelter's inhabitants felt a sense of crisis, prompting them to send Li Muqing to present their flagship product, canned goods, in exchange for funds and weapons to ensure their survival. As for the location of the shelter, that remained an absolute secret, which he trusted she would understand. Song Xiaolan accepted Li Muqing's explanation without hesitation. His account was indeed coherent, particularly the unusual payment method he had insisted upon, which further convinced her that he was a representative dispatched by a mysterious force seeking military resources. Of course, your willingness to share this much has satisfied my curiosity as a woman. Song Xiaolan acknowledged, nodding in satisfaction as she took a sip of tea, contemplating how to report Li Muqing's origins to her father. Miss Song, since I have disclosed my background, I have a small request. I hope it is not too much to ask. Now that the conversation had opened up, Li Muqing felt it was time to seek some benefits for himself. Of course, as long as it falls within my authority, I will certainly assist you. Song Xiaolan readily agreed. I require you to provide some gold and jewelry items that can be directly deducted from the payment. I wonder if Miss Qin has any inventory available? Indeed, Li Muqing's intent in speaking was to acquire gold and precious jewels. Only these items could enable him to swiftly navigate the realities of the world, accumulating initial capital to lay the groundwork for his subsequent plans. Gold? Jewels? Mr. Tianzi, what use do you have for such trifles? Upon hearing this, Song Xiaolan displayed no signs of distress. Rather, she appeared somewhat astonished. As Qin Xia aptly stated, in the current wasteland world, gold, once a source of fervent obsession for humanity, has degraded into mere scrap metal, devoid of sustenance or practical utility. It is merely something to gaze upon in the eyes of most wasteland dwellers. It is even less valuable than a can of food. Of course, there exist individuals with a peculiar fondness for gold, who may choose to collect it as a nostalgic memento, irrespective of its utility. You see, the shelter where I reside was established before the war and has remained isolated from the world during the conflict. It was only recently that we re-established contact with the outside. Thus, the individuals within still cling to their former habits, and the valuable possessions from before the war still hold some allure for them. As Li Muqing uttered these words, he displayed an expression of bashfulness, as though he were taking advantage of Song Xiaolan. I understand. When I go to collect the goods tomorrow morning, I shall bring along some of what you desire. However, our stock is limited, so I hope you will not be too discerning. Indeed, Li Muqing's demeanor and words further convinced Song Xiaolan of his previous assertions, prompting her to pat her chest in assurance. Such trivial matters were merely a small effort for Song Xiaolan, yet they could earn Li Muqing's goodwill. Why not indulge in such a transaction? No. As long as you have some, it will suffice. I do not require a large quantity. After all, once the supply increases, its value diminishes. Li Muqing hastily waved his hand, indicating that he did not need an excessive amount. Then it is settled. I shall have someone gather some quality gold and jewelry to send your way. If you require anything else, feel free to inform me directly. By the way, you might also consider visiting the West Market. There, you can find a plethora of items for sale, including many pre-war treasures that may pique your interest. All right, I appreciate your assistance. Having achieved his objective, Li Muqing breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Song Xiaolan, he took his leave with Qin Xia. As they departed, Song Xiaolan insisted on sending a vehicle to escort them back. But Li Muqing expressed a desire to explore the West Market, leading the vehicle to the western edge of Anning Town before turning back. Once the vehicle had departed, Li Muqing exhaled deeply and remarked to Qin Xia, "This woman is quite formidable. Despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, she is quite astute in her discourse. Indeed, she is the sole daughter of the Song family, one of the 7 heads, with her being the only child. It is said that all matters of the Song family will eventually be inherited by Song Xiaolan. She must possess considerable capability." Qin Xia nodded in affirmation, granting significant recognition to Song Xiaolan. "Oh, such high praise? Do you know her? I was unaware before, but when she mentioned her name and position, I deduced it. This information is hardly a secret in Anning Town. Everyone involved in this circle is aware of it." Qin Xia shrugged, providing Li Muqing with some insight before continuing, "But let's set that aside for now. Since we are here at the West Market, let us explore it thoroughly. The West Market of Anning Town, situated in its outer district, is the largest free market in the area. Here, one can find an astonishing array of goods, ranging from everyday necessities to rockets, and even slaves and monsters for sale. If one has the coin, nearly anything can be acquired." Speaking of the West Market necessitates a brief discussion regarding the regional divisions of Anning Town. Anning Town is primarily divided into 5 areas. The Central District, or Inner Area, serves as the official residential and administrative zone, housing individuals of notable status or wealth, distinctly separate from the 4 outer districts. Excluding the Central District, the town is divided into the Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest outer districts. The Southern District is where Li Muqing and Qin Xia entered the city yesterday. It serves as the primary residential area for the impoverished, evident from the haphazardly constructed shanties that accommodate nearly half of the town's permanent population. The Western District is the marketplace, a hub for small businesses where the majority of trade transpires. The Eastern District is a street of entertainment, offering a plethora of vices, including gambling and blood-soaked arenas for beast fights and combat. In this chaotic era of the wasteland, various extreme forms of entertainment have emerged, and one can find nearly every conceivable means of amusement in the Eastern District. Lastly, the Northern District is shrouded in mystery. It serves as the base for the town's armed forces and houses various factories, also being the only area in the outer districts with direct access to the inner district without security checks. Generally, ordinary individuals cannot enter, marking it as one of the most significant locations aside from the central district. Come, let me witness the renowned bustling marketplace of Anning Town and see what it holds. After hearing Qin Siya's introduction, Li Muqing took the lead, stepping into the vibrant atmosphere of the West Market. Chapter 31. Life is worthless. Come and see. Freshly unearthed mutant beast bones, perfect for weapon forging. Don't miss out. Today we have just procured chicken and beef from the city, along with freshly gathered wild vegetables. Bring some home for a delightful feast. We are buying complete car parts. Any intact ones will do. But prioritize domestic vehicles. If you're just here for scraps, please move along. Old Zhang's weapon shop is now open, with both cold and hot weapons available. If you're looking to venture out and hunt monsters, come here for your supplies. As Li Muqing entered the West Market, the cacophony of vendors' cries enveloped him, and the throngs of people imbued the market with an extraordinary vibrancy, reminiscent of the bustling markets in Songyang City. However, the wares here were unlike those found in a traditional market. Merely stepping a few paces revealed that there was truly nothing that could not be sold. Food, drink, necessities, entertainment, living or dead. Everything, including even living humans, was available for purchase. Is it truly possible to sell people here? Li Muqing could not help but ask as he passed a shop specializing in the sale of live individuals. Alas, my friend, this is a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Perhaps the most worthless commodity here is human life. Observing the ragged, emaciated figures within the shop, Qin Siya sighed and continued. Not everyone possesses the courage or skill to survive in such a world. Those lacking the will often become burdens, unable to sustain themselves, and resort to selling themselves in hopes that others will provide for them. But of course, some individuals are forcibly captured by wilderness hunters after their shelters are breached. These individuals, unseasoned by certainly, he is a talent. If he can uncover the potential of these individuals, Li Muqing would not hesitate to acquire them all, thereby amassing greater wealth for himself. With such a thought in mind, Li Muqing became somewhat distracted as he casually strolled through the West Market with Qin Siya, rummaging through discarded electronic products salvaged from the ruins of Songyang City, intending to bring them back to further fortify his stronghold. Halfway through their exploration, he was pleasantly surprised to exchange 5 soul crystals for a bag of gold artifacts weighing approximately 2 jin, which he deemed a delightful windfall. Beyond that, there was little else that caught their eye, prompting the two to hastily conclude their visit to the West Market and begin their return journey. As they walked, Li Muqing's thoughts lingered on the matter of slaves, instinctively following Qin Siya's pace. However, it wasn't long before he sensed that she had quickened her step. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, they rounded a corner, and Qin Siya grasped his arm, swiftly pulling him across the street and into the shadowy corner behind a fabric vendor, using a piece of cloth to conceal their presence. What is it? Li Muqing sensed that something was amiss, remaining still as Qin Siya worked her magic, softly asking. The two were pressed closely together, with Li Muqing's back against the wall and Qin Siya leaning against him, her eyes intently peering through the gaps in the fabric, observing something with unwavering focus. "Do not speak," she whispered. "That feeling of being watched has returned. Someone is definitely following us, yet they are skilled enough to evade my senses. Now, we shall see if they can maintain their composure." Qin Siya tilted her head slightly, murmuring her response before falling silent once more. Fixated on the outside world, Li Muqing understood the gravity of the situation and stood still, but at that moment, 2 figures came into view. Chapter 32. The grievances of blood-stained group. Damn it. Where have they gone? In the blink of an eye, they slipped away. Have they already discovered us? That shouldn't be the case. Our tracking skills are top-notch within the group, and we weren't even in close proximity for them to notice. What should we do? If we lose them now, the boss will definitely scold us. Let us wait at their place. I refuse to believe they won't return. All right, let us go then. Upon appearing at the street corner and realizing Li Muqing and Qin Siya were no longer in sight, the 2 men grew anxious. After a brief discussion, they hurriedly departed. Their appearance had caught Qin Siya's attention, and she listened intently to their conversation, her expression grave. Once the 2 had moved far enough away, she lifted the fabric before stepping outside. Are we truly being followed? Who were those 2? The voices of the 2 men were loud enough for Li Muqing to hear, and upon noticing the change in Qin Siya's demeanor, he could not help but ask, Those two, if I am not mistaken, they should be members of the Bloodstain group. We are in trouble. Qin Xie hesitated but ultimately spoke. The Bloodstain group? Trouble? What do you mean? I'm sorry, boss. Those individuals are likely after me. It appears I have implicated you. Qin Xie sighed, turning to him with a hint of remorse in her eyes. There's no need to apologize. You are my employee, and your enemies are my enemies. There's no talk of implicating anyone here. Besides, I know your character. Anyone you consider an enemy is certainly not a good person. Unexpectedly, Li Muqing, rather than expressing anger at Qin Xie's words, waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. First, tell me who those people are, and then we can deliberate on what to do next. In Li Muqing's view, in a lawless wasteland like this, it would be abnormal not to have enemies. All right, let's head back. We can discuss things in detail once we return. Seeing Li Muqing's reaction, Qin Xie felt a warmth in her heart. They were now bound together, and neither could escape the other. It was best to figure out how to respond. Returning? To the inn. Didn't those two just say they would wait for us at the inn? Are we just walking into a trap? Li Muqing questioned, bewildered. Some of our equipment and canned goods are still at the inn, and I have arranged to meet Miss Song there for a transaction tomorrow morning. We must return, Qin Xie explained. Adding, moreover, I am well aware of the Bloodstain group's methods. Unless we completely disregard everything and head back to our stronghold right away, they will soon discover us. However, my situation with the Bloodstain group is one of enmity that cannot be reconciled. If they find me in Anning Town, they will certainly go to great lengths to track me down. Oh, not underestimate their capabilities. If they expose our stronghold, we will have to flee. It is better to find a way to deal with the Bloodstain group. Otherwise, we will be forced to live in constant flight. Hearing this, Li Muqing felt it was a valid point. What he needed most now was stability, having finally established a connection with the Song family. If the Bloodstain group were to ruin that, it would take considerable time to rebuild. Yet, Li Muqing could not afford to wait in the real world. His funds were nearly depleted, and if the Feihong group were to cause him trouble again, it would be unbearable. Thus, after some deliberation, the two decided to return to the inn as if nothing were amiss. 9 o'clock, 300 meters away. Upon entering the inn, Qin Xie remarked to Li Muqing, now that we are aware of being followed and have seen the appearance of those two, I will maximize my perception abilities. Sure enough, she soon detected the two stalkers. They cannot act within the city, so we still have time. At worst, we can utilize the Song family's influence. Dealing with these individuals should not pose a significant challenge. Once back in their room, noticing Li Muqing's lingering tension, Qin Xie offered some comfort. Let us first discuss your grievances with them. What exactly is the Bloodstain group? With Qin Xie by his side, Li Muqing felt somewhat reassured, though the topic of vengeance still made him instinctively uneasy. This was only natural. After all, he had grown up in a peaceful society, largely untouched by such matters. The Bloodstain group is a mercenary organization, a hunter group, and also a slave trade organization. They will undertake any task for the right price. When not hired, their primary occupation involves discovering unexploited shelters to reap the benefits. Qin Xie slowly recounted the origins of the Bloodstain group. In the wasteland, numerous mercenary organizations operated in the wild, taking on jobs from various employers. For the right price, they would commit acts of murder, arson, and abduction without hesitation. The Bloodstain group was one such organization, notorious for its leaders' affinity for violence, specializing in carrying out assassinations and silencing witnesses. Earning a fearful reputation around Songyang City, in addition to their mercenary work, the Bloodstain group would seek out shelters that had not been breached or had yet to be opened, devising methods to conquer these strongholds and plunder their wealth and inhabitants. This was one of the most lucrative in Devo. The words of Qin Xie ignited a profound sense of indignation within Li Muqing. In his moral compass, the Bloodstain group had unequivocally been categorized as villains. If I do not intervene, Nan Nan will undoubtedly suffer a dreadful fate. And that is not the end of it. After being mistreated, she would be sold off like a mere commodity. With her beauty, even if she is not a virgin, she could fetch several thousand soul crystals. As for how her buyers might treat her, it all hinges on luck. Regardless, she would lose her freedom, irrevocably transformed into a slave. Devoid of any semblance of a soul. The mere thought of the fates that befell the female slaves he had witnessed sent a chill down Qin Xie's spine. She silently vowed that should she ever find herself defeated, she would prefer death over captivity, refusing to be sold into slavery. Damn it! These scoundrels, having committed heinous acts, now dare to target us? To hell with them. Tomorrow, when Song Xiaolan arrives, I will enlist her assistance. At worst, I shall forego payment for the next batch of canned goods. I refuse to believe that the Song family will not take action, Li Muqing resolved firmly. Since the Bloodstain Group had made it clear they would not relent in their pursuit of Qin Xia, they must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. You boss. You? Li Muqing's fervent demeanor left Qin Xia feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet her heart was warmed. After all, it was she who had stirred the Bloodstain Group's ire, and Li Muqing had merely been caught in the crossfire. However, upon hearing the grievances of both parties, he unhesitatingly chose to stand by her side, and that alone was enough to touch her heart. Rest assured, I shall speak with Song Xiaolan tomorrow, but what shall we do now? Should we wait here until tomorrow? That is unnecessary. The Bloodstain Group would not dare to act against us in Anning Town. If they did, their survival would be short-lived. Therefore, we should continue with our business and pay them no mind. From her understanding of the Bloodstain Group, Qin Xia concluded that they would seek an opportunity to strike outside the town. For within the city, where eyes were many and whispers plenty, they would not dare to make a move. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Li Muqing nodded in agreement. With the temporary threat of the Bloodstain Group alleviated, their plans would continue as originally intended. Thus, after a brief respite in their quarters, the two ventured out once more. Their primary objective was to deliver some canned goods to Qin Xia's grandfather, the Fish Lion, before heading to the Xinhua trading post to procure standard weaponry. Although weapons were available in the Western market, their quality varied significantly, with a considerable portion being mere shoddy imitations. To avoid unnecessary complications, it was far wiser to purchase arms from the officially sanctioned trading post, where one need not worry about misfires leading to catastrophic failures. As Li Muqing and his companion busied themselves in a certain building within the heart of Anning Town, the leader of the Bloodstain Group was meeting with a mysterious middle-aged man. Oh? Are you speaking the truth? The Song family is preparing to engage in a highly lucrative transaction? The middle-aged man lounged on the sofa, his legs crossed, smoking a cigarette as he regarded the burly leader of the Bloodstain Group, who, despite his imposing stature and reputation among his subordinates, appeared remarkably anxious and sat rigidly, his hands resting obediently on his thighs, resembling a schoolboy. Yes, indeed. Since yesterday, we have been investigating and have discovered that our target has made contact with the Song family. Through various intelligence reports, we can ascertain that they are involved in a clandestine transaction. Once it is completed, the Song family will seize the opportunity to bolster their power significantly. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes in contemplation. During his silence, the Bloodstain Group leader dared not breathe a word. His gaze fixated on his feet, seemingly awaiting a decision from the man across from him. Eagle, come here. Before long, the middle-aged man called out, and a young man clad in tight-fitting attire, with a cold expression, approached silently, bowing his head in deference. Go and activate our covert connections within the Song family. Investigate whether they are involved in any significant transactions, paying particular attention to this item. I require a response from you before nightfall. As he spoke, the middle-aged man picked up several photographs from the table and handed them to Eagle. The images prominently featured the canned goods that Li Muqing had brought to the Xinhua trading post. Understood. Eagle nodded in agreement, taking the photographs before turning to leave. All right, you may depart for now. Return to see me tonight. If everything checks out, it will be time to plan a major operation. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Bloodstain Group immediately rose, respectfully bowing to the middle-aged man before exiting the room. Once outside the unremarkable building, he took a deep breath. Humph, the Shadow Leopard, is it? What if you have the Song family backing you? The Bloodstain Group is not without its own allies. Just wait. Your good days are numbered. Casting one last glance at the building he had just exited, contemplating the identity of the individual he had just met, the leader of the Bloodstain Group smirked deviously, suggesting that Qin Xia was destined to fall into his grasp. Though the middle-aged man had instructed him to return later that evening, he chose to linger. Finding a secluded corner on the street where he squatted until night fell, several members of the Bloodstain Group kept him company, while others came to report updates. Upon closer inspection, all the information pertained to Li Muqing and Qin Xia, including their itinerary for the day, their lunch with Song Xiaolan, and their activities in the Western Market and Central District. Every move they made was meticulously monitored by the Bloodstain Group. Aside from the conversations shared between the two, All their actions had been laid bare before the eyes of the Bloodstain Group. As night descended, the leader of the Bloodstain Group could no longer contain his impatience. He returned to the building, quietly awaiting entry for 2 hours until he was ushered inside. Once again, he found himself in the same room as before, where the enigmatic middle-aged man sat, just as he had earlier. Bloodlance, you have performed admirably. I have received definitive information from the Song family. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. The middle-aged man's mood seemed buoyant, and upon their meeting, he praised the leader of the Bloodstain Group, Bloodlance, causing a rare, genuine smile to break across his usually fierce visage. Mr. Chin, you flatter me. It is my duty to serve. Without your support, the Bloodstain Group would not be where it is today. Therefore, alleviating your concerns has always been our foremost task. Bloodlance hurriedly showered the middle-aged man with flattery, eliciting further smiles from Mr. Chen. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us discuss business. Mr. Chen waved his hand, signaling Bloodlance to hold his tongue before continuing. Through our covert connections within the Qin family, we have learned that Song Xiaolon has reached an agreement with an individual named Tianxi. While the specifics of the transaction remain unclear, one thing is certain. They have obtained exclusive rights to sell those goods. With this alone, the Song family's influence in Anning Town will undoubtedly expand. This is unacceptable to my family, as well as the other 5 clans. Thus, we must devise a plan to sabotage this transaction and send a message to the Song family that dominating Anning Town will not be an easy feat. Are you and your Bloodstain Group willing to undertake this task? As he spoke, Mr. Chen's gaze bore down on Bloodlance, exuding the weight of authority, and a palpable pressure enveloped the room in Anning Town. I cannot allow my people to act openly. Will your Bloodstain Group accept this task? The pressure bearing down on Bloodlance was immense. He recognized that in a true confrontation, Mr. Chun would not be his match. Yet the weight of the moment left him momentarily cowed. However, the pressure dissipated as swiftly as it had come, and within 2 seconds, Mr. Chun resumed his amicable demeanor, appearing as though nothing had occurred. Such a person truly embodies the essence of a formidable leader. Of course, the Bloodstain Group is but a blade in your hand. Wherever you point, that is where our edge shall strike. Once the pressure lifted, Bloodlance quickly raised his head, thumping his chest to pledge his loyalty. Excellent. It seems my years of investment in you have not been in vain. Mr. Qian nodded in satisfaction. In truth, the Bloodstain Group had gradually developed under his patronage. And now that he sought their assistance, they dared not refuse. According to my intelligence, tomorrow, the Song family's only daughter will bring several items to the Changrong Hotel to exchange for samples. That will present the perfect opportunity to strike. Your target will be present, and so will mine. Moreover, tomorrow, the city defense forces on duty will be you need only to proceed in this manner. Mr. Chun has evidently devised a well-structured plan, which he elaborated on in detail to Shueli, who listened intently, his eyes gradually lighting up. Should everything unfold smoothly according to plan, the Bloodstain Group would not only exact revenge, but also reap substantial profits from this operation. Most importantly, he secured Mr. Chin's approval. Once the task is accomplished, the Bloodstain Group could transform into a member of the City Defense Forces of Anning Town. This would undoubtedly cleanse the Bloodstain Group of its past misdeeds, effectively erasing its notorious history and elevating it to the status of official military forces. Thus, as Shueli exited the small building, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In his view, the action scheduled for tomorrow, supported by numerous covert alliances, would pose no challenge in apprehending the 3 targets. If they failed even at this, then the Bloodstain Group would truly have no reason to exist. Boss, how are things? What did that big shot say? As Shueli approached, the other members of the Bloodstain Group gathered around him, all eager to inquire. Heh, let's head back first. There's a major task ahead tomorrow. If we execute it well, we'll be set for life. Shueli grinned as he led his subordinates back to their residence, summoning the scattered members from the periphery and commencing the preparations for the following day's assignment. The conspiracy between the Bloodstain Group and Mr. Chen was brewing, unbeknownst to Qin Xie and Li Muqing, who were obliviously wandering outside. They first visited the Fish Lion shop with canned goods in hand, and upon seeing Qin Xie bringing gifts, the proprietor's face lit up with joy. He engaged her in conversation for quite some time before allowing the two to leave. Subsequently, the pair made their way to the Xinghua trading post, purchasing several firearms and ammunition, including kinetic and laser weapons. These firearms were primarily acquired for Li Muqing, who would utilize them for practice upon returning. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, the prices of firearms and ammunition were steep. The three guns along with their respective ammunition costly mooching over 200 soul crystals, and that was after a discount, effectively draining his cash reserves. He even required Qin Xie to supplement him with several soul crystals to make ends meet. Li Muqing expressed his sentiments. I am truly embarrassed. As the owner, I have not paid you a single soul crystal in wages, and yet I have burdened you with such expenses. It is quite shameful. However, Qin Xie did not share his feelings of guilt that Li Muqing's earlier promise of providing meals in the future was more than enough to offset the expenditure of those soul crystals. With their arms laden with packages, the two had a light dinner in town before returning to the inn, spending another night gazing at each other in silence. Notably, that night, Li Muqing dreamt once more. And this time, the sole protagonist was Qin Xie in his dream. They conversed amicably throughout the night, and even upon waking, the lingering sensation remained vivid in his mind. Li Muqing awoke early, before dawn had broken, and found that Qin Xie in the adjacent bed was still asleep. Staring at her serene face, coupled with the dream from the night before, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. Subsequently, he could not fall back asleep, nor did he dare to gaze at Qin Xie, and instead shut his eyes, forcing himself to remain still until morning light broke. Only when Qin Xie arose did he feign awakening. After freshening up and consuming some canned food for breakfast, the two idly counted their remaining supplies, discovering they had over 70 cans of meat and a dozen cans of fruit left. These cans were to be samples to present to Song Xiaolan that very morning. Aside from soul crystals, Song Xiaolan was also expected to bring some gold and jewelry, which was something Li Muqing eagerly anticipated. He wondered how much gold she would bring and how much it would offset their debt. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the time agreed upon by both parties, a gentle knock echoed at Li Muqing's door. Almost precisely on time. Exchanging glances, they understood that the moment had arrived. Qin Xie rose to open the door, revealing Song Xiaolan standing at the threshold with a warm smile upon her face. Miss Song, you are quite punctual, Li Muqing welcomed her from within the room. Indeed, I was nearly unable to restrain myself from coming directly, thinking of the goods in Mr. Tianxi's possession. However, I needed to procure the items you requested, so I managed to hold back, Song Xiaolan replied, stepping gracefully into the room, followed by several bodyguards clad in black who brought in 4 boxes of varying sizes and placed them on the table. All right, you may wait outside. There is no need for you here, she instructed, dismissing the bodyguards, leaving only Li Muqing, Qin Xie, Song Xiaolan, and her female assistant in the room, reminiscent of their previous meal together. Mr. Tianxi, I have brought some small gifts for you. A token of our family's sincerity, Song Xiaolan began, not immediately mentioning the canned goods, but instead presenting Li Muqing with something, successfully piquing his curiosity. Oh? What could it be? In the boxes? Li Muqing raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to the table. Hee, I'll keep you in suspense for a moment. You'll find out for yourself, Song Xiaolan teased, approaching the table and gesturing for him to open the boxes. Very well, I shall oblige, Li Muqing replied, unpretentiously selecting the largest box. With a click, the box lock released, and upon lifting the lid, Li Muqing was astonished to find a disassembled yet remarkably futuristic firearm within. This is codename GCR-35? The legendary Nightingale? Before Li Muqing could utter another word, it was Qin Xie, standing behind him, who could no longer contain her excitement, exclaiming the name of the gun. Chapter 35. The sincerity of the Song family. Miss Yubao possesses keen insight. This is indeed the latest laser firearm developed in Anning Town. The Nightingale. Song Xiaolan smiled faintly as she approached Li Muqing's side, detailing the firearm's origins and specifications. It turned out that this weapon was the latest practical firearm developed by the Anning Town Research Institute, featuring disassemblable components, high power, long range, excellent maneuverability, and low wear-on parts, making it a standout among the new generation of firearms. However, due to the high production requirements for its components, it was not mass-produced as standard weaponry but was reserved for elite use, classifying it as a special weapon. The Nightingale boasts an effective range of 500 meters, with laser projectiles reaching maximum power within 300 meters and maintaining high stability up to 500 meters. It can fire in both single and automatic modes and is equipped with an advanced night vision scope, surpassing ordinary night imaging technology, thus earning its moniker. Mr. Tianxi has expressed a desire for us to provide some weaponry to offset the cost of goods. This is certainly not an issue. The nightingale can be considered our gesture of goodwill, as Song Xiaolan explained to Li Muqing. Qin Xia had already taken the initiative to handle the firearm. She first caressed several components, and within mere seconds, she had assembled the nightingale. The fully assembled weapon measured approximately 1.5 meters, exuding an aura of advanced technology, particularly the scope, which was clearly of superior quality. With the firearm in hand, Qin Xia aimed left and right, and it was apparent from her expression that she was thoroughly impressed with the weapon. From Song Xiaolan's description and Qin Xia's reaction, Li Muqing discerned that this firearm was undoubtedly a remarkable piece. Since Qin Xia was so fond of it, he felt no need to decline. After expressing his gratitude, he accepted the weapon. The second box contained even more equipment. A set of 5 small drones. According to reports, these drones possessed formidable capabilities, including reconnaissance, precision strikes, and terrain mapping, all controlled by artificial intelligence, making them exceptionally agile. Most importantly, they utilized the latest energy technology, allowing them to operate continuously for a year without activating laser weaponry, making them excellent companions for both protection and covert operations. The remaining 2 boxes were far simpler in contents. They brimmed with gold and a variety of diamond rings and jade necklaces. When Li Muqing opened the boxes, he was nearly blinded by the dazzling array of precious items. Here are 10 gold bars, each with a purity exceeding 99.99, totaling 10 pounds. This is the finest gold we could procure. Additionally, there are various valuable pieces of jewelry from pre-war luxury brands. I hope you will be satisfied. Seeing Li Muqing's astonished expression, Song Xiaolan was already aware that he would be pleased, yet she still felt the need to say the formalities. Ahem, I am indeed satisfied, very satisfied. Li Muqing quickly wiped away his drool, restoring a serious demeanor. Miss Song, you said these are gifts for me? They do not need to be deducted from the payment? Certainly, these minor trinkets hold little value. Consider them a gesture from the Song family, she replied. Little value? Li Muqing could not help but roll his eyes inwardly. While these items might not be worth much in the wasteland, to him, they represented millions in cash. Then I must thank you, Miss Song. Here are the samples displayed on the table. Though limited in quantity, they are sufficient for your appraisal. Li Muqing gestured towards a pile of canned goods stacked on the other side of the table and addressed Song Xiaolan. As the saying goes, a gift must be reciprocated. Since Miss Qin has bestowed upon me such a generous array of items, it would be remiss of me to accept them without offering something in return. These cans shall be sold to you at half price, as a small token of my appreciation. Given that Song Xiaolan had already extended her goodwill through her gifts, it was only fitting that Li Muqing reciprocate. Although the discount may have seemed trivial to the Song family, it nonetheless reflected Li Muqing's sincerity. The sentiment was what truly mattered. Very well, then I shall express my gratitude to Mr. Tianxi in advance. Song Xiaolan replied, fully aware of Li Muqing's intentions and unhesitating in her acceptance. After her assistant had meticulously counted the cans, she produced her stored value card, simultaneously retrieving Li Muqing's card, inputting a figure into the pit on her wrist before swiping it. Transaction complete. 3,300 soul stones have been transferred to your card, she announced, handing Li Muqing's card back to her. Is that it? The pit has such functionality? Li Muqing exclaimed, astonished at this operation, having never seen it before. Song Xiaolan casually explained, the pit boasts myriad functions and comes in various tiers. The one in my possession is of the highest grade. The card swiping and transfer functions are merely basic features, with many more capabilities that you might not even begin to imagine. In contrast, the device Li Muqing currently carried was the most rudimentary, though it still served multiple purposes beyond merely displaying her physical metrics. Even if she seldom utilized them, the conversation among the group in the room reached its climax. An impending storm had silently commenced outside the building. 2 vehicles were parked outside the inn, one belonging to Song Xiaolan and the other a rugged 7-seater SUV designated for her bodyguards. Presently, each vehicle housed only a driver, while the rest had entered the inn on high alert. Moreover, while Song Xiaolan ascended to finalize her transaction with Li Muqing, the miscellaneous individuals within the inn had already been cleared away. Tio Song Xiaolan, the Chongrong Inn appeared exceedingly secure. However, security is merely a relative concept, soon to be shattered. Unbeknownst to anyone, 2 men clad in patrol uniforms suddenly appeared by the roadside, swaying as they approached the 2 vehicles and casually rapping on the windows. Have you lost your sight? Do you not recognize the Song family's vehicles? Be gone. The drivers of both cars reacted almost in unison, rolling down their windows to unleash a tirade of insults upon the patrolling men. In their estimation, these individuals seemed intent on concocting an excuse to extort money, given that their vehicles were parked in the middle of the road, technically violating regulations. Yes, I recognize the Song family's vehicles. I merely wish to come over and make your acquaintance while offering a token of respect, one patrolman replied, a wide grin plastered across his face as he produced a package, one corner of which was open, revealing glimmering blue soul stones within. Offer me respect? Do I know you? The bodyguard in the vehicle remained vigilant, refusing to accept the package, instead regarding the patrolman with an expression of confusion, his hand instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist. You may not know me, but I am well acquainted with you. You are He Yun, the Song family's personal bodyguard. I am Lu Fuliang's subordinate. I've heard you, and he share a close rapport. If you could speak a few kind words on my behalf, it would surely facilitate my promotion and raise, the patrolman declared, his words dispelling the bodyguard's wariness, as the names he mentioned were indeed accurate. The bodyguard confirmed his identity as He Yun, and Lu Fuliang was indeed a close friend of his. Most importantly, Lu Fuliang was the highest-ranking individual among the patrolmen stationed in Anning Town, dispatched by the Song family. Not bad, not bad. You have some wits about you. Hand over the goods, and I shall speak to old Lu on your behalf. By the way, what is your name? The bodyguard's demeanor softened as he extended his hand to accept the package. Here, take it. Seizing the opportunity, the patrolman leaned forward, almost entering the vehicle, and Sun Li's marksmanship was exceptionally precise. And the threat implied by his shot was palpable at once. Qin Xia dared not act recklessly, remaining rooted in place, her gaze fixed upon Sun Li with the intensity of a hawk. Li Muqing and Song Xiaolan were equally paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. The shock evident on Li Muqing's face. Song Xiaolan, too, was not in a better position. Upon realizing that it was Sun Li who had shot her female assistant, her eyes flared with fury. Oh dear, what a beautiful woman to perish so abruptly. Sun Li, you truly lack compassion. Before Song Xiaolan could voice her thoughts, a voice resonated from outside, capturing everyone's attention. It was Xueli, who entered with his gang from the Blood Scar group. A smug grin plastered on his face. Although he mocked Sun Li verbally, his eyes never strayed from Qin Xia. Blood Scar. Xueli! Qin Xia exclaimed upon seeing him, her understanding dawning instantly as she ground her teeth and spoke in a low, furious tone. Li Muqing was taken aback. He had never imagined these individuals were from the Blood Scar group. Yet, how dared they act so brazenly in broad daylight and in collusion with the Song family's bodyguards? Sun Li, why? The Song family has treated you well. Why is this happening? While Qin Xia focused on the Blood Scar group, Song Xiaolan's attention remained fixated on Sun Li. Once she regained her composure, she rose and stared at Sun Li, enunciating each word with clarity. The Song family indeed treated me well, but regrettably, I have never been one of their own. Sun Li shook his head impassively, choosing silence as he turned to exit, signaling to leave this situation to Xueli. The members of the Blood Scar group surged forward immediately, two of them roughly searching Li Muqing, pinning him to a chair, while another two laid hands on Song Xiaolan, albeit with a gentler touch, avoiding sensitive areas. Nonetheless, the unwanted contact caused Song Xiaolan to furrow her brows, perceiving it as a complete violation. After searching Li Muqing and Song Xiaolan, confirming they bore no weapons, they were restrained in their seats, prohibited from movement. However, Qin Xia's treatment was markedly different. Two members of the Blood Scar group brutally bound her hands behind her, dragging her before Xueli. One of them kicked her behind the knees, forcing her to kneel. What do you intend to do? Upon witnessing Qin Xia's humiliation, Li Muqing's eyes reddened instantly. The members of the Bloodstained Guild behind him bellowed, drawing the attention of those ahead. That moment, Li Muqing had already raised his hand with the swiftness of a lifetime, yanking down the box from the desk. The box was unsecured, and as it fell, Li Muqing instinctively grasped it, miraculously managing to seize the nightingale. Since heaven itself was aiding me, then, let me bring death. Fortunately, Li Muqing's enhancements had already taken effect to some degree. Otherwise, he would have been unable to wield the 20-pound nightingale with one hand. In an instant, the sound of electricity crackled as a laser shot through the head of the assailant, rushing towards Li Muqing, killing him instantly. The laser continued its relentless course, piercing through his skull and striking another member of the Bloodstained Guild in the neck, severing his head cleanly. Almost simultaneously with Li Muqing's successful shot, Song Xiaolan also sprang into action. Her movements were remarkably swift. Taking advantage of everyone's focus on Li Muqing, she delivered a powerful kick backward, causing the man behind her to lose his balance. Then, with the fluidity of flowing water, she spun around and struck, her actions so rapid that no one could discern precisely what had transpired. The next sounds were a series of sickening cracks as the unfortunate member of the Bloodstained Guild found all his joints dislocated, followed by a decisive blow to his throat, sending him crumpling to the ground in agony. Having dispatched one adversary, Song Xiaolan did not pause. She moved in a flash, charging towards the next foe in her path. Their actions unfolded in the blink of an eye. The Bloodstained Guild swiftly lost 3 of their 8 members. The remaining 5, drawing on their extensive combat experience, immediately reacted, dispersing to seek cover while adjusting their attack stances. Freed from the constraints of the men behind him, Li Muqing raised both hands, aiming his weapon with an unorthodox grip, unleashing a barrage of fire toward the front. However, his firepower was primarily directed at the individuals holding Qin Xia, not to kill, but to compel them to release her. Indeed, after firing several lasers, Li Muqing achieved his objective. In their panic, the 2 men who had restrained Qin Xia pushed her forward and hastily retreated, allowing her to regain her freedom. Chapter 38. Close quarters combat. The 2 men who had captured Qin Xia leaped away, but Li Muqing had no intention of letting them escape. The muzzle of the Nightingale gleamed brightly, with more than half of the bullets aimed directly at them. The duo moved with remarkable speed, evading most of the laser beams, yet Li Muqing was relentless, firing indiscriminately without regard for the ammunition count. Though his marksmanship was subpar, fortune smiled upon him, and one of the men was struck in the calf, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Shortly thereafter, another laser hit his chest, leaving him gasping for breath on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. The other assailant was also hit by a laser that penetrated his shoulder, slowing him just enough that he could not escape the corner, only to be pulled down by the swiftly rising Qin Xia. Her movements were swift. Freed from her restraints, she sprang up, seized the opportunity, and, gritting her teeth against the pain, dragged the man who had been shot down to the ground. Then, with a sideways leap, she thrust her elbow into the side of his neck, producing a sickening crunch as his spine shattered, rendering him unconscious. By this point, Li Muqing's sudden assault had decimated 5 members of the Bloodstained Guild, leaving only 3, including Xueli, still standing. However, Li Muqing's barrage of firepower was soon exhausted. The Nightingale's formidable strength came at a heavy cost to its battery, and within less than 10 seconds of indiscriminate firing, he had completely depleted his ammunition. "Damn it," he muttered. With gunfire ceased, the remaining members of the Bloodstained Guild swiftly retrieved their weapons, aiming at Li Muqing, ready to fire. However, as the first shot was discharged, Xueli swiftly knocked the gun barrel downward. It must be noted that the members of the Bloodstained Guild were well trained. The laser shot barely grazed Li Muqing's scalp, singeing a few strands of his hair to ash and prompting him to duck instinctively and roll aside. "Though not fire. We need them alive. If either of those 2 dies, we are all doomed." Xueli, witnessing Li Muqing's near demise, felt a surge of dread. He was well aware of Mr. Chen's capabilities. While he could not openly confront Song Xiaolan, dealing with rabble like them was merely child's play. With a fierce shove to the scarred face beside him, Xueli commanded, "Go." He is out of bullets. "Engage in close combat and capture him. I will handle you." Bao. Sunli, come forth and deal with Song Xiaolan swiftly. The lasers fired have already attracted attention. As he spoke, he and the scarred man charged forward, while Sunli revealed himself, lunging towards Song Xiaolan. Midway, Xueli recalled something and added, "Only use guns as a last resort. Even if you must fire, aim for non-lethal areas. I trust that even if they sustain a few wounds, our superior will not pursue the matter too rigorously." His words served as a reminder to the group. The Bloodstained Guild members were not without weapons. They were armed. Should Li Muqing and the others resist fiercely, time could be dragged out, necessitating the use of firearms. As long as no one was killed, it could be explained away. Hearing Xueli's words and observing the ferocious, reckless assault of the scarred man before him, Li Muqing's lips twitched, tempted to flee. Yet, after a moment of internal struggle, he ultimately decided against it. swiftly reaching into his pocket to retrieve the electric gloves that had not been confiscated. Now, even if he could not overpower the scarred man, he could still seize an opportunity to subdue him. With the electric gloves donned, Li Muqing hastily assumed a defensive stance just as the scarred man rushed toward him. The scarred man, seeing the sudden appearance of the gloves on Li Muqing's hands, hesitated briefly, momentarily thinking his opponent had some special technique. Nonetheless, he did not halt his advance, bending low and executing a sweeping kick that sent the inexperienced Li Muqing sprawling to the ground. What the hell? Is there no honor in fighting? Why resort to tricks? Li Muqing inwardly lamented, but his body was already spiraling backward uncontrollably. The scarred man, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a barrage of punches, striking Li Muqing in the abdomen and sending him crashing into the wall, then bouncing to the floor. Having never endured such a severe assault before, even with the sea-level enhancement drug coursing through his veins, which had doubled his muscle and bone strength, Li Muqing still felt overwhelming pain. His head spinning as he lay gasping on the ground. Across the room, Qin Siya, witnessing Li Muqing's injury, felt an urgent desire to rescue him from Shueli, who had her ensnared. However, Shueli immediately recognized Qin Siya's intentions and, with a sinister smile, launched a frenzied assault. "Humph, your opponent is me. Focus on the fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Siya was struck in a vulnerable spot, staggering backward until she collided with the wall. Shueli was immensely powerful, on par with Qin Siya, yet he excelled in brute strength and aggression, while she relied on agility and finesse. In the confined space of the hotel room, Qin Siya's skills were severely limited, and within just a few exchanges, she found herself overwhelmed by Shueli. Moreover, having sustained injuries earlier, she could only desperately defend herself. In another corner of the room, Song Xiaolan was engaged in a fierce battle against both Sun Li and another member of the Bloodstained Guild. To Li Muqing's astonishment, Song Xiaolan's prowess surpassed even that of Qin Siya. Additionally, she employed a unique fighting style. Should she manage to grasp an opponent's limbs, they were likely to find their joints dislocated. The first victim of her technique was a prime example. Consequently, both Sun Li and the Bloodstained member hesitated to engage closely, wary of falling into her trap. After another exchange, Sun Li and Song Xiaolan created some distance between them. Earlier, he had inadvertently allowed her to grasp his wrist, nearly suffering a dislocation. "Miss Song, I never imagined your skills were so formidable. I was completely unaware until now." Sun Li's expression darkened. As Song Xiaolan's personal bodyguard, he had been oblivious to her true capabilities. Some truths are better kept secret. Otherwise, encountering a traitor like you would leave one utterly defenseless. Song Xiaolan's tone turned icy as well. She had never expected that her most loyal bodyguard would betray her. Without the guidance of her mysterious mentor, this situation could have spelled her doom. "Humph, what does it matter how many skills you possess? In the face of firearms, you are still powerless." Sun Liu, with a sudden flash of impatience, drew a handgun and aimed it menacingly at Song Xiaolan. It appeared he had run out of patience, realizing that with his skills, resolving the matter with Song Xiaolan would require a considerable amount of time they could ill afford. The situation necessitated such drastic measures. Seeing Sun Li's actions, Song Xiaolan's expression shifted dramatically. She sensed the impending danger, realizing that matters were spiraling into a more dire predicament. Chapter 39. Crisis averted with the gun pointed at her. Song Xiaolan felt as though a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon her, an unsettling sensation washing over her. She instinctively shifted her body, but in the blink of an eye, Sun Li pulled the trigger. The laser bullet grazed her left arm, instantly vaporizing a section of her exquisite attire while leaving a severe burn mark along the smooth, jade-like surface of her arm. "Make another move, and the bullet will pierce your arm," Sun Li stated coldly. Song Xiaolan could hardly believe that merely shifting her position had prompted Sun Li to fire. Although the shot had only grazed her, its warning was unmistakably clear. From Sun Li's words, it was evident that next time, the bullet would not merely skim her arm. After this shot, Song Xiaolan was indeed deterred from taking any rash actions, fully aware that Sun Li was a ruthless character, even colder and more resolute than Shueli. This was evident from his demeanor since entering the room. Sun Li tilted his head, signaling the remaining member of the Bloodmark group to approach and subdue Song Xiaolan. The man nodded, retrieving a pair of handcuffs from behind him as he walked toward her. That moment, a blue laser bullet suddenly shot in from the side. striking Sun Li's handgun with pinpoint accuracy. The intense heat from the laser melted half of the gun, causing Sun Li to instinctively discard it. "What is happening?" Sun Li exclaimed, turning in fury to find Li Muqing, armed with a laser gun, aiming directly at him, poised to pull the trigger once more. The sight sent a chill down his spine, and he abandoned all thoughts of Song Xiaolon, springing into action and dashing toward the door. But how did Li Muqing acquire a weapon? Hadn't the Nightingale run out of ammunition? Just 5 seconds prior, Li Muqing had been knocked to the ground by Scarface. He had been on the brink of losing consciousness from that heavy blow when he noticed a corpse lying nearby, specifically, the body of the first Blood Mark member he had slain. Upon this realization, Li Muqing rallied his strength, reaching for the cold, hard object beside the corpse. Indeed, he grasped a long, ice-cold laser weapon. Scarface, intent on subduing Li Muqing, rushed forward to seize the gun, only for Li Muqing to anticipate this move. He suddenly released his grip on the gun, grabbing Scarface's hand instead. Simultaneously, the electric glove surged to full power, unleashing the combined voltage equivalent to 10 electric shocks upon Scarface's hand. The shock was tremendous, even for his C-grade enhanced body, making it difficult for him to withstand such a massive surge of electricity. His hair stood on end as his body trembled. However, Scarface's physical prowess was formidable. After the shock, he managed to regain some control over his body. Within a second, he yanked his hand free but stumbled backward. Unable to rise immediately, Li Muqing seized this opportunity, enduring the pain in his internal organs, and yanked the gun from the corpse, aiming it at Sun Li and firing. Whether to commend his marksmanship or criticize it, the bullet fortuitously struck Sun Li's handgun. Although it did not injure Sun Li, it freed Song Xiaolon from immediate threat, alleviating her concerns. Regrettably, the laser gun was set to single-shot mode. Li Muqing had assumed it would fire continuously, similar to the Nightingale, and thus missed the optimal moment to shoot again. By the time he realized this and prepared to fire a second time, Sun Li had already fled. With no choice, Li Muqing redirected his aim toward another unfortunate member of the Blood Mark group, standing near Song Xiaolon, and decisively pulled the trigger. This unfortunate individual, just about to cuff Song Xiaolon, had not yet made a move when he was shot in the lower abdomen, letting out a cry of pain before feeling a tremendous force against his chest. It was Song Xiaolon, who had closed the distance and seized his clothing, incapacitating him with a swift maneuver that left him writhing on the ground, his fate uncertain. Mission failed. Retreat. At that moment, Sun Li had already dashed outside, not forgetting to utter a remark to Xueli before fleeing without a backward glance. His decisiveness indicated he recognized the situation had escalated beyond his control. Continuing the confrontation was futile. So he chose to withdraw. "Damn it, I curse your ancestors." Xueli seethed as he witnessed Sun Li escape like a rabbit, his frustration boiling over. However, upon noticing the gun in Li Muqing's hand, he realized the situation was irretrievable. In a fit of rage, he launched a series of powerful punches at Qin Xie, sending her sprawling across the room. Thus, the only individuals remaining in the room were Li Muqing, Qin Xie, and Song Xiaolon, amidst the bodies of the incapacitated or deceased members of the Blood Mark group. The sudden turn of events left Qin Xie momentarily stunned. One moment she was grappling for her life against Xueli, and the next, her opponent had retreated. "Xiaoya, catch!" Without regard for Qin Xie's thoughts, Li Muqing tossed the gun toward her. He was aware of his own limitations in marksmanship. Holding a gun felt no different than wielding a stick. However, once the gun reached Qin Xie, the dynamic shifted dramatically. Indeed, upon receiving the weapon, Qin Xie's demeanor transformed. She seemed to manipulate some mechanism, causing the gun to emit a series of clicks in a flash. She dashed to the doorway, raising the gun to fire. Unfortunately, before even half a second had passed, she retreated, leaving Li Muqing to witness a barrage of laser bullets flying past the entrance. The Blood Mark members stationed on the ground floor had evidently arrived to provide support. Fortunately, the crisis was temporarily averted. Had they delayed any longer in driving Xueli and his associates away, with the remaining members of the Blood Mark group arriving, even if Li Muqing had secured a weapon, it would likely have been futile. The opposing firepower was overwhelming. Qin Xie could not risk exposing herself and resorted to firing indiscriminately, though it was unlikely to yield any significant results. A few seconds later, the chaotic barrage of laser bullets outside ceased, and upon peering out, Qin Xia confirmed that the Blood Mark members had indeed vanished without a trace. Instinctively, she prepared to pursue, but as she took a step forward, she heard Song Xiaolan's voice behind her. "Do not chase. We are safer up here." Song Xiaolan had already picked up the Nightingale, which Li Muqing had discarded, reloading it with a fresh magazine and battery, then approached a window, smashing it with the gunstock. Li Muqing and Qin Xia hurried over, finding the vantage point advantageous, allowing them to observe the Blood Mark group fleeing the hotel toward their vehicles. The sound of shattering glass drew their attention, and upon realizing it was Li Muqing and the others at the window, the members of the Blood Mark swiftly raised their weapons to fire. Faced with overwhelming numbers, the trio had no choice but to take cover, unable to confront them head-on. However, their demeanor suggested that the Blood Mark members were genuinely retreating. They had survived this crisis. Chapter 40. 10 seconds and 10 bullets. They're leaving, Song Xiaolan remarked calmly, listening to the diminishing sounds of gunfire outside. "By now." The bullets had become sparse, and the rumble of car engines echoed down the street, indicating that Xueli and his group were preparing to depart. "Are we just going to let them escape so easily? I refuse to accept it." Qin Xia's face was etched with indignation. After enduring such a sudden assault orchestrated by Xueli and the Blood Mark group, leaving them injured and on the brink of death, how could they simply allow Xueli to flee? Song Xiaolan, clearly understanding Qin Xia's sentiments, remained silent, merely extending the Nightingale toward her. "You have at most 10 seconds. Qin Xia seized the firearm and rose swiftly, only to discover that two vehicles had already traveled several dozen meters ahead. Accelerating with fervor, approximately 500 meters ahead lay a bend in the road, and the time it would take for the cars to reach the corner was undoubtedly less than 10 seconds. Thus, Qin Xia made a decisive choice, propping the gun against the windowsill and executing a standard sniper stance. After a brief moment of aiming, she pulled the trigger. A somewhat jarring zapping sound erupted as the Nightingale's muzzle flared brilliantly, emitting a laser beam approximately 10 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide, which shot forth in the blink of an eye towards the luxurious sedan ahead. This beam was immensely more powerful than the laser bullets fired by Li Muqing moments ago with the Nightingale. The ray crossed the distance instantaneously, striking the rear of the sedan. However, the formidable laser merely left a black mark on the vehicle before being deflected away. My vehicle has undergone special modifications, enabling it to withstand cannon fire. Standard bullets and beam weapons are ineffective against it. Focus on the one behind, Song Xiaolan kindly advised from the side. Qin Xia, upon hearing this, bit her lip, feeling a sense of reluctance. In her brief observation, she had already discerned that Xueli and Sunli, along with the scarred man, had boarded the luxurious sedan, while the other members of the Bloodstained group had taken the rugged off-road vehicle behind. Naturally, Qin Xia understood the principle of capturing the king first, and her hatred for Xueli was the strongest. If she could eliminate him, it would be the best outcome. Yet, there was currently no viable approach. Song Xiaolan's vehicle was undoubtedly fortified against bullets, leaving her at a loss. After grappling with her thoughts for half a second, Qin Xia subtly adjusted the gun's aim towards the rear wheel of the rugged vehicle. Her first shot went slightly awry, missing the target. The rugged vehicle evidently realized it had become the target, as two guns protruded from the rear windows, wildly spraying bullets in her direction. Unfortunately, in their haste to evade the powerful Nightingale, the vehicle swerved in an S pattern while speeding, making it inherently difficult to aim. Amidst the chaotic barrage of bullets, none were directed towards her window. Drawing upon her formidable mental fortitude, Qin Xia disregarded the scattering laser bullets and prepared to fire again. The second shot struck the rear fender of the off-road vehicle, piercing through and leaving a small hole in the vehicle's body. Having failed to hit her desired target twice, Qin Xia inhaled slowly, forcing herself to regain her composure. After a second's pause, she fired her third shot, with a sharp zapping noise accompanying the laser generator's piercing sound. This time, the laser bullet successfully struck the rear wheel of the rugged vehicle, exploding the tire and even penetrating the rim. The off-road vehicle, losing its balance, began to skid uncontrollably on the road. The inertia from its high speed compounded by its weight rendered it entirely unmanageable. It soon veered sideways, rolling over before crashing into a nearby building, coming to a halt in a state of disarray. Having dealt with the off-road vehicle in approximately 5 seconds, Qin Xia noticed that the sedan had already traversed 2/3 of its distance, leaving only about 100 meters to the turn. For a car that had already accelerated, that distance would take less than 2 seconds to cover. Nevertheless, Qin Xie redirected her aim towards the sedan. This time, she had no time to properly aim and could only shoot by instinct. In the span of a second, she pulled the trigger 4 times in quick succession, with 4 laser beams almost simultaneously flying toward the sedan, all making contact. Regrettably, Song Xiaolan's vehicle proved too resilient. Aside from one bullet shattering the right rearview mirror, the others were deflected by the external armor. At that moment, as Qin Xie continued to pull the trigger, the Nightingale unexpectedly fell silent, leaving her to watch helplessly as the distant sedan executed a stylish drift and vanished around the corner. The Nightingale's formidable power stemmed from Qin Xie's use of single-shot mode, which, unlike Li Muqing's earlier rapid-fire mode, delivered greater force but at a cost. The standard battery could only provide energy for 10 shots, and once expended, the weapon would be powerless. With the vehicle gone, Qin Xie felt as though her strength had ebbed away. After a long exhale, she leaned against the wall and slid to the floor, utterly fatigued. Li Muqing, too, found himself in a similar state, having been entirely focused on Qin Xie's shooting. With the target now lost, his attention shifted, and the pain in his body surged to the forefront of his mind, causing his legs to buckle beneath him. In contrast to Qin Xie and Li Muqing, Song Xiaolan appeared considerably better off. At the very least, she had not sustained severe injuries and was not in such disarray. Upon seeing both Li Muqing and Qin Xie collapsed on the ground, she hurried to assist them, but Li Muqing halted her. "No, just let me rest for a moment. I'll get back up once I recover." Since Li Muqing had spoken, Song Xiaolan felt it inappropriate to insist further. She simply moved to sit beside the bed, quietly waiting for something to unfold. Boom! Just as the room fell silent for less than 10 seconds, a violent explosion sounded from outside. Li Muqing made no move to investigate, for he knew without looking that it must undoubtedly be the off-road vehicle detonating. Following this wave of explosions, only Xueli and the scarred man remained of the Bloodstain group, though it was a source of regret that Xueli had survived. Li Muqing felt a sense of vindication. Not long after the explosion, the sounds of hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. Soon, a group of uniformed individuals armed with weapons burst into the room. However, upon witnessing the scene, bodies strewn across the floor and walls riddled with gaping holes from laser bullets, they all stood momentarily dumbfounded. In Anning Town, it was indeed their first encounter with a hotel room that resembled a battlefield. Ms. Song. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the leader of the group, clearly recognizing Song Xiaolan, stammered her name. After receiving confirmation, he rushed forward, eager to offer assistance. These individuals were members of the City Defense Force, akin to police in the real world. Of course, their delayed arrival was as frustrating as that of any police force, only appearing after the situation had been resolved. With the City Defense Force on the scene, the subsequent proceedings were considerably simpler. Through their intermediaries, Song Xiaolan relayed the news of the attack to the Song family, and within 10 minutes, the main contingent of the Song family arrived. Taking control of the Changrong Hotel and the entire street on which it stood, Li Muqing and Qin Xie were politely escorted by Song family members onto a luxurious mobile home, converted from a bus, where a medical team awaited to tenderly treat their injuries. Chapter 41. The cause and effect. The injuries sustained by Li Muqing and Qin Xie were neither trivial nor severe. Both had suffered blunt force trauma, resulting in superficial wounds, coupled with internal jolts that caused slight displacements and internal bleeding. As individuals who had undergone enhancement treatments, they could have managed such injuries in the wild, allowing for a few days of rest to recuperate. However, with the intervention of the Song family's medical team, a few injections and 2 dark red pills later, they felt nearly healed. Once the medical team had attended to their wounds, they respectfully withdrew, leaving the spacious luxury mobile home occupied solely by Li Muqing and Qin Xie, who reclined on the soft, comfortable sofa, relaxing their bodies. Xiaoye, after this, the Bloodstain group should be permanently extinguished, right? After casually calling her Xiaoye, Li Muqing's address for Qin Xie had shifted. While the Bloodstain group may have met its demise, the fact that Xueli had not perished still posed a lingering threat. Reflecting on Xueli's successful escape, Qin Xie felt a twinge of frustration. Think positively, although Xueli survived, he lacks the power to stir up any significant trouble now. Moreover, with the Bloodstain group eradicated, we have avenged a substantial part of Nanin's grievances, so we should feel pleased. Li Muqing noticed Qin Xie's lingering concern over Xueli's escape and quickly sought to comfort her. "Xueli? Sigh. Enough about him. It's better that he doesn't come back. If he does appear before me again, I will surely kill him. This, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qin Xia's eyes. If Shueli and the Bloodstained group had merely been her enemies before, they had now transformed into an irreconcilable vendetta. How dare he harm my Xiaoya? The next time I see him, I will ensure he meets a gruesome end. Li Muqing echoed fiercely from the side. Why Xiaoya? The words escaped Li Muqing's lips, causing Qin Xia to feel an unfamiliar sensation within her heart. Recalling Li Muqing's fervent expression and actions during her assault, she instinctively turned away, her face flushing crimson once more. Hey, why is your face so red? Is your injury acting up again? Let me call for a doctor. Li Muqing observed that Qin Xia's complexion was not right and immediately sprang to her feet, intending to summon a doctor. However, Qin Xia hastily stopped her, her face growing even redder. At that moment, the sound of a car door opening reached them, and Song Xiaolan gracefully approached. Miss Song. Li Muqing quickly rose, for they were on someone else's territory, and etiquette must be observed. Noticing Li Muqing's action, Song Xiaolan hurriedly stepped forward to support her, smiling as she said, Mr. Tianxi, please do not stand on ceremony, take a seat, and treat this place as your own home. Do not feel constrained. With that, she gently urged Li Muqing back into her seat before sitting down opposite her. Li Muqing took a moment to appraise Song Xiaolan, noting that she had changed into a different outfit. This ensemble featured some intricate lace patterns, and on her left arm, one could faintly see a bandage wrapped around it. It seemed that while she was not in view earlier, Song Xiaolan had already received treatment outside. Mr. Tianxi, Miss Yubao, I just heard the doctor say that your injuries are not severe. After taking the special medicine, a night's rest will suffice for your recovery. As soon as she was seated, Song Xiaolan broached the topic of Li Muqing and the others' injuries. Yes, we are feeling much better now. The physician from the Song family possesses remarkable skills. We are truly grateful to you, Miss Song. What gratitude is due? If anyone should express thanks, it ought to be me. Suddenly, Song Xiaolan's demeanor turned serious as she stood up and respectfully bowed to Li Muqing, saying, Mr. Tianxi, Miss Yubao, I sincerely thank you. If it were not for you, I, or rather our Song family, would not know the extent of the suffering we would have endured. That is quite unnecessary. Li Muqing immediately leaped to her feet, waving her hands in protest. We were not merely rescuing you. We were also securing our own safety. Furthermore, that blood-stained group must have followed us to the Changrong Hotel. At this point, Li Muqing recalled the innocent receptionist at the hotel and the fate of Song Xiaolan's bodyguards. And her expression darkened. The horrific scenes of their deaths were still vivid in her mind, and she felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that they had perished because of her and Qin Xia's presence. No, regardless, I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Tianxi. Had you not intervened at critical moments, bravely averting the crisis, we would not be conversing here now. At this, Song Xiaolan paused before continuing. Moreover, the blood-stained group dared to act in Anning Town, primarily targeting our Song family, aimed at me. Therefore, it is not you who attracted the blood-stained group, but rather, we collectively did. Oh? How so? Intrigued by her words, Li Muqing pressed for clarification, while Qin Xia perked up, eager to listen. Although they were aware that the assault on the Changrong Hotel was due to the betrayal of Song Xiaolan's bodyguard, Sun Li, the reasons behind Sun Li's betrayal and his collusion with the blood-stained group remained unclear to her. Since you wish to know, I shall explain briefly. I have already dispatched my subordinates to investigate and have gathered some results. To be honest, after hearing it, I was quite astonished. With that, Song Xiaolan began to reveal all that she had learned. The truth of the matter was indeed as they had suspected. Sun Li had been an undercover agent planted by Mr. Chen in the Qin family many years ago, remaining concealed within the innermost circles of the Song family, never making contact or revealing his identity. It was only with the appearance of Qin Xia that the blood-stained group began to tail them, eventually uncovering Li Muqing's intention to negotiate a deal with the Song family regarding Qin goods. This matter was of significant consequence and could potentially disrupt the balance of power among the higher echelons of Anning Town. Thus, Mr. Chen had no choice but to activate Sun Li as his informant. It must be said that Sun Li's sudden betrayal rendered the Song family's defenses as fragile as paper. The blood-stained group nearly succeeded in abducting Song Xiaolan and the others, had Li Muqing not appeared as an unexpected variable. They could only speculate what their circumstances would be now. So, Someone does not want your Song family to gain the agency for the canned goods and is meddling, which led to this incident. After listening to her account, Li Muqing grasped the situation, realizing that while the enmity between the Bloodstained group and Qin Xia was the initial catalyst, the root cause of the ambush stemmed from a power struggle among the elite of Anning Town. That is indeed the case, Song Xiaolan nodded. But which family orchestrated this? That Song Xiaolan's smile turned bittersweet. At the moment, we cannot ascertain who it is. The Bloodstained group seemed to have materialized out of thin air. And Sun Li has fled, leaving us with no leads. You cannot be surprised if you do not know. If that person clearly intends to remain anonymous, then they would have set the Bloodstained group into action. However, if we had been captured, we would likely have learned the identity of their mastermind. Li Muqing stroked his chin, realizing that Bloodly had always refrained from killing, and suddenly understood the implications of this. Mr. Tianci, you jest. With individuals like you around, no matter how perilous the situation, we can surely turn the tide. Song Xiaolan did not respond but silently appreciated the compliment. By the way, have Sun Li and the others truly escaped? Did you not apprehend them? Suddenly, Li Muqing recalled another matter and inquired. They indeed got away. At least so far, we have not captured Sun Li and his group. As she spoke, Song Xiaolan lowered her head. Somewhat embarrassed, as one of the 7 major powers in Anning Town, the Song family had failed to apprehend a mere few individuals, which would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule if it were to spread. We discovered the vehicle they were using 2 blocks away, but the occupants have vanished without a trace. We scoured several nearby blocks, but found no sign of them. They have likely fled to a concealed location. At this point, Song Xiaolan paused momentarily before continuing. Someone must be aiding and hiding them from the outside, which is why we cannot locate them. After all, there are certain places our people cannot freely search. Not to mention, the other 6 families would be quite pleased to see the Song family in a predicament. Anyone could be hiding them, and our people cannot forcibly intrude upon their territories. With this, Li Muqing comprehended the situation entirely. The Bloodstained group was evidently dispatched by a larger force to carry out a nefarious task. Although the operation had failed, the mastermind would not idly watch as their subordinates were captured or killed. For any revelation of information detrimental to them would be disastrous. While they had not been caught red-handed, any disruption caused by their actions could lead to a myriad of complications and consequences. To avert such troubles, the mastermind would undoubtedly strive to protect those who managed to escape. Song Xiaolan and Li Muqing offered their explanations. 3 blocks away from the Changrong Hotel, Mr. Chen and Bloodly, along with a few others, sat in a building. Crash! A beautifully crafted glass cup shattered on the floor, landing at Bloodly's feet, whose face was ashen. A few shards even grazed his trousers. Despite this, Bloodly kept his head bowed, not daring to move, awaiting Mr. Chen's judgment. The scar-faced man behind him mirrored his posture, while Sun Li stood behind Mr. Chen, maintaining a cold demeanor as he glared at Bloodly. Is this how you return after failing to carry out such a simple task? Mr. Chen remained silent for a long moment before coldly uttering these words, causing the nearly stagnant air to shift once more. Chen Shang, everything was proceeding according to plan. We had captured the individuals and were ready to retreat. Yet that fellow named Tianci dared to act boldly. We did not expect a fully assembled Nightingale to be present, and we were caught off guard. You could not even manage something as basic as rummaging through a room? How could you allow someone to hide a weapon? And you still have the audacity to call yourselves elite? Mr. Chen was seething with anger, for in his intelligence reports, Tianci was merely a fledgling novice who had recently injected enhancement agents, yet it was precisely this individual who had thwarted his meticulously crafted plan. Time is of the essence. Bloodly's voice cracked, filled with distress. They could not afford to search every corner thoroughly, for in such operations, time equated to life. Enough with the excuses. Since the mission has failed, consider how to remedy it. Mr. Chen waved his hand, silencing Bloodly's attempts at justification. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, Sun Li, you cannot show your face in Anning Town for a while. Leave tonight for your hometown. Arrangements have been made for you there. You will assume leadership there, and I will send you further instructions later. Understood, adoptive father. Standing behind Mr. Chen, Sun Li bowed his head in acknowledgement, and his address for Mr. Chen caused Shueli to suddenly lift his head in surprise. To his astonishment, this Sun Li was actually Mr. Chen's adopted son, a title of such esteemed status, having been an undercover agent in the Song family for so many years. Indeed, Mr. Chen was quite generous. Unbeknownst to Shueli, Mr. Chen had no fewer than 80 adopted sons, and while those individuals were nominally his sons, they were, in truth, lethal agents meticulously trained by him or Chen, at a mere command from him. These adopted sons would obey without hesitation, embodying the essence of self-sacrifice. As for you, Shueli, remain here for the time being. I shall assign someone to closely monitor Tianxi's movements. When they leave the city, that will be your opportunity to act. I will grant you one final chance. This time, should you fail, you shall vanish completely. With that, Mr. Chen rose and departed without a backward glance. Sun Li cast a sidelong glance at Shueli before following Mr. Chen out. Although he had also failed, Sun Li had merely played a supportive role and had performed admirably, effectively completing his task, thus any punishment would not fall upon him. Yes, Shueli would undoubtedly fulfill his mission this time. Bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle towards Mr. Chen until his figure faded from view, Shueli let out a sigh. Once the men had left, only Shueli and the scar-faced man remained in the room, their bodies collapsing under the immense pressure imposed by Mr. Chen. You won't be so fortunate next time. You bow. If I see you again, it will be your end. A murderous glint flashed in Shueli's eyes as he recalled how he had once held Qin Xie in his grasp. Since Mr. Chen had promised him another chance, he vowed that the next time, he would eliminate Qin Xie without granting her a sliver of opportunity. Mr. Tianxi, according to your original plan, you intended to leave Anning Town today and return to your base, correct? After a brief discussion with Song Xiaolan and Li Muqing, they were called outside by someone, apparently to discuss something. Shortly after, they returned to the vehicle and posed this inquiry. Yes, we had initially planned to complete our transaction with you and then depart from Anning Town. But this unforeseen event has occurred. Li Muqing exchanged a glance with Qin Xie, sharing a resigned smile. In his original scheme, after handing over the samples to Song Xiaolan, he intended for her to take action and assist them in eliminating the Bloodstain group. Once that was accomplished, they could return to the Fanhai Villa district with peace of mind. Little did he expect that before he could even voice his intentions, the Bloodstain group would come charging in, targeting Song Xiaolan as one of their objectives. Now, there was no need for Li Muqing to speak. The Bloodstain group had openly positioned themselves against the Song family. However, with the Bloodstain group no longer in play, only Shueli and the scar-faced man remained, and they likely could not continue to linger in Anning Town, as the Song family had already dispatched personnel and sealed the city gates to hunt down those individuals. Now, you two are in no rush to leave, correct? You see, I just received word that my father wishes to meet you and extend his gratitude. I wonder if you would be so kind as to accept his invitation and visit our home? Quite unexpectedly, Song Xiaolan extended an invitation to Li Muqing and the others. Chapter 43. Within the Song family, your father wishes to meet us. Invite us to the Song family. Upon hearing this, Li Muqing cast a surprised glance at Song Xiaolan. As one of the 7 most prominent figures in Anning Town, Song Xiaolan's father, Song Zhuang, had personally reached out to invite Li Muqing to their home. Even though Li Muqing was not from this world, Song Xiaolan's gesture still left him feeling somewhat honored. Do not be deceived by the notion that Anning Town is merely a small town. That would be a grave mistake. After several days of observation, Li Muqing realized that Anning Town, located near Chaiyang City, was indeed a place of some renown. The area boasted a significant flow of people and an abundance of traded goods. Most importantly, it possessed its own independent production base capable of manufacturing weapons and ammunition, even with the capacity for independent research and development. One could say that aside from food production, Anning Town had made considerable strides in various other aspects, almost rivaling a small city. This was indeed a small city amidst the wasteland, thriving in a land where the population had diminished by more than 1/10. The magnitude of influence held by those managing Anning Town was quite evident. Yes, my father insists that I extend a formal invitation to both of you to visit the Song family. He wishes to express his gratitude in person. In truth, Mr. Tianxi, my father initially intended to discuss this business matter himself, but he happened to have another major project to attend to. He felt that my age was more compatible with yours, making for a potentially more engaging conversation, which is why he entrusted me to liaise with you. The implication in Song Xiaolan's words was clear. Song Zhuang had taken a keen interest in Li Muqing, especially after he had rescued Song Xiaolan once more. Thus, he sought to invite Li Muqing for a meal, extending the courtesy of hospitality. Given that the invitation had been so graciously extended, Li Muqing and Qin Xie exchanged a glance, discovering that neither of them harbored any objections, and they nodded in agreement. After all, one could not disregard the favor owed to Song Zhuang. Very well, please take your time to rest. I will make the necessary arrangements and return shortly to escort you. With that, Song Xiaolan stood and exited the vehicle. Before long, having made the necessary preparations, Song Xiaolan led Li Muqing and the others down from the car and into a luxurious sedan of the same brand, steering them towards the very heart of Anning Town. The center of Anning Town was not a bustling commercial plaza, but rather the residential area of esteemed individuals. The rationale for establishing their homes in the city's core was primarily for their own safety. Should unrest arise in the outer regions of the city, there remained ample buffer space, in the event of a monster siege. Numerous expendable forces would be stationed at the periphery to provide the central residents with ample time to react. Thanks to the escape routes they had cultivated over the years, as long as sufficient time was granted, these high-ranking individuals could easily evacuate Anning Town, ensuring their lives were safeguarded to the greatest extent. The vehicle traversed for several minutes before arriving at the central district of Anning Town. Entering this area required passing through a grand gate, guarded by numerous armed personnel. From the heightened security, it was clear that this was no ordinary place. Upon entering the gate, the scenery transformed. Greenery abounded, and newly constructed villas rose majestically, each with a unique architectural style. However, one commonality prevailed. Every villa featured a spacious yard. With the design entirely at the owner's discretion, as far as the eye could see, there were only about 20 villas, each occupying a significant plot of land, clearly indicating that those residing here were the most prominent figures in Anning Town. Guided by Song Xiaolan, Li Muqing and the others arrived at one of the villas, a 5-story structure with a substantial footprint, its overall aesthetic reminiscent of a European castle, yet infused with a modern technological flair that evoked a sense of serenity. Here we are. This is my home. Please, follow me. The vehicle came to a halt before the entrance, and as Song Xiaolan approached the door, it opened automatically. With a bright smile, she beckoned Li Muqing to continue forward. As they walked through, Li Muqing observed a plethora of peculiar sights. Autonomous armed robots, flying disc-shaped vehicles, and uniquely designed turret cannons stationed at various corners of the walls, creating an impenetrable fortress that ensured no stranger could breach the villa's boundaries. Are these all produced in Anning Town? Witnessing such an array of high-tech creations, Li Muqing felt a surge of excitement, yet maintained a facade of calm as he inquired of Song Xiaolan. Indeed, they are all produced right here in Anning Town. However, the technological complexity of these items makes sourcing materials quite challenging, rendering mass production impossible. They serve primarily as guardians of our home. Upon noticing Li Muqing's interest in her family's defensive equipment, Song Xiaolan readily began to elaborate on its features. As Li Muqing listened to the various convenient functions of the machinery, her heart felt increasingly compelled. Although she could not bring these items back to the real world, if they could be installed in her stronghold, it would significantly enhance its security. Resolutely deciding that she would seize the opportunity during dinner to discuss with Song Zhuang how to exchange for some fine items to take back, regardless of the price. For these items were indeed rare, she followed Song Xiaolan into the house. The opulent decor within left Li Muqing astounded. Despite her background in the contemporary world and having seen numerous luxurious interiors on television, the grandeur of the Song family's abode felt unparalleled. After a short walk, the trio arrived at a grand banquet hall, where a modest round table had been set with 4 exquisite chairs. Presumably for their upcoming meal, Aya's father preparing to return. Song Xiaolan inquired of an elderly man dressed in black nearby. He should arrive in about 10 minutes, the elder replied with a slight bow. Very well, let us commence with the dishes, she instructed. The elder nodded and stepped outside. Please, do not stand on ceremony, have a seat, she invited once the 3 were seated. Soon, the door to the banquet hall creaked open, and a procession of maids entered, each bearing elegantly adorned platters. The dishes had evidently been prepared in advance, ready to be served as soon as the guests arrived. The array of food appeared far more exquisite than what Song Xiaolan had previously arranged outside. The selection was abundant and lavish, far exceeding the ordinary fare of poultry and fish. Li Muqing even spotted numerous ingredients that would be considered precious in the real world, leaving her to ponder how they had procured such delicacies in a resource-scarce wasteland. Within approximately 5 minutes, the table was laden with 18 meticulously arranged dishes, each a masterpiece that could fetch at least 500 soul stones if sold outside. Despite the impressive spread, the trio refrained from touching the food, as the host had yet to arrive. After a brief wait, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside, and with the opening of the banquet hall doors, a figure exuding authority strode in. Song Zhuang had finally arrived. At the sound, Song Xiaolan immediately rose and softly called out, "Fathered." Li Muqing and Qin Xie swiftly followed suit, adhering to the etiquette required in another's home. "Ah, you must be Mr. Tianxi and Miss Yu Bao. I've long wished to meet you both. Truly, you are both exceptional talents, clearly destined for great endeavors. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Have a seat." Song Zhuang boomed, approaching Li Muqing with a commanding presence, patting his shoulder and encouraging him to sit. His robust and generous demeanor left a favorable impression on Li Muqing. Song Li Muqing stammered, attempting to greet him but faltering on how to address him further. Song Zhuang quickly perceived her dilemma and interjected, "Dear Tianxi, I am but a few years your senior. If it pleases you, feel free to call me Uncle Song. If you find that too presumptuous, Song Gu is perfectly acceptable as well, ha ha ha." Such casual words elevated Li Muqing's regard for him even further. It was evident that those who rose to positions of power were no ordinary individuals. "Then I shall not be polite and will address you as Uncle Song." She replied, "Splendid. You seem to be of an age where my precious daughter is likely older than you. Calling me uncle will not be to your detriment. Have you been waiting long? Come now. Let us eat, and we can converse as we dine." With that, Song Zhuang picked up his chopsticks and began eating. Following his lead, the others joined in. After a vigorous bout of fighting, Li Muqing was ravenous, and the exquisite dishes before her proved irresistible. She found herself devouring them eagerly. Qin Xie, who lacked a strong sense of decorum, also indulged, though her manner remained relatively civilized, avoiding any semblance of gluttony. Seeing them enjoy the meal heartily seemed to delight Song Zhuang, who eagerly served them more dishes. Throughout the meal, Li Muqing's bowl was never empty, as either Song Zhuang or Song Xiaolan continuously refilled it. As they ate, Song Zhuang engaged them in light conversation about the local customs of Anning Town, deliberately avoiding any mention of recent events or inquiries about the canned goods. After nearly 10 uninterrupted minutes of feasting, Li Muqing finally slowed her pace, having polished off a significant portion of the 18 dishes, a testament to their hearty appetites. "How delightful! In my youth, I could eat just as heartily as you do. Alas, I am now older and cannot manage as much," Song Zhuang remarked, having sampled only a bit of each dish, yet pleased to see Li Muqing so satisfied. "Uncle Song, you appear quite youthful. Eating 3 or even 5 bowls is no challenge for you." Li Muqing complimented, "Ha ha, young friend Tianxi certainly knows how to flatter, and my daughter is already of an age. I am no longer young." He chuckled at this juncture. Song Zhuang formally expressed his gratitude to the two. "If it were not for you, my daughter would have faced dire consequences." He nodded toward Li Muqing, signifying his appreciation. With that, he finally broached the main topic of the evening. His invitation for Li Muqing to dinner had been a pretext for expressing thanks. And now the words flowed. "Uncle Song, you flatter me. There is no need for thanks. We acted out of self-preservation," Li Muqing countered, emphasizing that her actions were as much for their safety as for Song Xiaolan's. "Regardless, you both saved Xiaolan's life, a fact that cannot be overlooked. Moreover, you are significant clients of our Song family, which only strengthens our bond. Thus, I wonder if there is anything you require assistance with from me. Do not hesitate to ask. If within my power, I will certainly oblige," Song Zhuang stated earnestly, indicating his desire to extend favors to Li Muqing. Oh, Li Muqing. This offer felt serendipitous, as she had been contemplating how to approach Song Zhuang with her requests. "Is it truly possible? Any request is acceptable? Of course, as long as it is within my capabilities. Then I shall not hold back. Uncle Song, I find the mechanical sentinels and surveillance cannons in your estate quite impressive. If you have surplus stock, would you be willing to sell me 10 sets or so?" At that moment, Li Muqing's thoughts were primarily occupied with the sci-fi-like mechanical devices she had seen in the Song estate. Acquiring such equipment would greatly enhance her safety in the wasteland. As for other needs, none were pressing at that moment. "The armed machines in my estate." Song Zhuang appeared taken aback, first by the swiftness of Li Muqing's request and then by her interest in those items. "Indeed, I have never encountered such intelligent and advanced defensive machines before. Uncle Song, you may not be aware, but I ventured out from the gathering point and found refuge in an abandoned villa area over 10 kilometers away. Where there is nothing but ruins, to safeguard myself and protect the goods I provide to you. I require formidable defense. However, I do not need too many personnel, as those with armed forces can be difficult to manage. The best solution would be to utilize these loyal, intelligent machines. What do you say? Could you bear to part with them? Li Muqing eloquently articulated her reasoning, implying that her need for protection extended beyond her own safety to the safeguarding of the goods. A rationale that would be hard for Song Zhuang to refuse. You rascal. You certainly have a knack for selecting fine items, he replied with a bemused tone, shaking his head in Li Muqing feigned politeness. Yet her heart was already blooming with joy. Father, these items, even Song Xiaolan, who was well aware of the Song family's wealth, was somewhat astonished, for she knew that these items amounted to nearly half of the family's reserves. Enough of that, these are but trifles. In comparison to the favor of saving your life, they are truly of little significance. Song Zhuang abruptly interrupted Song Xiaolan, gazing at the barely contained smile on Li Muqing's face, and continued, let us not label Song uncle as stingy. I'll be frank with you. These items represent over half of our inventory. Beyond this, we truly have nothing more to spare. What does Uncle Song mean? I am already immensely grateful for your gifts. How could I possibly complain about their quantity? Li Muqing quickly asserted, even though he privately felt that the items Song Zhuang provided were indeed rather meager. However, judging by the demeanor of Song Zhuang and his daughter, it seemed their stock was running low as well. Very well, in 3 days, I shall arrange for someone to transport these items to your stronghold. Assist with some basic setup and concurrently retrieve our initial batch of goods. How does that sound? That sounds perfect. Uncle Song, please proceed as you see fit. With just a few exchanges, the ownership of a batch of defensive machinery was thus finalized. Li Muqing was quite pleased with Song Zhuang's gesture of delivering the goods, as the items were quite substantial in size. It would have been a challenge for both him and Qin Xie to carry them back alone. Let us settle on that. By the way, you mentioned that your stronghold is still a dilapidated villa district. Should I arrange for someone to help you with reconstruction, perhaps reinforcing the walls to avoid unnecessary troubles? Song Zhuang proposed. After exchanging glances, Li Muqing and Qin Xie readily agreed. How could we refuse free labor to repair the walls? Then I thank you, Uncle Song. Just a small effort on my part. Well then, I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please, enjoy your meal without reservation, and feel free to stay at the Song residence tonight. I shall send you back tomorrow. With an air of finality, Song Zhuang issued his instructions and departed, leaving Li Muqing and the 2 others in the banquet hall. Once Song Zhuang had left and they had finished their meal, Li Muqing decided not to linger any longer. The sky outside was gradually darkening, and it was clear they could not leave that day. In light of Song Zhuang's hospitality, Li Muqing and Qin Xie chose to stay at the Song residence. After all, with the vastness of the Song estate, accommodating the 2 of them was no issue at all that evening. With little else to do, Li Muqing engaged Song Xiaolan, asking her to introduce him to the defensive machinery in the courtyard. Having received instructions from Song Zhuang to keep Li Muqing entertained, Song Xiaolan gladly indulged his curiosity. She elaborated on the high-tech products of the Song family, leaving Li Muqing thoroughly enthralled and eager to take one home. The night passed swiftly, and after Li Muqing and Qin Xie retired upstairs for rest, Song Xiaolan, instead of resting, made her way to a study where Song Zhuang was seated. Father, must we truly go to such lengths to please that Tianci? Song Xiaolan asked directly. Absolutely. How could you not grasp such a simple truth? Song Zhuang replied, gazing at her with a hint of affection. Consider the canned goods he possesses. Have you ever seen anything like them? No, only he can provide such items, and we are the sole agents for these cans. I trust you understand the potential they hold for us. Moreover, being kind to them is not solely about the canned goods. They did save you once. Regardless of the circumstances, any individual who rescues my precious daughter is deserving of my gratitude. It was clear that the outside world's claims held true. Song Xiaolan was indeed Song Zhuang's chosen successor, occupying a significant position in his heart. Upon hearing her father's heartfelt words, Song Xiaolan felt a tinge of shyness and stood behind him, beginning to massage his shoulders, creating a warm scene. Make sure to interact more with that Tianci fellow. He seems quite intriguing, even a bit inscrutable to me. However, I do not believe he harbors ill intentions. Although his backstory sounds plausible, something feels amiss. There are numerous secrets surrounding him, especially considering the courage he displayed during your abduction, ultimately turning the tide. Such capabilities are beyond our imagination. Regardless, as long as he continues to supply the canned goods, allowing the Song family to remain the exclusive agent, that is all that matters. As for his other secrets, do not pry too deeply. A curious mind can lead one into unforeseen trouble. As he spoke, Song Zhuang gently patted Song Xiaolan's delicate hand, suggesting an underlying meaning. Oh, father, I would never. Song Xiaolan playfully pinched his shoulder, eliciting a hearty laugh from Song Zhuang. Afterward, the topic of Li Muqing was not revisited, and the night at the Song residence swiftly came to a close. The following morning, Li Muqing and the others rose early. Having slept soundly and aided by the effects of the medication, their injuries had nearly healed. Li Muqing could not help but marvel at the enhanced physical capabilities and the exceptional medical skills of the Song family doctors. After exchanging pleasantries with Song Xiaolan, it wasn't long before Qin Xie arrived, driving an inconspicuous sedan, ready to take Li Muqing out of Anning Town through the West Gate. Originally, Song Xiaolan insisted on sending someone along, but Li Muqing was adamant against it. After some debate, they reached a compromise. The Song family would provide the vehicle, and Li Muqing would drive himself back. Thus, the sedan, carrying Qin Xie and Li Muqing, along with the 4 black boxes from yesterday, finally began its return journey. The distance between Anning Town and their stronghold was merely a dozen kilometers, taking less than 20 minutes by car, far superior to the 2 hours it took to arrive. This trip to Anning Town had indeed been fruitful. Once outside the city, Li Muqing adjusted his seat to a comfortable position and sighed with contentment. Though the gains are plentiful, the dangers were not insignificant. Qin Xie doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Once we return, I will ensure you undergo rigorous training to harness the effects of the enhancement serum and improve your combat capabilities. I must say, boss, you are rather weak. Hey, don't say that. It was my efforts that helped defeat the blood-stained gang. Without me, you might have faced them 100 times over, Li Muqing retorted, casually fiddling with the 4 black boxes in the back seat. Clearly trying to show off 100 times? What do you mean? The naive Qin Xie was oblivious to the implications behind Li Muqing's words. Never mind, just focus on driving. I didn't expect you could drive. I thought I would be the one behind the wheel. The vehicles of this era resembled those of the present day, with 4 wheels and a steering wheel, though they seemed to possess additional features, many buttons Li Muqing had never seen before. Driving is no great feat. My mentor taught me, and I picked it up quite easily, Qin Xie shrugged, dismissing the skill as commonplace. Oh? Your mentor taught you? You have a mentor? Li Muqing suddenly found himself intrigued by the mention of Qin Xie's mentor. Of course. Otherwise, how would I have become so formidable? My mentor is, watch out. Qin Xie, initially filled with pride as she prepared to introduce her mentor to Li Muqing, suddenly paled in horror. She jerked the steering wheel sharply to the right, causing the car to veer dangerously, nearly tossing Li Muqing from his seat. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a deafening explosion erupted just behind the car, creating a massive crater in the road and sending plumes of black smoke into the air. Without needing to ask, Li Muqing realized they were under attack. Chapter 46. Ambush Boom. The explosion was caused by a rocket-propelled grenade, landing precisely at the left rear of the sedan occupied by Li Muqing. Had it not been for Qin Xie's timely maneuver, the rocket might have struck the car directly. Even without a direct hit, the shockwave from the explosion violently jolted the vehicle, which had already been veering off the road, now careening even further onto the roadside. Moreover, the car had sustained significant damage from the blast. The left rear tire was shredded by shrapnel, the windows shattered, and the left side bore numerous deep gashes. Had it not been for the car's sturdy construction, Li Muqing feared he might have met his end on the spot. Here they come, brace yourself. Without the glass, the sound of the rocket's approach echoed with unsettling clarity. Li Muqing instinctively gripped the armrest beside her head, nervously fixating on Qin Xie. Qin Xie's skills were exceptional, her reflexes remarkably swift. Utilizing the rearview mirror, she swiftly discerned the trajectory of the incoming rocket, sharply maneuvering the steering wheel to evade its direct assault once more. Yet, the vehicle still suffered inevitable damage. Who the hell is it? Could it be the Song family? No, if they wanted us dead, they wouldn't have waited until now, and there would be no reason for it. Li Muqing's thoughts spiraled into chaos. What was supposed to be a joyful return to the city had turned into an ambush before they even reached the halfway point. It couldn't be the Song family. It was highly likely to be Shueli. Qin Xia's gaze remained fixed ahead and in the rearview mirror as she skillfully controlled the battered vehicle, striving to maintain high speed over the uneven terrain. They had veered off the road, now traversing the rugged ground, which, fortunately, was relatively flat due to the desiccated vegetation surrounding them. After the two rockets, no further missiles were seen, but the roar of an engine behind them grew increasingly thunderous, indicating that they were being pursued. What should we do? Stop or keep going? Li Muqing turned to look back, spotting a heavily modified off-road vehicle rapidly gaining ground, its menacing spikes glinting ominously under the dim sunlight. There's no time to stop. If we halt, we'll be rammed. I'll do my best to buy us time. Boss, shoot at them. Qin Xia spat blood onto the ground. The recent jolt had injured her once more. Though not severely, her spirits were dampened in just 2 days. She had been wounded twice, a rare occurrence for her in recent years. All right, hold steady. Li Muqing quickly retrieved 2 firearms from the back seat. One was a conventional kinetic weapon, an assault rifle, while the other was the Nightingale. He climbed into the back seat, placed the Nightingale aside, and took aim with the assault rifle, unleashing a barrage. With each pull of the trigger, the rifle unleashed a tempest of bullets, enveloping the pursuing off-road vehicle in a metallic storm. The clinking sounds of metal reverberated as most rounds ricocheted off the vehicle's armored exterior, but a few struck the glass, shattering it and creating several large holes. Soon enough, the magazine was emptied, and the rear vehicle's glass was left in a spiderweb of cracks, severely obstructing their view. The occupants of that vehicle retaliated by smashing their fists through the remaining windshield, revealing their identities: Shueli, the scar-faced man. Only the 2 of them remained, and indeed, it was them. Shueli was driving, while the scar-faced man, having pushed aside the glass, immediately brandished a light machine gun, aiming it towards Li Muqing and unleashing a torrent of fire. It seemed they had only brought 2 rockets and, unable to kill Li Muqing outright, resorted to gunfire. The deluge of bullets from the machine gun shredded the rear of Li Muqing's vehicle, rendering her unable to raise her head. Unlike Qin Xia, who was seasoned in battle, Li Muqing, an ordinary modern individual with little combat experience, could barely maintain composure amidst such a storm of bullets. This won't do. Think of something. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Li Muqing shouted to Qin Xia, amplifying his voice to reach her ears. The situation was dire. He could only attempt to dodge while urging her to fire the Nightingale. Just hit them a few times. They won't withstand it. Qin Xia responded with equal urgency, her posture awkward as she drove, nearly curling her body beneath the seat, daring only to expose a small portion of her head to avoid the errant bullets. They won't withstand a few shots. Li Muqing managed a bitter smile. They indeed wouldn't withstand a few shots, but he needed to hit them first. Reluctantly, he summoned his courage, extending a hand to point the Nightingale's barrel out the window, aiming desperately at the direction of the machine gun, and squeezed the trigger. The Nightingale was set to rapid-fire mode and, within mere seconds, its magazine was depleted. Did I hit anything? I can't see. Li Muqing dared not expose himself, but he sensed the gunfire from behind had lessened and quickly inquired of Qin Xia. Struggling, Qin Xia adjusted her position, peering through the partially shattered rearview mirror, finally catching sight of the situation behind them. To her surprise, she noticed a fortunate development. A hole seemed to have been shot through the front hood of the off-road vehicle, billowing smoke that obscured Shueli's view, causing their rate of fire to diminish. It worked. Change the battery and keep firing. Damn it, the tires are gone. Hold on tight. Qin Xia, initially elated, shouted for Li Muqing to continue. But in the next instant, a sound of rubber tearing and metal grinding echoed from beneath the vehicle. Akin to a lament, the tires, already ravaged by the rockets, finally succumbed to the relentless assault of bullets and the treacherous terrain. Completely shredding now, only the right front tire remained intact, while the other 3 were utterly destroyed. Even the rims warped. After Qin Xia's exclamation, the car began to behave like a wild stallion, spiraling uncontrollably, on the verge of overturning. Observing this, Shueli's eyes gleamed with excitement. With a sinister grin, he floored the accelerator, disregarding the vehicle's severe damage, pushing it to its maximum speed. In the next moment, the off-road vehicle lunged forward as if propelled by a powerful kick, catching the scar-faced man off guard, pinning him firmly into his seat, leaving him unable to react in time to fire his weapon. Simultaneously, The engine beneath the hood erupted in a deafening explosion, signaling its total breakdown, flames bursting forth from the punctured hole, in just a heartbeat. The lead vehicle slowed while the pursuing one accelerated, and in a mere second, the off-road vehicle collided with the now uncontrollable sedan. The impact sent the sedan spiraling out of balance, twisting several times before crashing into a large tree. Finally coming to a halt. Chapter 47. An even greater crisis after the collision with the off-road vehicle. Li Muqing felt as though she had been struck by a massive hammer. The world spun chaotically, and she experienced multiple intimate encounters with various parts of the car before finally coming to a stop. To her surprise, she found that she had not lost consciousness, though her mind was a chaotic haze. And she felt disoriented, having been jostled by the nearby firearms. Fortunately, both weapons had expended their ammunition. Otherwise, a misfire during the roll could have resulted in disaster. Xiaoya, are you all right? Despite her blurred vision, as if the entire world was spinning, Li Muqing did her utmost to regain clarity while calling out for Qinxia. "B boss, I'm fine." Qinxia's faint voice reached her, indicating that she too remained conscious, albeit in a poor state. With the response received, Li Muqing took a moment to assess her surroundings. The vehicle was severely deformed, the interior space constricted, and all the glass shattered, leaving the cabin in disarray. Yet, in the midst of this misfortune, the car had not overturned. It remained upright. However, the impact had driven the driver's side into a thick, dead tree, trapping Qinxia in a precarious situation. Though she appeared uninjured at first glance, she was wedged between the deformed door and the steering wheel. Her lower body concealed from view, leaving her condition uncertain. "Hold on. I'll get out and then pull you out." Li Muqing shook her head vigorously, striving to clear her thoughts with determination. She yanked the door handle, unlocked it, and kicked the mangled door several times until it finally gave way. She clumsily crawled out. Emerging from the right rear door, Li Muqing immediately spotted the position of the off-road vehicle. Its condition was not much better. After colliding with the sedan, it too had lost control, veering to the side but maintaining its balance, ultimately crashing into a large boulder and coming to a halt. Although the front was smashed in while the body remained intact, what struck Li Muqing with fear was the sight of the off-road vehicle's door, seemingly subjected to violent force, trembling and rattling. Accompanied by loud noises, someone was attempting to escape. It had to be Xueli. Li Muqing was instantly engulfed in a burning anxiety. His own situation was dire, and Qinxia was utterly immobilized. If Bloodly were to break free, they would undoubtedly be no match for him, and the inevitable outcome would be their demise. In a fit of desperation, Li Muqing hastily grasped the door of the passenger seat. His muscles taut with exertion, and with a sudden, powerful pull, he heard a sharp crack. The door handle broke free in his hand. Yet, the door remained stubbornly shut. "Damn it!" Li Muqing cursed under his breath as he discarded the handle and gripped the window frame with both hands, pulling with all his might. After a couple of seconds, he finally managed to wrench the entire door off its hinges. At that moment, Li Muqing's strength had surged to 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary person. And in this moment of urgency, he had unleashed even greater power, making the feat of tearing off the door less surprising. As Li Muqing flung the door open, he noticed the door of the SUV being kicked off its hinges, revealing the imposing figure of Bloodly stepping out. "Oh, you're still alive, pretty boy. You must have a charmed life," he sneered, spotting Li Muqing frantically busy beside the sedan, then striding forward with deliberate confidence. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, and as he walked, he unsheathed 2 short blades from his waist, the overwhelming aura he exuded forcing Li Muqing to struggle for breath. Bloodly opted for knives over fire. Li Muqing felt an unparalleled surge of vitality coursing through him, as if the target, Xueli, loomed magnified before his eyes. With a fervent roar, he deftly pulled the trigger, ensuring that each laser bullet flew unerringly toward Xueli's head. The latter, now the target of Muqing's wrath, was understandably stricken with terror, utterly perplexed by how this supposed novice had suddenly transformed into a formidable adversary, as if fueled by some elixir of vigor. Not only was Muqing's strength astonishing, but his marksmanship had also become exceptionally precise, leaving Xueli with little hope of evading the onslaught with even the slightest maneuver. In a state of desperation, Xueli continued to retreat. Utilizing the cover provided by scattered stones, and withered branches to widen the gap between himself and Mooching, lest he be struck by the relentless barrage. After depleting a standard battery of ammunition, Shweli found himself over 200 meters away. At this distance, the stability and lethality of the laser rifle's projectiles began to wane, allowing him enough confidence to evade the shots. However, despite his empty magazine, Mooching did not rush to reload, for his objective had already been achieved: to temporarily force Shweli back, ensuring that he could not close in for at least 10 seconds. Casting aside the spent laser rifle, Mooching leaned into the car, inhaled deeply, and grasped the seat behind Qin Siya, letting out a furious shout as he summoned all his strength. In the blink of an eye, the steel frame of the seat emitted a spine-chilling creak as Mooching began to bend it backward. Once the seat had reached a certain angle, he seized the steering wheel, yanking it along with half of the dashboard free, granting Qin Siya sufficient space to escape the confines of the vehicle. With both hands supporting her underarms, Mooching dragged her from the car, and the two finally found themselves outside. Yet, just as they settled onto the ground, Qin Siya suddenly sensed a fierce gust of wind rushing toward them. Turning her head in alarm, she was horrified to see Shweli charging forward, brandishing a dagger and slicing through the air with menacing intent aimed directly at Mooching. Realizing that Mooching had turned his back to assist her and had even discarded his firearm, Shweli seized the opportunity to close the distance with alarming speed. Sensing the imminent threat posed by Mooching's transformation, he resolved to eliminate him with utmost haste. In a moment of panic, Qin Siya had no time to deliberate. She instinctively leaned back, pushing Mooching down, while she rolled sideways, narrowly evading Shweli's lethal strike. Mooching, now aware of the imminent danger, felt a jolt of fear as Shweli's blade barely missed him. At this critical juncture, Shweli was momentarily weakened, caught between old strength and new fatigue, and Mooching, fueled by an unknown reservoir of power, propelled himself off the ground and delivered a kick that struck Shweli's wrist with the force of a phantom blow. The impact caused Shweli to lose grip on his dagger, staggering backward. Seizing the advantage, Mooching pursued relentlessly, throwing wild punches at Shweli. Though his strikes were chaotic and lacked finesse, each one bore significant weight, and Shweli, unable to stabilize himself, absorbed several blows. However, this onslaught was short-lived. To Shweli, Mooching's attacks appeared riddled with openings. After enduring a few hits, Shweli finally regained his footing, dodging low to evade Mooching's flurry before delivering a shoulder check that sent Mooching sprawling. Exposing his abdomen to the assault as Mooching flew through the air, he coughed up blood, the impact having rattled his insides and inflicted internal injuries. Despite the newfound strength coursing through him, Mooching's lack of combat experience rendered him little more than a child in the face of Shweli's prowess. After sending Mooching hurtling away, Shweli let out a sinister laugh and prepared to pursue, only to be interrupted by Qin Siya, who stepped forward. Though her left arm bore the marks of gunfire, her overall condition remained relatively intact, as her lower body had escaped injury. After a brief adjustment, she was ready to re-enter the fray. With agility akin to that of a leopard, she drew her dagger and silently advanced toward Shweli. Clang! Shweli, not to be underestimated, while primarily focused on Mooching, remained aware of Qin Siya's presence. As she closed in, he raised his remaining dagger to parry her assault. Failing to land a blow, Qin Siya swiftly retreated. The wilderness surrounding them provided ample space for her to unleash her agility. Thus began the second round of Shweli versus Qin Siya. Both combatants were far from their peak condition, yet their resolve to fight burned fiercely in a series of brief clashes. Neither gained the upper hand, inadvertently granting Mooching a moment to catch his breath. At this juncture, Mooching felt a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen, the sudden exertion taking its toll as his strength began to wane, and his vision blurred. Yet, he pressed on, gritting his teeth and struggling to rise, knowing that his comrades were still engaged in battle nearby. However, Mooching found himself bereft of close combat capabilities. To defeat Shweli, he needed a different strategy. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted something and hastily crawled toward the vehicle, positioning himself beside a black box. This black box was one of the gifts bestowed upon him by Song Xiaolan, containing 5 small drones. According to her, these drones possessed formidable capabilities, including reconnaissance, decapitation, and terrain mapping. Mooching was particularly interested in the decapitation function. The previous night, at the Song residence, he had requested Song Xiaolan to instruct him in operating the drones, and she had duly registered him as the highest authority user. Now, all he needed to do was retrieve the drone's control terminal and designate Shweli as the target for decapitation, allowing the drones to swiftly execute the mission. This was the best plan Mooching could conceive. He opened the black box and extracted a transparent tablet. After pressing the designated fingerprint area, the tablet powered on, displaying a flurry of data. As Mooching anxiously calibrated and configured the drones, the confrontation between Shweli and Qin Xia intensified. Within a mere minute, the two had clashed over a dozen times, each leaving wounds upon the other, yet neither had reached the point of delivering a final blow. When Shweli sent Qin Xia flying once more, an unsettling feeling washed over him. His dark gaze fixed upon Mooching, who was engrossed in manipulating something. Though he could not discern the contents of the black box, instinct told him it was no benign object. Thus, instinctively, Shweli charged toward Mooching, dismissing Qin Xia, for he recognized that a decisive victory over her would not come easily. Resolving to eliminate the evidently weaker Mooching first, he surged forward. Seeing Shweli shift his focus, Qin Xia felt a surge of urgency and launched her attack. Yet, Shweli merely needed to parry her strikes with minimal effort. Continuing his relentless advance toward Mooching, in her desperation, Qin Xia abandoned her agile and flexible approach, fixating on a frenzied assault against Shweli. Yet the more anxious she became, the more pronounced her flaws became. Allowing Shweli to exploit an opening, after deflecting her dagger, he delivered a powerful kick to her slender waist. Qin Xia was propelled backward, blood spilling from her lips. Shweli's blow had clearly inflicted significant damage. Nevertheless, she had managed to buy Mooching a mere 5 seconds. After sending Qin Xia flying, Shweli did not pursue her but instead turned to close in on Mooching, with only a few dozen meters separating them. Shweli's strides could cover the distance in mere seconds. Mooching, having pushed his speed to the limit, found the control panel more complex than anticipated, consuming precious time merely selecting modes and targets. "Die, brat!" Shweli shouted as he closed in, his dagger aimed at Mooching's abdomen. Should he land this strike, Mooching would have no chance of survival. In that critical moment, Mooching hurled the control panel toward Shweli's face, tossing the black box aside as he rolled away just in time to evade the lethal thrust. Believing Mooching had launched some hidden weapon, Shweli swatted at the object, only to realize it was merely a controller. Infuriated, he pressed onward, his fury igniting as he lunged toward Mooching. "Boss, be careful." In the distance, Qin Xia had just risen and, upon witnessing the scene, could not help but shout out. Mooching caught a glimpse of Shweli's movement from the corner of his eye, causing his heart to race. However, his physical condition was far from optimal, and both his speed and strength had diminished significantly compared to before. It seemed inevitable that he would be unable to evade this impending attack. Fortunately, he was beside the vehicle. With a swift tug, he pulled out a black box from within and hurled it directly at Shweli. Clang! The black box intercepted Shweli's strike, shattering into pieces, with gold bars spilling out and nearly dazzling Shweli's eyes. "Damn it, kid. Are you performing magic? Stop struggling and accept your fate." Frustrated by his repeated failures to land a hit on what he considered a mere insignificant insect, Shweli's anger intensified. How could such a trivial creature continue to evade him? Yet, with his firearm discarded and lacking any ranged weaponry, Shweli had no choice but to pursue further. Just as he prepared to launch another assault, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air behind him. With his keen sense of alertness, Shweli swiftly executed an evasive maneuver, only to find a long, electrified needle embedded in the spot he had just vacated. "What in the world?" Startled, Shweli turned to see 5 small drones silently hovering behind him, the electrified needle having been launched by one of them. As the drones initiated their operation, Mooching finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before tossing the controller aside, he had completed the final settings and activated the drones. Now, the 5 drones had marked Shweli as their target for decapitation, prepared to expend their energy and weaponry in a bid to eliminate him. These drones were indeed marvels of advanced technology. Devoid of traditional propellers, they operated on an unknown principle, allowing them to fly silently, evading even Shweli's notice. Following the launch of the electrified needle, the remaining 4 drones positioned themselves in a pentagonal formation, surrounding Shweli and unleashing their own electrified needles. Each drone carried 3 of these needles, and despite Shweli's desperate attempts to evade, he ultimately fell victim to 2 of them. The instantaneous voltage coursing through the needles caused Shueli to scream in agony as he collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even though his muscles had been enhanced, the brief paralysis was unavoidable. However, the function of the electrified needles did not end there. As Shueli lay prostrate, the previously discharged needles embedded in the ground suddenly flickered to life. The current linked the two needles embedded in Shueli's body, forming a web of electricity that firmly pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile. "What the hell? This is incredible!" Li Muqing exclaimed in astonishment at the drone's method of attack, never having anticipated the capabilities of these electrified needles. If he could have seen the drone's control panel, he would have noted that while the electric arcs appeared dazzling and were indeed effective, the energy consumption was substantial. In a mere moment, the drones had already depleted half of their energy reserves. Though Shueli was incapacitated, Li Muqing found himself at a loss, lacking any suitable tools to swiftly finish him off. Leaving him to anxiously remain in place, he wondered why his initial command had shifted from instructing the drones to kill Shueli directly to merely capturing him. Had his last toss inadvertently altered one of the settings on the control panel? Fortunately, he was not alone. Just as he was grappling with uncertainty, a silent beam of laser light shot through the air, striking Shueli squarely in the head and ending his life, leaving him with an expression of utter disbelief. Chapter 50. Fainting and Awakening. Thus, Shueli met his demise, felled by a single gunshot to the head. The shooter was none other than Qin Siya, wielding a Hulang B4, a beginner-level laser pistol that required a 0.5-second delay to fire. With Li Muqing's other firearms expended, Qin Siya had no choice but to retrieve the only remaining gun capable of firing. Fortunately, Shueli had already been subdued, necessitating only a single bullet to eliminate him. Upon Shueli's death, the drones detected that the target had ceased to exist, automatically discharging the voltage from the electrified needles before returning neatly to their box, leaving behind a scattering of needles. Li Muqing exhaled in relief as he noticed Qin Siya approaching, managing a faint smile. Just as he was about to step forward, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, followed by darkness as he lost consciousness. In his mind, the last image before his fainting spell was of Qin Siya rushing towards him, her face etched with concern, before everything faded to black. When Li Muqing finally regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a soft bed. The ceiling above adorned with peeling paint, evoking a sense of familiarity. "Where is this?" he murmured, his thoughts muddled as if he had awakened from a deep slumber. Yet, remarkably, he felt invigorated. His body was free of pain and his head no longer spun, restoring him to a state of full alertness. However, he was still unaware of his current location, and as memories of the events leading up to his fainting began to resurface, he felt a wave of relief upon recalling Shueli's demise. Yet, a sudden thought struck him. It seemed he had forgotten something. Although Shueli was dead, there had been another pursuer with a scarred face. Why had that individual not reappeared? With this thought, Li Muqing shot upright, as though sensing that the danger had not yet passed. "Boss, you're awake." At that moment, a somewhat languid voice emerged from nearby. Li Muqing focused to see Emoli, who was perched by his bedside, appearing as if she had just woken from sleep. "Nuan, what are you doing here?" Seeing Emoli, Li Muqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. The surrounding environment seemed increasingly familiar. As he realized he had returned to the villa stronghold. "Sister Qin asked me to watch over you, but after waiting for so long without you waking up, I ended up dozing off." Emoli explained, rubbing her eyes with a cute, sleepy expression. "How long did I sleep? And how did I get back? What about Xiaoyu? Where is she?" Li Muqing's mind was clouded with questions, spilling forth in a rapid succession. Emoli, still disoriented from her sleep, took a moment to process Li Muqing's inquiries. She raised her arm, glancing at the time on the pit, and replied, "It's currently 7:36 a.m. You've been asleep for about 18 hours. 18 hours? So it's already the next day?" Li Muqing was taken aback. The previous day, he and Qin Siya had departed from Anning Town around 10 a.m., only to be ambushed on the road. Leading to his fainting spell, now, having slept nearly an entire day, it was no wonder he felt refreshed and rejuvenated. "What about Xiaoyu? How is she?" Li Muqing repeated his earlier question, realizing he had been too hasty in his inquiries. "Sister Qin is in her room. She should still be asleep," Emoli indicated towards the door. "So, do you know how we got back yesterday?" Li Muqing inquired further. "Yes, many vehicles came yesterday, bringing you and Sister Qin back together. At first, I was startled, thinking you had offended someone and were being abducted, but then I learned they were here to return you, Emily recounted. The leader of the group was a very beautiful sister. She initially wanted to stay and check on you, but Sister Chin persuaded her to leave. I vaguely overheard something about returning in 3 days, and then all the vehicles departed. After that, Sister Chin put you to sleep here and instructed me to keep watch over you. I was guarding you when I ended up falling asleep. At this point, Emily blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. There's nothing strange about sleeping if you're tired. I have no pressing matters. If you're still sleepy, feel free to go back to sleep, Li Muqing said, affectionately ruffling Emily's hair. It was evident that this little girl had kept vigil over him for quite some time, only succumbing to slumber in the late hours. How could he not appreciate her heartfelt intentions? Sleep? Upon hearing this, Morley unconsciously glanced at Li Muqing's bead. Li Muqing was taken aback, glanced around, and suddenly realized that something was amiss in this room. Inside, there was a sizable table adorned with a monitor, connected by numerous wires to various devices he couldn't comprehend. Beside the bed stood a machine whose purpose eluded him, and on the bedside table lay a pair of virtual goggles, while a collection of women's garments was haphazardly piled against the wall. This moment, he grasped the situation. This was Morley's room, and he was currently sleeping on Morley's bed. Well, I've had enough rest. I shall rise. If you feel tired, do continue to sleep. Once you awaken, I will certainly check whether you have completed the tasks I assigned you these past few days. With that, Li Muqing tossed aside the covers and sprang to his feet. Relieved to find that his attire was tidy, though it appeared he had been changed into a fresh set of clothes, he had no idea who had assisted him during his slumber. So, may I continue my slumber? I truly stayed up quite late last night, and I am still rather fatigued. Seeing Li Muqing had gotten out of bed, Morley caressed the warm quilt, showing no signs of disdain, and promptly lay back down, swiftly closing her eyes and falling asleep. It was evident she was genuinely exhausted, and the warmth and scent of Li Muqing enveloping her provided immense comfort, allowing her to drift off quickly. Li Muqing chuckled softly, shaking his head as he cast a glance at the already slumbering Morley, then quietly opened the door and stepped outside. Just then, the door across the hall swung open, revealing Qin Xia's face. The two exchanged a moment of surprise before simultaneously exclaiming, "You're awake?" Following that, they both shared a slight smile, and it was Li Muqing who spoke first. I awoke a while ago and decided to get up. Nuan was too drowsy, so I let her continue her rest. By the way, how is your injury? Almost healed. As you know my constitution, Qin Xia replied, raising her left arm, revealing a bandaged wound that showed no signs of bleeding and was now movable. That is good to hear. Yesterday, Li Muqing intended to inquire about the events following his fainting, but just as he began, his stomach let out a loud growl, clearly indicating his hunger. Qin Xia chuckled softly, but almost immediately, her own stomach also chimed in, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Ha ha ha, all right, we are both starving. Let us head downstairs for something to eat. You can also tell me what transpired afterward. Chapter 51. The surgeon values on the table lay 6 cans of meat, 2 cans of fruit, and a pot of miscellaneous grain porridge made from some unknown rice. The two sat across from each other, savoring their meal. Considering that Li Muqing had not eaten for an entire day, and Qin Xia was not in a much better state, what appeared to be an abundance of food was consumed in mere minutes. During their meal, Qin Xia recounted the events that unfolded while Li Muqing was unconscious. It turned out that upon Li Muqing's fainting, Qin Xia panicked, initially fearing he had sustained severe injuries. She promptly retrieved the walkie-talkie given by Song Xiaolan and summoned her. Upon learning that Li Muqing had been ambushed on his return journey, Song Xiaolan immediately put aside her tasks and hurriedly brought a team with her. She arrived with 5 vehicles filled with personnel, including a professional medical team, the very same that had treated them both. After examining Li Muqing, the doctors concluded that he had only sustained minor internal injuries, exacerbated by extreme exhaustion, which had led to his fainting. A couple of injections and some supplements later, he was considered stable, with the remainder reliant on his waking up. In contrast, Qin Xia had suffered more severely, having been shot twice and sustaining several lacerations during her confrontation with Shueli, in addition to multiple blunt force injuries, keeping the doctors occupied for quite a while. While tending to their injuries, Song Xiaolan also led a search of the scene and, aside from Shueli's corpse, discovered the body of the scar-faced man not far from the front of the off-road vehicle. It was quite unfortunate for him. He hadn't buckled his seatbelt while in the vehicle, and, when it struck a rock, he was thrown from the car, which lacked a windshield. Li Muqing had yet to inquire about her own condition when Qin Xie began to murmur to herself. Prompted by curiosity, Li Muqing quickly asked, "What did they say?" This situation involved some complexities that were beyond her comprehension, but to put it simply, it was due to the extraordinary state she entered yesterday that allowed the latent drug within her body to take effect rapidly, significantly enhancing her combat capabilities at that moment. However, this process would severely deplete her stamina, and once this state was lifted, although the activated drug would once again lie dormant, it would not completely dissipate. This meant that her bodily functions had been elevated to some extent, albeit at the cost of her prolonged slumber, during which her body was automatically repairing and adapting to the current changes. Qin Xie explained in her own words, making it simple and easy to understand, and Li Muqing grasped it immediately. Reflecting on the events of yesterday, she realized that her surge of adrenaline was triggered by witnessing Qin Xie shield her from bullets, which evidently constituted the extraordinary state she had mentioned. "I see now. That clarifies everything," Li Muqing nodded, reassured that there were no adverse effects to worry about. "By the way, boss, I'm rather curious. What triggered your sudden outburst yesterday?" To her surprise, Qin Xie posed such a question. Li Muqing found herself momentarily speechless, gazing at Qin Xie's radiant smile, unsure of whether she should respond truthfully. "If I were to say it was because of you, would you believe me?" After a brief hesitation, Li Muqing found himself confessing. To his astonishment, Qin Xie's smile brightened even further. "Of course I would. I could tell something was off with your expression. And then you became exceptionally fierce. It was so impressive." Li Muqing had not anticipated that his admission would elicit such a compliment. "Well, hearing you say that, I feel a bit embarrassed," he said, scratching the back of his head. "Hey, it seems that if danger arises again, I should take the front line so you can keep unleashing your potential," Qin Xie remarked with a carefree demeanor. "That won't do," Li Muqing exclaimed, alarmed. "How could I let you stand in front of me? You're a girl and I'm a man. If anyone should shield, it should be me. But you're still my boss. I'm your hired guard if I don't stand in front of you. Wouldn't that render your payment pointless?" Qin Xie seemed unfazed, viewing it as the most ordinary matter. "That still won't do. In my eyes, you're more than just a guard, Dado. If not just a guard, then what am I?" Qin Xie inquired with interest. Well, gazing at Qin Xie's enchanting face so close, Li Muqing found himself at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Xie's image had already etched itself into his heart, especially the moment she shielded him from bullets, making him realize that he might have inadvertently developed feelings for this beautiful yet fiercely resilient woman. However, when it came to affection, he was uncertain whether he truly meant it. After all, he understood that men often fall for every woman they encounter. So he had no intention of revealing his feelings too soon, fearing rejection. "All right, if you can't say it, then so be it. Judging by your expression, I doubt you could say anything nice," Qin Xie teased, making a face before returning to her seat to tidy up the table. In any case, that can't happen again. Although you are still technically my guard, we are already good friends, so if danger arises again, you must take care of yourself as well, all right?" Understood. Li Muqing responded dismissively, sensing her nonchalance. Yet, in her heart, she was already elated. "Are we already good friends?" Hee. "Indeed we are. All right, let us take a half-hour break and commence today's training." After tidying the table, Qin Xie glanced at the time, allowing Li Muqing half an hour to digest the information. Once the time was up, the first day of training began. The first training exercise was quite straightforward: live ammunition shooting. Firearms remain the primary offensive weapon in this world. Whether against humans or monsters, using a gun was undoubtedly the best choice, particularly when faced with monsters, as few would wish to engage in close combat unless absolutely necessary. After all, no matter how formidable a monster might be, it was still a carbon-based organism, and overwhelming firepower could still rend it apart. Kinetic weapons and laser weapons were equally important. You should be aware of their respective advantages and disadvantages. Let us start by discussing them. Before officially commencing shooting practice, Qin Xie posed a question. "Of course I know. The advantages of traditional kinetic weapons include high bullet velocity, long range, effective stopping power, and high overall stability, providing a good shooting experience. Their downsides, however, are difficult recoil management and significant noise. In contrast, laser weapons have almost the opposite advantages and disadvantages. They are quieter, have powerful bullets with strong penetration, and exhibit no recoil for easy handling. But their range is limited, making them nearly useless at a distance, and their components are quite delicate, prone to damage. Li Muqing shrugged and answered nonchalantly. Although he had not been in the wasteland world for long, Qin Xia had already shared this knowledge with him multiple times, and with his not-so-dull intellect, he had easily retained it. Congratulations, you answered correctly, but there is no reward. Qin Xia winked playfully. Kinetic weapons are primarily used against humans and monsters with relatively thin armor, while laser weapons are excellent for exterminating zombies. After we go out for a sweep, you'll understand. Now, let us discuss shooting techniques. Qin Xia nodded in satisfaction, gesturing towards the two firearms laid out before them as she instructed Li Muqing. Li Muqing listened intently, and as soon as Qin Xia concluded her explanation, he eagerly picked up an assault rifle, aimed at a target 200 meters away, and began his shooting practice. Mastering shooting requires not only talent but also a considerable amount of ammunition. During their time in Anning Town, although they had only purchased a few guns, they had acquired a substantial amount of ammunition, ample for Li Muqing to expend. 2 hours were dedicated to practicing shooting. Li Muqing cycled through both kinetic and laser weapons, firing countless rounds. Throughout this process, Qin Xia intermittently offered guidance on his shooting posture and techniques. By the end of the practice session, Li Muqing could clearly sense a remarkable improvement in his shooting skills. Alright, next up is physical training. Upon setting down the firearms, Qin Xia did not grant Li Muqing any rest. Instead, she continued with the training regimen. It's now 10:30. After 2 hours of physical training, we break for lunch. Checking the time on the pit, Qin Xia devised her plan. 2 hours. Easy peasy. Li Muqing smiled confidently, believing that with his current physical condition, 2 hours of physical training would be a breeze. However, reality delivered a merciless blow to Li Muqing. Qin Xia's physical training methods were nothing short of hellish. First, we'll do a 10-kilometer run with a 100-pound load. It seemed manageable, with Li Muqing's physique being twice that of an average person. A 100-pound load felt like child's play, and 10 kilometers posed no challenge. The difficulty lay in Qin Xia's strict pace requirements for the run. Initially, Li Muqing sprinted at full speed, and after 1 kilometer, he began to sweat and pant slightly. Just as he contemplated slowing down, Qin Xia, who was trailing closely behind, struck him sharply on the backside with a whip she had inexplicably produced. No slowing. Although Li Muqing was gasping for breath, he forced himself to rise, casting the iron weight behind him to the ground. Step by step, he pursued Qin Xia, all the while incredulous about his own performance. It is worth noting that in the past, despite his frequent exercise, he typically took over 20 minutes to complete a 5-kilometer run. Yet now, under the burden of 10 kilometers with added weight, he astonishingly finished in just 32 minutes, a testament to his latent physical potential. However, from Qin Xia's tone, it was evident she was dissatisfied with his results, leaving him to wonder what standard she considered acceptable. Chapter 53. The stern instructor. Where's your weight? Where did you toss it? As Li Muqing caught up, panting heavily, he was met with a barrage of retorts from Qin Xia before he could even speak. I left it over there. Retrieve it. During physical training, you must always carry your weight. Alright. Faced with the icy demeanor of Qin Xia, Li Muqing felt a twinge of fear and timidly turned to hoist the 100-pound iron weight back onto his shoulders. Alright, 10 minutes are up. Let us commence the next training segment. Qin Xia was remarkably punctual. When she allotted 10 minutes to Li Muqing, she meant precisely that. Once the time elapsed, she immediately initiated the subsequent exercises. Thus, Li Muqing, burdened with 100 pounds, embarked on a series of training routines. Pull-ups, one-arm hangs, push-ups, frog jumps, and so forth. Each of these exercises was simple in execution, requiring no special equipment, yet effectively targeting various muscle groups. However, under Qin Xia's scrutiny, every single one of Li Muqing's attempts was deemed unsatisfactory. Despite his utmost efforts, he found his strength waning with each repetition, and by the end, he struggled even to bear the weight of 100 pounds. Alright, the physical training session has concluded. You may set down the weight and return for a meal. As Li Muqing completed his final frog jump, Qin Xia finally relaxed her tone, announcing the end of the morning training. This proclamation sounded like a celestial melody to Li Muqing's ears. He promptly dropped the heavy iron weight to the ground and collapsed beside it, utterly unwilling to move. Boss, get up. You can't just lie there after exercising. You need to keep moving. At that moment, Qin Xie transformed into a caring assistant. She approached Li Muqing and gently pulled him up, supporting his arm as they walked forward. This demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier portrayal as the cold-faced drill instructor. Noticing the peculiar look in Li Muqing's eyes, Qin Xie understood his thoughts. Sticking out her tongue, she said, "Don't hold it against me. Boss, I was strict earlier to help you quickly adapt to the pace and better unlock your physical potential. Once you acclimate to the training over the next few days, it won't feel as arduous. Though it may be tough at first, just bear with it. Sigh, you're truly exhausting me." Knowing that Qin Xie meant well, Li Muqing refrained from voicing any complaints, silently grumbling that to grow stronger, he must first endure hardship. As they walked back to the villa, Li Muqing sensed his strength gradually returning, and the recovery was pleasantly swift. Accompanied by a warm sensation, he immediately realized that the medicinal effects within him were beginning to take effect, further solidifying his appreciation for Qin Xie's training methods. Upon returning to the villa, he found that the stamina he had expended was almost fully restored, and he felt lively once again, though his stomach was now growling with hunger. "Feeling hungry? I've already had Wan prepare a meal. Make sure you eat well, you'll need your strength for the afternoon training." When Qin Xie heard Li Muqing's stomach rumble, she was not the least bit surprised. She had gone through the same routine in her own time. "What's on the agenda for this afternoon's training?" Having come to appreciate the benefits of Qin Xie's training regimen, Li Muqing no longer resisted it and asked with some anticipation. We'll discuss the afternoon's activities when the time comes. You'll find out soon enough." To his surprise, Qin Xie merely smirked mischievously, leaving him in suspense. "Fine, if you want to say, then I want to press the matter," Li Muqing muttered as he entered the kitchen alongside Qin Xie. Inside, Emily had already prepared the meal. In truth, the cooking was relatively simple, consisting mainly of rice and some leafy greens, with the main dish being canned food. To be honest, Li Muqing was starting to feel weary of canned goods. While they were tolerable at first, having been in this wasteland world for 5 days now, the near-daily consumption of canned food had begun to wear on him. However, there was little choice. Ingredients in the wasteland were exceedingly scarce, and without canned goods, he would have to resort to nutrient bars, whose flavors were nauseating. Recalling the taste of the nutrient bar he had curiously sampled, the plastic and rancid flavor still made him want to gag. Canned food it is then. At least there's meat and fruit, and the taste is decent enough not to induce vomiting. Yes, he munched on yet another monotonous can. Li Muqing couldn't help but regret not bringing along more fresh ingredients. After all, he had arrived in such haste and was unfamiliar with his surroundings, leaving him ill-prepared. He believed that should he return, he would avoid such an embarrassing situation. Moreover, beyond food, Li Muqing felt it necessary to acquire other items, such as beautiful clothing. With this thought, he glanced surreptitiously at the 2 girls beside him. One was tall and stunning, while the other was adorably charming. It was a shame none of their outfits did justice to their beauty, a true waste indeed. Next time, he vowed to procure more clothing, nurse outfits, office lady attire, lowly dresses, JK uniforms, and so forth. Just thinking about it made Li Muqing's mouth water. "Qin Xie, what's wrong with the boss? Why is he drooling while eating and looking at us with such strange eyes? Did your training this morning leave him dazed?" Emily elbowed Qin Xie beside her, a hint of fear in her voice. "Who knows what's going on in his head? Just ignore him. Let us eat and deal with him properly this afternoon." Qin Xie glanced up, seemingly unfazed, before returning her focus to her meal. Although the girls' conversation was hushed, it was still audible to Li Muqing from a table away. His daydream shattered, he felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat, recalling something he needed to ask Emily. Wan, have you completed that task I mentioned earlier?" Prompted by his inquiry, Emily looked up, her innocent eyes sparkling. "I finished it ages ago. It was no challenge at all. I intended to show it to you today, but since you started training so early, I didn't have the chance." "Oh? You completed it so quickly? Let me see." Li Muqing's eyes lit up. He hadn't anticipated such swift results. Before departing for Anning Town, he had tasked Emily with creating a program and identifying a hot-selling product. These 2 elements could potentially serve as the foundation for his next plan, and whether he could strike it rich largely depended on Emily's capabilities. Don't rush, boss. This morning I noticed some electronic components you brought back, and I decided to upgrade your low-end phone. There will even be a surprise for you, and it should be ready by tonight." Li Muqing's surprise, Emily, like Qin Xie, kept him in suspense. Not revealing it immediately. "Well, I'm not in a hurry. I hope you can give me a pleasant surprise tonight. The low-end phone Emoli referred to was the one Li Muqing used. He had entrusted it to her before heading to Anning Town, requesting her to design a compatible program. Now, not only had she completed the program, but she was also upgrading the phone, which was an unexpected delight. Moreover, Li Muqing had considerable faith in Emoli's abilities. Having seen the instruments in her room that morning, he instinctively recognized her competence. Modifying a phone from over 100 years ago should be a simple task for her. Chapter 54, Combat Training Boss, you seem rejuvenated. Your body has recovered, right? Well then, let us continue training. After lunch, Qin Xia allowed Li Muqing a 2-hour respite, calling him to rise at 3 o'clock. Having taken a short nap, Li Muqing felt entirely revitalized, brimming with energy, a stark contrast to the near-death state he had been in earlier that morning. Let us go. I feel fantastic. If we were to repeat this morning as training, I could do it without a break, Li Muqing boasted, full of bravado. Humph. This afternoon's training won't be as grueling as the morning session, nor will it require as much stamina, her words. Qin Xia's expression suddenly took on a peculiar twist. What's on the agenda for this afternoon? Of course, we will be engaging in combat training. What? Combat? Li Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected that the afternoon's training would involve combat. Yes, for 3 hours this afternoon, I will teach you combat techniques. Qin Xia nodded and continued, Boss, your combat awareness is severely lacking. When fighting against others, aside from a few rudimentary punches, you possess no real skills. It is all too easy for others to exploit your weaknesses. Once you encounter a seasoned fighter, even if your physical abilities surpass theirs, you could easily find yourself at a disadvantage. Therefore, martial training is essential. And the method is quite simple. You must spar with me. The moment you can endure for 10 minutes under my tutelage, you will have passed. Qin Xia's words left Li Muqing somewhat dazed. Spar with Qin Xia. Wasn't he that akin to courting disaster? Just don't go too hard on me. Most importantly, refrain from striking my face. I still need it for my livelihood. Knowing he could not refuse, Li Muqing set the terms and assumed a boxing stance, initiating an attack on Qin Xia. After bouncing on the spot a couple of times, Li Muqing launched his first strike, exerting all his strength for a straight punch. Smack! The first sound was Qin Xia's palm meeting Li Muqing's fist, while the second sound was Li Muqing's anguished cry as Qin Xia delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Your strikes lack power, your speed is subpar, your techniques are monotonous, and your vulnerabilities are glaring. Try again. Transformed into a strict instructor, Qin Xia shed her usual sunny demeanor, adopting a cold, relentless persona that reflected her seriousness. Li Muqing rose from the ground, rubbing his still-pained abdomen, aware that Qin Xia had shown restraint. Reflecting on her feedback and contemplating his techniques, he prepared for a second assault. Smack! Your footwork is too slow. Smack! Maintain your balance. Smack! I told you to conserve your strength. Don't exert yourself completely. Smack! Stop relying solely on one hand for your attacks. Vary your approach. Thus, every attempt Li Muqing made to strike was promptly neutralized by Qin Xia, followed by a counterattack that left him reeling. Qin Xia was measured in her strikes, ensuring they remained within Li Muqing's tolerance, inflicting merely temporary pain without causing any real injury, all while serving to motivate him. Under Qin Xia's guidance and relentless encouragement, Li Muqing became increasingly earnest. He had never truly fought anyone before. His previous experience merely consisted of mimicking the flashy moves he had seen on television. However, to Qin Xia, those flashy maneuvers were utterly worthless. In truth, Qin Xia had no specific techniques to impart. What she taught Li Muqing was merely a way of fighting. Little by little, she exposed him to aspects of offense, defense, striking, and evasion, enabling him to absorb and digest the knowledge. While it may have seemed somewhat crude, the effectiveness was surprisingly profound. Throughout the afternoon, Li Muqing was struck countless times, yet he never landed a blow on Qin Xia. Nonetheless, he grew bolder with each exchange, and his attacks became increasingly diverse. He gradually began to learn defense as well. Sometimes, when he failed to land a punch, he could still quickly guard against Qin Xia's counterattacks, demonstrating significant improvement from the beginning. Finally, after an unknown number of punches, during one particular exchange, Li Muqing seized an opportunity. As Qin Xia delivered a kick to his leg, he managed to land a punch on her arm, the force of which even caused her to take a step back. Wow, I finally hit her. Li Muqing gasped, lying on the ground, exhilaration radiating from him as if he had conquered the world with that single strike. Boss, you performed well today. A delicate hand appeared before Li Muqing, pulling him upright. Hee, let us go again. I think I've discovered the secret. Despite his aching body, an indomitable spirit surged within him. Perhaps tomorrow. Our training time has concluded for today. Qin Xie shrugged and gestured toward the pit on her wrist. Li Muqing paused, glancing at the pit, which displayed the time as 6:24 p.m. When he looked up, he noticed the sky had darkened. Has it really been that long since we started training? Li Muqing could hardly believe it, feeling as though only an hour had passed. This indicates how seriously you took the training. However, the results are commendable. Your reaction speed and resilience have significantly improved since we began. You deserve some praise, of course. I am a genius. Li Muqing felt a surge of pride at Qin Xie's commendation. Yet, the next moment, he felt the world spin and found himself once more bested by Qin Xie. However, your skills still leave much to be desired. You must continue to work hard and not become complacent. With a swift motion, Qin Xie stepped away, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Li Muqing lay on the ground, chuckling helplessly. It seemed Qin Xie was concerned he might become overly arrogant. While he had made some progress, in comparison to those seasoned warriors, he still felt utterly inadequate. After resting for a while, Li Muqing felt the pain subside and managed to stand, limping back to the villa. The moment he relaxed, the aches surged forth, and he felt as if his entire body was falling apart, even more painful than after the morning's physical training. No wonder Qin Xie had worn such a strange smile at the beginning. This was the reason. Upon returning to the villa, Emoli had prepared the meal, the familiar taste and the same formula. Canned food with rice, a timeless staple in order to satisfy his hunger. Li Muqing reluctantly consumed it, though not without a few complaints. Tired of canned food? I don't feel that way at all. This is far tastier than the nutritional bars I used to eat. It's just that you, boss, are quite difficult to please. Qin Xie looked at Li Muqing with disdain, satisfied merely to have canned food to eat. However, considering that Li Muqing hailed from a world abundant in resources, Qin Xie suddenly found herself understanding. After a moment of thought, she proposed, how about this, tonight, accompany me outside. If luck is on our side, we might procure some good items over the next couple of days. Oh, good items? Li Muqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the past, we lacked sufficient soul crystals to purchase food, and we couldn't solely rely on nutritional bars. Occasionally, we would venture out to hunt, if fortune smiled upon us and we managed to catch some edible mutated beasts. We could enjoy a hearty meal. Qin Xie elucidated. Mutated beast meat. Just like what we had at the Song family's. Li Muqing's eyes gleamed even brighter as he recalled that delightful meal at the Song family. The unfamiliar yet delicious meats. Yes, precisely those, however. The meat served to us by the Song family was undoubtedly top tier, and their chef's skills were exceptional, which is why it tasted so exquisite. Do not expect the meat we bring back to be as flavorful. At best, it will be a slight improvement over canned food. Seeing the look of anticipation on Li Muqing's face, Qin Xie preemptively tempered his expectations. That's fine, as long as it's better than canned food. For the past couple of days, every time I close my eyes, all I can taste is the greasy flavor of canned food. If my stomach hadn't been so empty, I wouldn't have been able to eat it all. Imagining the deliciousness he had experienced days prior, Li Muqing felt his mouth water. Boss, if you had endured a month without food, subsisting only on water and nutritional bars, you wouldn't have such a feeling of distaste. Qin Xie shook her head, a hint of wistfulness in her heart. I'm full now. Let us go. I can hardly wait. Li Muqing hastily swallowed the last of his meal, eagerly urging Qin Xie to set out. Unexpectedly, Qin Xie smiled wryly and replied, don't rush, boss, it's not completely dark yet. The mutated beasts are inactive at this time. We'll only have the best chance of hunting at midnight. However, that is also when it becomes the most perilous, as various monsters will be roaming about, and we must exercise extreme caution. I see. Li Muqing felt disheartened upon hearing that they would have to wait until midnight to act. Suddenly, he remembered that Emoli was nearby. He turned to her and asked, Nwan, what about the surprise you promised me? Is it ready? Emoli, still savoring her meal, produced Li Muqing's phone from behind her as if performing a magic trick, pushing it toward him. Here, it's already modified. Just a little something. Li Muqing quickly took the phone, skillfully unlocking it and swiping left and right, only to find that aside from a cute avatar icon, nothing had changed. The signal bar was still blank. He had hoped Emoli had somehow managed to restore its signal. UM11. Where's the surprise you promised? This phone feels just like it did before. After fumbling around for a while and seeing no discernible differences, Li Muqing ultimately sought Emoli's assistance. That moment, Emoli had just finished her meal and, wearing a mysterious smile, sat beside Li Muqing, addressing the phone. Come out, Xiaoman. With her words, a cartoon character suddenly sprang onto Li Muqing's mobile screen, performing a dazzling spin and bowing to her outside. Hello, master. I'm Xiaoman. What? Xiaoman. What is this? Li Muqing stared at the unexpectedly appearing cartoon figure on her phone, utterly speechless. This character was quite adorable, designed in a chibi style, sporting a large head and a small body, with twin ponytails atop her head. Visually, she resembled a chibi version of Molly, but the name, Xiaoman? Li Muqing felt it had a rather quaint ring to it. Hee, Xiaoman is the name I gave her. If the boss doesn't like it, we can easily change it. It's customizable, Molly said, playfully winking with a smug expression. She continued, as for what she is, she's the program you asked me to design. Of course, she's a rudimentary artificial intelligence program, perfectly compatible with the hardware of this mobile device, capable of fulfilling the role of a housekeeper. Whatever you wish her to do, just give her a command. Once the boss brings her back to your world and connects to the internet, she will be able to find any information you desire. For instance, if you wish to know the weather for today, simply ask her, and she will respond immediately. Or, if you're looking for places to visit, just tell her, and she will sift through all pertinent information, presenting the most valuable options to you, saving you considerable time. The most critical aspect is that she is an AI, aside from lacking emotions. She is not much different from a human and will learn and refine her programming based on the owner's habits and personality. In due time, you will find that you not only have a personal housekeeper but also a virtual companion. Molly's introduction left Li Muqing in a state of astonishment. A rudimentary artificial intelligence program? It sounded remarkably impressive. Moreover, this program was exceptionally suited for modern life. It only needed to be installed on the phone and connected to the internet to maximize its utility, gathering any information the owner could wish for with just a single command. Convenient, swift, it perfectly catered to the increasingly lazy modern populace. While there were already many similar intelligent programs in the real world, such as certain popular apps, the main selling point of Molly's program was its superior intelligence and growth potential. This Xiaoman could learn and grow, automatically adapting to the owner's habits to transform itself. Perhaps, at the time of download, every Xiaoman was identical, but under different owners over time, each Xiaoman would evolve into a distinct individual, fully embodying the role of a close companion. Something modern so-called artificial intelligences could not achieve. As a modern individual, one steeped in the culture of the internet and intelligence, Li Muqing grasped the power of this software in an instant. Hence, his gaze toward Molly shifted entirely. He never anticipated that a task he casually assigned her could be executed so flawlessly. How is it? Are you satisfied, boss? Seeing Li Muqing's increasingly astonished expression, Molly knew he must be pleased, yet she still felt compelled to ask, not for any other reason but to satisfy her own vanity. Absolutely satisfied. Our Xiaonan is the best, creating this program in just 3 days. You've truly helped me immensely, Li Muqing exclaimed, excitedly embracing Molly and planting a kiss on her plump cheek, overwhelmed with joy. With this creation, his plan to leverage future technology for profit had taken its first step. Li Muqing's affectionate gesture left both Molly and Qin Xie momentarily stunned, and Molly's face flushed crimson, while Qin Xie regarded Li Muqing with a peculiar look. Realizing his impulsiveness, Li Muqing quickly became embarrassed, repeatedly apologizing. Xiaonan, I'm so sorry. I was just too excited. I meant no offense, I just think you're incredibly impressive and adorable. To me, you are like a little sister. Upon hearing this, Molly, though still a bit shy, nodded in acceptance. Furthermore, Li Muqing's comparison of her to a sister warmed her heart, significantly altering the way she looked at him. Chapter 56. A continuous stream of surprises. It's all right, I don't mind, Molly replied bashfully, her face flushed, her cute expression igniting an impulsive urge within Li Muqing. Actually, the surprise I mentioned earlier isn't this. This program merely fulfills the task assigned by the boss. The real surprise is this phone. Before Li Muqing could respond, Molly redirected the conversation, pointing at the phone in his hand. Oh? This phone? You modified it? Li Muqing's attention was piqued, recalling that Molly had taken several electronic components, presumably to enhance his phone. Yes, boss, this phone, while appearing unchanged on the outside, has had some internal hardware upgraded. Firstly, regarding the energy issue, I removed the original battery and replaced it with a new, miniature battery, which can triple the capacity. Conservatively estimated, a single charge could last 3 to 4 days. Secondly, I upgraded some basic components to better accommodate Xiaoman's functions. In truth, this Xiaoman program already existed. I merely identified an outdated program from decades ago among a multitude of useless ones, made slight modifications, and transformed it into the current Xiaoman. The original Xiaoman, despite the passage of years, could not be supported by the original components of this phone, so I had to trim it down to be compatible with most devices of similar caliber. However, since you are the boss, your device is undoubtedly superior, so I upgraded the components within your phone, allowing it to harness 80 of Xiaoman's peak capabilities. The additional functionalities, to put it simply, mean that you can use Xiaoman to hack into any encrypted system that does not exceed Xiaoman's core program, enabling her to control that terminal for your benefit. Do you understand my explanation, boss? Molly rambled on about the phone's capabilities, only to realize by the end that Li Muqing was left in a daze. I understand. After pondering for a moment, Li Muqing grew increasingly convinced that if what Molly said was true, this program, combined with his current phone, would be extraordinarily powerful in his era. So, if I desire, I could instruct Xiaoman to unlock anyone's phone, access its contents, or even hack into a roadside camera to conceal my image, or even control an ATM to dispense cash. That is essentially correct? Provided the terminal you wish to control has a lower encryption level than Xiaoman's core program. However, based on the applications present on your phone, Xiaoman could outperform over 90 of programs in your world. Aside from some large-scale ones requiring extremely high computational power for encryption, which she could crack. Molly affirmed Li Muqing's assertions and subsequently expressed her unwavering confidence in the formidable program she had meticulously transformed. Li Muqing could certainly comprehend this, for although the program was decades old, it was still decades ahead of his own world. Perhaps some national-level encryption programs were beyond Xiaoman's capabilities to crack, yet the everyday terminals were certainly no match for this particular program. With this mobile device in hand, Li Muqing realized that he could essentially navigate the real world with ease. Moreover, he discovered something exceedingly delightful. Molly possessed remarkable abilities. Not only was she an academic prodigy who mastered programming and applications within a matter of days, but she was also exceptionally adept at hands-on tasks. The fact that she could modify a phone in just one afternoon was a testament to her prowess. As if she had fully maxed out her technological skills, it appeared that in the future, any high-tech products obtained from the Qin family could be entrusted to Molly for management, alleviating him of any concerns. Reflecting on this, Li Muqing suddenly recognized just how fortunate he truly was. Initially, he believed the system had cast him into this desolate place to fend for himself. However, after encountering Qin Xia and Molly, he realized this was a boon provided by the system. These two young women, one a formidable warrior and the other a tech whiz, complemented each other perfectly, effortlessly resolving any challenges that arose. With such capable employees, Li Muqing, as their employer, felt utterly elated as he gazed at his two employees. He was momentarily tempted to kiss each of them, but he restrained himself, fearing that Qin Xia might retaliate with a swift kick that would leave him incapacitated. Of course, the surprises for the evening were far from over. After introducing Li Muqing to his new mobile phone, Molly once again produced a small gadget from her person, almost as if performing a magic trick. This device resembled a razor, but where the blade should have been, 3 circular metal discs were affixed, giving it a somewhat rudimentary appearance. What on earth could this be? Li Muqing's heart brimmed with anticipation as he pondered the novelty Molly had unveiled. This contraption was scientifically known as a micrometal adsorber, but it also carried a catchy name, deep cleansing apparatus. Molly explained, "Boss, didn't you ask me to find a high-tech, practical hot-selling product? This is it." I researched past news articles and discovered that once it was launched, it sparked a global craze, propelling the company that invented it into the top 10 tech giants worldwide. Is this little gadget truly that impressive? Li Muqing took the micrometal adsorber from Molly's hands, utterly puzzled about its function. Boss, you must not grasp its significance. The simplest application is that it can extract micrometals and other impurities from human skin, restoring it to its original luster and softness. Now you understand its remarkable capabilities, don't you? extracting micrometals and impurities from the skin. At this revelation, Li Muqing's eyes gleamed with excitement. He realized he had stumbled upon another treasure. In the real world, especially among women, the vast majority use cosmetics, which invariably contain trace metal elements. Consequently, no matter how expensive the skincare products, they could not restore the skin to its pristine state. However, with the micrometal adsorber, this concern could be entirely resolved. Women could use cosmetics freely without adverse effects after application, and the adsorber could also remove other impurities. While the extent of its efficacy remained uncertain, this feature alone promised to make it a wildly sought-after product globally. Chapter 57. Inventorying canned goods. 1. Is this thing complicated to produce? Suppressing the urge to embrace Molly once more, Li Muqing took a deep breath and inquired slowly. Actually, its principle is quite simple. It harnesses electric currents to generate magnetic forces that facilitate the absorption of micrometals and impurities. The challenge lies in controlling the electric current, as multiple stages must operate simultaneously, and the voltage must remain variable. This necessitates a reliable embedded control program. Fortunately, developing such programs is often the most challenging aspect during the research phase, but as it turns out, it is a relatively straightforward task now. Therefore, this micrometal adsorber can be mass-produced as long as you have the program I've prepared, boss. Molly succinctly outlined the operational principles and production difficulties of the micrometal adsorber. Although the device Li Muqing held appeared somewhat crude, it was primarily due to the limited resources available in the wasteland world, lacking an abundance of components and materials, compounded by the fact that it was handcrafted by Molly, resulting in a less polished appearance. Yet, at its core, it was merely a battery coupled with several metal discs, perhaps augmented by a current controller and encased in a shell, essentially akin to crafting a simple power bank. However, its efficacy was truly revolutionary. Phew, Nuan. Tonight you've overwhelmed me with surprises. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. After exhaling a deep sigh, Li Muqing gazed earnestly at Molly. Boss, you needn't say such things. It brings me joy to be of assistance. After all, I am your employee too, Molly replied sweetly, her heart brimming with happiness. She didn't want to be a burden. Even if she couldn't accompany the boss like Sister Chin as a protector, she was determined to showcase her own abilities, lest she feel embarrassed. Yes, the pleasant atmosphere enveloped them. Dinner concluded, and Molly eagerly dashed off to study the set of 5 drones Li Muqing had entrusted to her. Having mentally delineated their roles, Li Muqing decided to delegate all technological matters to Molly, as he was not particularly knowledgeable in that area, and it was best to leave it to a professional. Li Muqing had also set Qin Xia and Molly as secondary operators on the drone's control panel. This designation allowed them to execute any instructions except those that contradicted the primary operator's commands. He intended to apply the same approach to the defensive machines sent by the Song family. After all, these 2 individuals were the ones he trusted most in the wasteland world. As he awaited the hunting expedition, Li Muqing took the opportunity to count the canned goods he had brought, finding it a welcome distraction from the anticipation. He had acquired a total of 60 boxes of canned goods, with 10 boxes each of 6 varieties. The meat cans contained 24 boxes each, while the fruit cans held 10 boxes, although the latter had a larger volume, rendering their weights comparable. After accounting for the over 100 cans already sent to Anning Town and the several dozen consumed over the past few days, he still had over 400 cans remaining. The meat cans slightly outnumbered the fruit cans, but overall, their quality was roughly equal. Li Muqing intended to retain some as reserve rations, planning to trade the remaining 400 cans, minus 100 fruit cans, with Song Xiaolan in 2 days. While he could transfer all the meat cans, the fruit cans, having been classified as luxury items, could not be too numerous, lest their value depreciate. It was somewhat amusing that in the real world, fruit cans were considerably cheaper than meat cans. However, in the wasteland world, fruit cans commanded 4 times the price of meat cans, a fact that caught Li Muqing off guard, especially since he had initially ordered equal quantities of both categories from the canning factory. It seemed prudent to reduce the quantity of fruit cans for the next order. However, moving so many cans was no simple task. If only the storage function of his wristband could be activated. Lost in thought, Li Muqing longed to call upon the wristband once more. Wristband, could you expedite the activation of permissions? I truly require additional storage space. Replying to the master, to activate permissions, certain conditions must be met. You have 3 more crossings remaining to fulfill the requirements for permission activation. The cold, indifferent electronic tone of the wristband responded to his inquiry in a remarkably formulaic manner. Indeed, it seemed futile to negotiate with the device. One must comply with its demands. Although the prospect of returning to the real world at this very moment was tantalizing, the thought of having to wait another 12 hours for a return journey made Li Muqing reconsider. After all, there were still matters to attend to here, and the back-and-forth travel seemed to bother. It would be prudent to wait until the transaction with Song Xiaolan was concluded before making any decisions. Not that there was any rush. Having accomplished a few tasks, time swiftly approached 10 o'clock in the evening. After summoning Qin Siya, the two set out, each shouldering a laser rifle. Qin Siya advised that in the wilderness, especially during the deep of night, it is best to refrain from using kinetic weapons. The tremendous noise and explosive visual effects could attract unknown monstrosities. Thus, laser weaponry remained the preferred choice for hunting. Moreover, with Qin Siya now wielding a nightingale, originally a gift from Song Xiaolan to Li Muqing but now commandeered by Qin Siya, their safety was considerably enhanced. Upon exiting the villa district, the previously twinkling lights vanished entirely, leaving behind an impenetrable darkness as thick clouds obscured the moon and stars, rendering the wilderness devoid of any light source. However, the benefits of the enhancement became evident. The strengthening serum had not only fortified his bodily cells but also amplified his night vision. Thus, when Li Muqing stepped into the wild, after a brief period of adjustment, he was astonished to discover that he could see quite clearly, though not as well as during the day. It was at least comparable to twilight, preventing him from becoming blind in the dark. Qin Siya, on the other hand, fared even better. She navigated the uneven terrain with ease, deftly avoiding withered branches and desiccated grasses while meticulously scanning for their target. The vicinity of the villa district was remarkably pristine. After circling twice, neither Li Muqing nor Qin Siya detected any traces of monsters, not even a single zombie. Li Muqing surmised that this cleanliness was due not only to Qin Siya's regular patrols, but also to the efforts of Song Xiaolan. According to Moli, after Song Xiaolan's departure yesterday, she had returned with her subordinates to clear the outskirts of the villa district, likely eliminating nearby threats, as evidenced by the occasional traces of black blood on the ground. Ultimately, the duo expanded their search radius by nearly 2 kilometers before finally encountering a solitary, lost zombie. Upon sighting this creature, Li Muqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He never anticipated that one day he would feel such exhilaration at the sight of a zombie. Without hesitation, he raised his rifle, aimed, and fired. A beam of laser shot forth, and the zombie collapsed in response. This marked Li Muqing's first, and only, shot of the evening. The morning's shooting practice had not been in vain. Li Muqing was no longer a novice facing zombies for the first time, allowing him to effortlessly secure the kill. After 2 hours of searching, Qin Siya decided to call it a night, leading Li Muqing back to their base. Given the current circumstances, not only was hunting proving difficult, but even spotting a living creature was a challenge. It was uncertain whether to be grateful to Song Xiaolan for her intervention or to blame her for meddling. In any case, without a significant replenishment period, it would be challenging for monsters to wander near the villa district, and Li Muqing's hopes for a change of pace were destined to be dashed. Chapter 58. An invitation received. A private one. The following 2 days passed for Li Muqing in a haze of rigorous training. Mornings were dedicated to marksmanship and physical conditioning, while afternoons were reserved for combat training. Each session left him utterly exhausted, yet it wasn't long before he recovered, a testament to the resilience bestowed by the enhancement serum. On the third morning, Song Xiaolan arrived as promised to collect the goods. Accompanied by 2 trucks filled with construction workers and a plethora of materials. In just one day, these workers reinforced and repaired the existing walls of the villa district, while also demolishing several buildings within a few hundred meters of the base to construct a walled courtyard for Li Muqing. According to Song Xiaolan, these defensive machines boasted superior protection within a limited area. Given the vast expanse of the villa district, it was wiser to reduce the coverage area. Though diminutive, the newly enclosed courtyard still spanned nearly 1 square kilometer. Ample space for Li Muqing to revel in. As night fell, gazing at the imposing and sturdy walls not far from the villa, Li Muqing felt an overwhelming sense of security. Alongside the construction workers, Song Xiaolan also brought the machinery that Qin Zhuang had promised him, which included 2 sentry robots, 4 automated sentry cannons, and 20 self-destructing surveillance drones. None were missing. The sentry robots resembled half-human autonomous machines. Featuring a humanoid upper body with 2 arms and equipped with machine guns, grenade launchers, and flamethrowers, while their lower halves consisted of treaded wheels for enhanced balance and mobility. The automated sentry cannons resembled heavy machine guns, but they were outfitted with a programmable module that allowed them to autonomously detect enemies and switch firing modes, adapting between kinetic and laser weaponry based on the enemy's characteristics and vulnerabilities. Finally, the self-destructing surveillance drones, circular objects measuring 50 centimeters in diameter and 5 centimeters in thickness, were equipped with an enemy identification system and armed with small laser cannons. They could function as early warning systems. But their most formidable feature was their self-destruction mechanism, which, when activated, could unleash devastation akin to a small tactical nuclear weapon, a highly destructive one-time-use consumable. When Li Muqing beheld these powerful mechanical devices gleaming with metallic luster, he could scarcely contain his excitement. After maintaining a facade of composure while inspecting the goods, he allowed Song Xiaolan's team to coordinate with Molid. A total of 30,000 soul crystals have been successfully transferred to your account. Please verify the receipt. After both parties had confirmed the inventory, Song Xiaolan promptly returned Li Muqing's card and deposited the soul crystals. I trust in Miss Song's integrity, Li Muqing remarked, pocketing the soul crystal card without a glance. I appreciate Mr. Tianxi's trust. However, this shipment seems somewhat lacking. I wonder when the next delivery will be? We have already begun preparations over at Anning Town, and we are currently in dire need of canned goods. Song Xiaolan replied with a faint smile, glancing at the workers loading cargo behind her. Li Muqing recalled that the contract with the Qin family stipulated a minimum provision of 1,000 meat cans and 200 fruit cans each month. While half of the fruit cans had been supplied, the meat cans still fell short by 800, a significantly inadequate amount. Nonetheless, Li Muqing had formulated a reasonable excuse and calmly replied, given my recent arrival, it is impractical to transport a large quantity of cans all at once. Therefore, I assure you that I will bring the full quota for this month during my next visit. I kindly request that Miss Song return in 7 days for the pickup. I will ensure the delivery is complete. 7 days? That works. The current supply of cans is barely sufficient, so waiting another week is manageable. Song Xiaolan nodded, then paused before adding, I wonder if Mr. Tianxi requires assistance from the Song family. After all, the quantity of cans is quite substantial, and transporting them alone may prove challenging. Li Muqing grasped the implication behind her words. Song Xiaolan was likely probing for the location of his so-called refuge. No need for Miss Song to trouble herself. I have my own methods. You only need to come here for the pickup, he replied nonchalantly. Very well. I appreciate your understanding, Mr. Tianxi. Song Xiaolan acknowledged with a slight nod. Aware that Li Muqing would not easily divulge the location of his refuge, her previous comment was merely a test. By the way, Mr. Tianxi, my father would like to extend an invitation for you to visit Anning Town again, to tour the industrial district and observe how the machinery is produced. If you are interested, you could provide the materials, and we would handle the production. This way, the construction of your base will be on the right track. Oh, I certainly cannot refuse Mr. Song's invitation. I will definitely accompany you next time. Li Muqing responded, intrigued by the prospect of visiting a factory that produced high-tech machinery. The items Song Zhuang had sent him, while functional, were woefully insufficient. Now that Li Muqing had amassed a considerable fortune in soul crystals, it was imperative to enhance the construction of his base. That was my father's invitation, but I would also like to extend a personal invitation for a private dinner with you. Should you be available? Song Xiaolan's face revealed a hint of flirtation as she issued her invitation to Li Muqing. A private dinner? Li Muqing glanced at the beaming Song Xiaolan, her gaze sincere and devoid of deceit. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him after he saved her life? Li Muqing's mind raced with possibilities. Yes, just the two of us. No attendants, he replied. Song Xiaolan's smile grew ever more radiant, and the implications of her words had become sufficiently clear. Thus, she refrained from elaborating further, waving her hand in farewell before waiting for Li Muqing's response. I shall take my leave now, eagerly anticipating our next meeting. As she departed, Song Xiaolan playfully winked at Li Muqing, leading her entourage away in a grand procession. Your words have suddenly heightened my anticipation for our next encounter, Li Muqing murmured, stroking his chin as he gazed at Song Xiaolan's swaying silhouette. Hey boss, are you back to your senses? She's already gone, and yet you keep staring, a somewhat resentful voice floated in from behind. It was Qin Xia. What? Oh, I'm not back to my senses, I was merely bidding her farewell. It's basic etiquette, Li Muqing stammered, suddenly feeling a bit awkward, as if caught in a clandestine affair. He recalled that just yesterday, he had pondered whether he had developed feelings for Qin Xia, only to be enchanted by Song Xianglan today. His resolve was evidently lacking. What a sin! Pimph. Today's training is far from over. We still have practical drills to complete. No rest until we finish, Qin Xia huffed, rolling her eyes and turning away, disregarding Li Muqing's protests. Later, during several hours of rigorous training, Li Muqing endured a thorough thrashing at the hands of Qin Xia. This experience made him acutely aware that, despite some improvement in his skills, he still resembled a frail little rabbit before her, utterly defenseless. By the time training concluded, night had fallen. Originally, Li Muqing had planned to complete his transaction with Song Xianglan and return home. Now, having been thoroughly bested by Qin Xia, his body felt utterly drained, every bone loosened, and his muscles ached from the exertion. After hastily consuming a bit of food, he collapsed into bed, slipping into a deep slumber that lasted until the next day. Chapter 59. Is this the feeling of love? The following day, the rare sunlight warmed Li Muqing's face, rousing him from a profound slumber. Today marked the 8th day since Li Muqing had arrived in the wasteland world, and he was determined to return. Back in his world, he had been completely out of touch for 8 days. While he had given prior notice and few would be overly concerned for him, there were still some who might worry about his absence. He feared that Wei Song might think he had been eliminated by the Fei Hong group and might go report it. Stretching luxuriously in bed, Li Muqing suddenly felt invincible, akin to an indestructible cockroach. After being thoroughly defeated by Qin Xia yesterday, he had expected to feel half dead. Yet, after a night's rest, he felt rejuvenated, his strength seemingly amplified. Though the extent of his improvement was yet to be determined, it was clear that his resilience had increased by several notches. He now felt confident that he could withstand at least 5 minutes against someone like Shueli, relying solely on his fists and feet. It appeared that Qin Xia's training was indeed effective. Upon checking his pit, Li Muqing discovered that his stats had risen by a point or two, prompting him to feel a wave of gratitude, making him forget entirely about the previous day's humiliation. Having gone to bed early the previous night, he astonishingly woke up earlier than the two girls, and in a splendid mood, he took the initiative to prepare breakfast. This morning's meal was far more lavish than usual, not for any particular reason, but because Song Xianglan had brought a bounty of fresh ingredients during her visit yesterday. Among these ingredients were ordinary staples like bread, eggs, chunks of meat, and soy milk. While they might not compare to the culinary delights of his world, they were certainly a welcome change from the monotony of canned food. In fact, there were ingredients available for purchase in Anning Town, but Li Muqing had forgotten to stock up on them upon his return. Fortunately, the attentive Song Xianglan had noticed the lack of supplies during her first visit and had brought a substantial amount with her on her second trip. He fried an egg, toasted some bread, opened a can of pineapple, grilled the fruit over the fire, and finally took out some meat from the fridge, likely from some mutated beast, and sliced it to fry. Layering these elements together, he crafted a delightful sandwich. With the sandwich complete, he brewed a cup of soy milk, achieving a perfect balance of dry and wet, nutritious and wholesome. What do I see, boss? You made breakfast? As Li Muqing laid out the spread on the table, Qin Xia happened to come down. Upon seeing the food arranged before her, she nearly thought she was dreaming. Rubbing her eyes and looking again, she confirmed that it was indeed Li Muqing who had prepared breakfast. It's just a simple breakfast. It's nothing special. Back in my world, I often lived alone and cooked for myself. It's just that there weren't any ingredients here. So I didn't bother. Li Muqing's casual dismissal was understood by Qin Xia, who eagerly took her seat and grabbed a thick sandwich, taking a hearty bite. How is it? Tastes good, right? Li Muqing inquired, watching as Qin Xia's eyes lit up with delight upon her first bite. Delicious. Qin Xia replied, her mouth full as she continued to devour the sandwich. Within a few bites, she finished her portion and drank down her cup of soy milk in one go, sighing contentedly as she gazed at Li Muqing with a hint of admiration. This is truly the best breakfast I've ever had. Receiving such praise for his culinary efforts made Li Muqing's eyes crinkle with joy. As long as you enjoy it, I'll make more delicious meals for you in the future. Let us not rely solely on canned food. It's not good for your health. His gentle tone rendered Qin Xia momentarily speechless. Flooding her with warmth and nearly bringing tears to her eyes, it had been so long since she had heard such words, and the hardships of the wasteland had hardened her heart. Now softened by his kindness. Although touched, She feigned nonchalance. Eating so many good things, I fear you might spoil me, and I won't be able to adapt to the outside world anymore. That's all right. I can cook delicious meals for you for a lifetime, as long as you're willing to eat. For some inexplicable reason, Li Muqing uttered these words, which bordered on a confession. The heartfelt sentiment lingered in the air, causing Qin Xie to momentarily lose herself in thought as she gazed at Li Muqing's slightly handsome face illuminated by the sunlight. She felt herself on the verge of succumbing to her emotions. In the ensuing silence, they exchanged quiet glances, neither knowing who initiated it first, but their faces began to draw closer, inching towards each other, their lips almost touching. Wow, something delicious. Who made breakfast today? A cheerful voice suddenly interrupted the intimate moment, causing both to part with lightning speed, deliberately averting their gazes, too bashful to look at one another. As for Qin Xie, it was understandable. She had never been in a relationship and was utterly clueless about matters between men and women. It was only natural for her to feel as Li Muqing's reaction, however, was somewhat perplexing. He considered himself somewhat experienced, having had one ex-girlfriend and having engaged in all the necessary activities, far more seasoned than Qin Xie. Yet, he too found himself at a loss as to why he felt shy. Could this be what they called the sensation of falling in love? This feeling was something he had nearly forgotten. Cough, cough, Nuan, come and eat. Try my cooking. Li Muqing broke the silence, calling for Emoli to join them for breakfast. Upon tasting the delectable sandwich, Emoli too sang its praises, a blissful smile illuminating her face and filling Li Muqing with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. After the meal, Li Muqing tidied up and prepared to set off. I might return quickly, but I won't stay long. It will be 2 or 3 days before I officially come back. You two take care of yourselves and whip up some food. Don't rely solely on canned goods, Li Muqing advised them. After his return, he only needed to make a round trip once to unlock the permissions for the wristband, so he aimed to complete 2 crossings swiftly. But preparing canned food and handling other matters will take some time, so I can only stay for 3 days before I can settle in. Understood. After you return, you must keep up with your training. To absorb the enhancement potion quickly, you must maintain your exercise regimen, Qin Xie reminded him, seemingly having forgotten the prior incident. Boss, the source code for Xiaoman, along with the schematics and core programs for the deep cleansing device, have all been copied to your phone. You just need to inform Xiok Xingxin, and it can be uploaded to the computer. These programs are quite mature and require no further alterations. They are ready for direct use. Indeed, the programs are encrypted, and the password is, at that moment, Molly approached, recounting her responsibilities to Li Muqing. Gazing at the 2 lovely young ladies before him, Li Muqing was suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to take them both home. However, he had discreetly inquired about the wristband, which currently permitted only him to traverse dimensions, so he swiftly suppressed the thought. Of course, the wristband did not categorically state that it would remain this way. Only responding, insufficient permissions, unable to answer. This left a flicker of hope in Li Muqing's heart. I will return, and when I do, I shall bring you even more delightful treasures. Let us look forward to it, he said with a smile, before communicating with the wristband, his figure flickering and vanishing from the room. Chapter 60. Unpleasant news. The disorientation of crossing 2 worlds dissipated in an instant. Li Muqing felt a momentary darkness, followed by a sudden brightness, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in the warehouse he had rented. Observing the small stack of canned boxes before him, Li Muqing confirmed that he had indeed returned to the very spot from which he had initially traversed. Ding! Transmission complete. This transmission consumed 28 energy units. Remaining energy, 40.to ensure sufficient energy for your next traversal. Please replenish energy promptly. This time, the consumption was 28, slightly less than before, but he hadn't brought much with him. Li Muqing gazed at the 3 boxes before him and murmured to himself, on this return trip, he had not carried an abundance of items. 2 of the boxes were filled with gold and jewels, while the remaining one contained 2 weapons, several magazines, and a few self-defense gadgets resembling electric gloves. These items had consumed 8 energy units, which was quite substantial. Speaking of which, Li Muqing had also brought back a small bag of soul crystals. During his time in the wasteland world, he had conducted an experiment and discovered that the wristband could absorb soul crystals, converting them into energy. The conversion ratio was nearly 1:1, meaning 1 soul crystal could be transformed into 1 unit of energy. Therefore, He could use soul crystals as a temporary energy reserve for emergencies, which was exceedingly convenient. Effortlessly lifting the 3 boxes, which collectively weighed over 100 pounds, Li Muqing stepped out of the warehouse. The contents of these boxes were not for public eyes, and he needed to handle them with care. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when his phone, nestled in his pocket, began to vibrate violently. It dawned on him that the phone had regained signal and was starting to receive messages. Upon opening his phone, several messages popped up, predominantly from a few familiar contacts. Wei Song had sent several messages inquiring about his whereabouts and when he would return. Requesting some delectable treats upon his return, a few acquaintances in the supply business had also called, asking when he could lend them money, given that he had owed them for several months. To his surprise, Han Muir had even called him 3 times and sent several messages, expressing her feeling of being followed without seeing anyone and asking Li Muqing what she should do. Seeing these messages, Li Muqing understood that the Fei Hong Group had likely begun their operations, though he was uncertain of the current situation. In addition, there were some unfamiliar numbers. Upon clicking on them, he discovered that these were messages from individuals within the Fei Hong Group. The content was undoubtedly threatening, urging him to appear swiftly, or they would dismantle his home. Li Muqing regarded these messages as mere jokes. Now that he had returned, whether or not the Fei Hong Group's people came was irrelevant. If they dared to come, he would ensure they learned why flowers bloom so vividly. As he read the last message, however, his expression turned grave. This message, also from an unknown number, was simple. Are you a friend of Boss Wei? Many people are looking for him. He may be in trouble. The message was time-stamped just 10 minutes prior. Who sent the message? What could have happened to Wei Song? Panic gripped Li Muqing as he immediately thought of the Fei Hong Group. The only people he and Wei Song had offended recently were likely them. With this thought, he dialed Wei Song's number. On the first and second attempts, the phone rang for an extended duration before automatically hanging up. Unanswered. On the third attempt, however, the call was picked up. Li Muqing. Heh, you finally decided to show your face. The voice was unmistakable. It was Brother Zhang from the Fei Hong Group. What are you doing at Wei Song's place? What do you want? Li Muqing's voice grew ominously dark. What do we want? Kid, don't think that just because you're hiding, we can't do anything about it. You have half an hour to appear before us. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen. Brother Zhang's tone dripped with arrogance, and the implication was clear. Just as he finished speaking, Li Muqing suddenly heard Wei Song's voice. Ching, don't come back, don't worry about me. Wei Song's words were abruptly cut off, replaced by muffled groans and cries of pain, evidently having been assaulted. Good, very good. Li Muqing's expression darkened, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. You wait for me. If anything happens to Wei Song in the next half hour, none of you will escape. Oh, quite the bravado, aren't we? Do you think you're strong enough to take us all on alone? Heh, I'll be waiting for you. The call was abruptly terminated by Li Muqing, who had no intention of indulging Brother Zhang's taunts. With determination, he seized a black box and dashed out of the industrial area. Hailing a taxi at the entrance, driver, Longxing Street, Fanqing Japanese cuisine, the fastest route, 1,000 yuan. As he spoke, Li Muqing swiftly transferred 1,000 yuan to the taxi driver. All right, hold on tight. I'm one of the top 5 speedsters in Chaoyang. I'll get you there in 20 minutes for sure. The taxi driver, having received the money, transformed into a race car driver, speeding toward the city at lightning speed. As Li Muqing rushed toward the city, Wei Song was in his shop, surrounded and beaten by a group of thugs. Brother Zhang sat nearby, observing with a sinister gaze as Wei Song lay crumpled with a commanding voice. Feng Jiaying instructed Zhang Fei, who was beside him, to retrieve Wei Song's phone number. Upon checking, they discovered it was a call from Li Muqing. Indeed, it was a case of finding something effortlessly after an arduous search. They had been searching for Li Muqing for an entire week, only for her to seemingly vanish into thin air, rendering all their attempts to contact her futile. Now, as the deadline for their contract approached, compounded by mounting pressure from above to expedite the demolition for Fei Hong Group, they had no choice but to seek out Wei Song, intending to use him as a means to locate Li Muqing. Additionally, they needed to settle the score with Wei Song for the incident that had thwarted Feng Jiaying's plans the previous week. Of course, apart from Feng Jiaying, it was Zhang Fei who harbored the deepest resentment towards both Li Muqing and Wei Song. That night, Li Muqing had humiliated Zhang Fei to the point of losing control, leaving him utterly embarrassed. It took him an entire day to recover before daring to venture outside again. Moreover, leveraging his status as Feng Jiaying's favored associate, he had imposed a silence on everyone present, forbidding them from spreading word of the incident. During that day of isolation, he concocted various ways to take revenge on Li Muqing, imagining countless scenarios of humiliation, yet he remained unsatisfied without confronting her in person. Consequently, Zhang Fei decided to call Li Muqing, but before he could utter a word, she hung up on him and blocked his number, infuriating him further. By the third day, having regained his composure, Zhang Fei enlisted his underlings to confront Li Muqing, only to find her whereabouts shrouded in mystery as her door remained firmly locked. For an entire week, Zhang Fei sought Li Muqing, but to no avail. During this time, Feng Jiaying repeatedly urged him to locate her and resolve the demolition issue. Under immense pressure, Zhang Fei was nearing a breaking point, ultimately devising a plan to trouble Wei Song instead. Unexpectedly, this led him directly to Li Muqing's trail. Soon after, as Zhang Fei answered the phone, a conversation ensued between him and Li Muqing. Throughout this exchange, Wei Song was silenced by the two men holding him, unable to speak until Zhang Fei gestured for them to release him. When he finally managed to utter a few words, they failed to satisfy Zhang Fei, resulting in him receiving a couple of kicks that the sudden appearance of Li Muqing took the ruffians by surprise. Yet, before they could utter a word, Li Muqing, who had been a good dozen meters away just moments ago, had charged right into their midst, prompting exclamations of astonishment from the group. However, before their cries could fade, Li Muqing's iron fist had already descended upon them. There was no need for pleasantries. Anyone who found themselves in this location was undoubtedly up to no good, so he acted decisively. Despite the presence of over a dozen thugs, their abilities were on an entirely different level compared to Li Muqing. With his physique thrice that of an ordinary person, coupled with the rigorous training from Qin Xia, he was a force to be reckoned with. None could withstand even a single punch or kick from him, and due to his ghostly speed, those at the back could only watch as their comrades were sent flying or incapacitated. In a matter of mere seconds, only one among them remained standing. Though this last thug still clutched a steel rod, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Li Muqing's formidable presence loomed over him, exuding an aura reminiscent of a war deity. Filled with murderous intent, instilling profound fear in the thug's heart and extinguishing any desire to resist, in the next moment, the thug attempted to flee, but Li Muqing seized his collar and delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing against the tightly shut store door. With a resounding thud, the unfortunate fellow was hurled, along with the door, into the shop, leaving no one standing outside. The patrons within the establishment fell silent, watching in a Li Muqing, under the gaze of all present, strode slowly into the shop. "Aching, you're back?" Wei Song, who had initially feigned unconsciousness, exclaimed in surprise, only to be struck by a sudden realization. If Li Muqing could waltz in with such confidence, what had befallen the man who had just been thrown in? "Oh, Li Muqing, you truly dare to show up. Excellent, I was just lamenting my inability to locate you, and here you are, delivering yourself right to me." Zhang Fei sneered venomously, his eyes locked onto Li Muqing with palpable malice. "Wei Song, are you all right? You're not dead, are you?" Li Muqing disregarded Zhang Fei entirely, focusing instead on Wei Song's condition. Seeing that Wei Song could still stand and speak reassured him that his friend had sustained no grave injuries. Nevertheless, the sight of Wei Song's wounds and the wreckage of the shop ignited a surge of fury within him. "I'm fine. Did you come alone? Do you have confidence in dealing with these people?" Wei Song inquired. "There are as many outside as there are in here, yet I still managed to come in." Li Muqing shrugged, dismissing the threat posed by the others. "Enough." The light-hearted banter between the two was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Fei, who bellowed, drawing Li Muqing's attention. "What do you think you are? Don't you see our young master Feng here? Just a wretched brat. Where did you learn to act so cocky?" Zhang Fei, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, stepped up to Li Muqing and spat venomous words. "You lot are hardly worth my time." In response to Zhang Fei's close proximity, Li Muqing replied with an air of indifference. "Given the current circumstances, I present you with two options. First, I break your limbs and toss you out, ensuring you can no longer show your face in Chaoyang City. Second, you produce 2 million for my broth." The wails of despair echoed in his ears, pulling Li Muqing's thoughts back to reality. Glancing around, he realized that only a few capable fighters remained. With a determined stride, he advanced towards Feng Jiaying, exuding an aura of menace. Blood trickled from his nose and the corner of his mouth, and his clothes were stained with the blood of those he had vanquished, presenting a formidable and oppressive presence akin to that of a reaper. That moment, Feng Jiaying's mouth gaped in shock. Wide enough to fit an egg, his earlier confidence transformed into sheer terror. He could hardly fathom that Li Muqing could be so ferocious, dispatching the numerous men he had brought with such ease while he himself remained relatively unscathed. Wasn't he merely a small-time shopkeeper? Hadn't he been under the thumb of his own men until now? Zhang Fei, what kind of monster have you stirred? Don't come any closer. I warn you. Stay back. Feng Jiaying stammered, panic-stricken as he slipped off his chair and collapsed to the ground, inching backward in an attempt to distance himself from Li Muqing. Get him, take him down, suddenly realizing that a few uninjured lackeys were still by his side. Feng Jiaying saw their faces etched with shock, their hands trembling as they clutched their weapons. Hearing their leader's frantic call, they exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Could they truly take him down? Wouldn't that be tantamount to delivering themselves to death? Yet, despite their inner turmoil, the sight of Feng Jiaying's desperate demeanor spurred them on. Gritting their teeth, they roared and charged at Li Muqing. They had no choice. Feng Jiaying was their master, and fleeing now would surely invite retribution from him that they, mere thugs, could not withstand. As the lackeys surged forward, a flicker of rationality returned to Feng Jiaying's gaze. But in the next instant, their battle cries were replaced by screams of agony as several lackeys were sent hurtling backward with a speed even greater than their charge, crashing against a half-destroyed door before rolling out onto the street, motionless, clearly unconscious. Feng Jiaying's previously relaxed expression morphed into one of dread. With every ounce of strength, he scrambled to his feet, desperately making for the exit. Where do you think you're going, however? He barely made it a few steps when Li Muqing's voice drifted ominously into his ear. In an instant, Feng Jiaying felt his collar yanked, lifting him off the ground. No, please don't kill me. You can't. If you do, you won't survive either. Feng Jiaying flailed helplessly in midair, shouting in panic, completely shedding any semblance of composure. With a dismissive wave, Li Muqing tossed him onto the last remaining chair, which collapsed under the strain, leaving Feng Jiaying writhing on the floor, clutching his back and groaning. Now, do you still wish for me to polish your shoes? Li Muqing bent down, gripping Feng Jiaying's collar, forcing him to meet his gaze. What do you say? No, please, spare me. I can pay you. I'll give you a lot of money. Just let me go. Feng Jiaying, utterly terrified, pleaded with wide, vacant eyes. It was crucial to note that Li Muqing was no stranger to bloodshed. He bore an unmistakable aura of lethality. The mere hint of it sent Feng Jiaying into a panic. Though he was the scion of the Fei Hong group, the organization had recently undergone a reformation. They were no longer engaged in violent acts. Instead, they indulged in deception and intimidation. Killing and arson were far beyond their scope of activities. Thus, Feng Jiaying was merely a spoiled rich kid, capable only of rallying a few tough thugs to assert his dominance through petty vandalism. Spare you? That might be possible, but the conditions will need to be adjusted. Seeing that his objective was achieved, Li Muqing released Feng Jiaying onto the ground, standing tall and looking down upon him. What conditions? Feng Jiaying, regaining a flicker of composure, stammered nervously after swallowing hard. I stated my terms upon your entry, Li Muqing declared, flashing a grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth under the dim light. He raised a finger. First option. I break your limbs and toss you out, ensuring you can never show your face in Chaoyang City again. Then he extended a second finger. Second option. Pay me 2 million for my brothers, and then kneel to apologize. See? Quite simple. I choose the second option. I'll pay 3 million. Just don't make me kneel. Before Li Muqing could finish speaking, Feng Jiaying sprang to his feet, shouting in haste. Slap! Li Muqing frowned and swiftly slapped Feng Jiaying's face, causing his head to jerk to the side, the impact leaving a visible red mark. I wasn't finished speaking. Don't interrupt me. I detest being interrupted. The slap was not particularly forceful. Otherwise, Feng Jiaying might have fainted on the spot. Clutching his reddened cheek, Feng Jiaying turned back, tears welling in his eyes as disbelief washed over him. You dare to hit me? How could you? What's wrong with hitting you? I didn't even break your legs. After all that, Li Muqing raised his hand as if to strike again, causing Feng Jiaying to shrink back like a frightened rooster. Realizing Li Muqing was merely feigning, he resumed his posture. Please, don't break my legs. I'll pay. Feng Jiaying's voice trembled, laced with desperation. Initially, I thought 2 million would suffice, but now, looking at us both and the damage to your shop, do you really think we can settle this for less than 5 million? Li Muqing stepped closer to Wei Song, pointing at their injuries and then gesturing toward the wrecked shop, raising the figure significantly. 0.5 million. Feng Jiaying gasped, taken aback by the audacity of the demand. 5 million? Isn't that a bit excessive? Wei Song interjected, astonished. Feng Jiaying's heart sank at the mention of 5 million, knowing that Li Muqing would expect cash, despite being the heir of the Feihong Group. He couldn't produce such an amount on the spot. Though he was a typical wealthy second-generation tycoon with numerous affiliated companies, producing 5 million cash would be a significant strain. The Feihong Group was not solely his. It involved his father, brother, and other senior figures. Besides, the money he had earned through his lavish lifestyle had already been reinvested elsewhere. Handing over 5 million now would tighten his financial situation considerably. Oh, is 5 million too much? I think it's quite reasonable, Li Muqing replied, counting on his fingers. Let us break it down. Our medical expenses, 1 million each seems fair, doesn't it? And the items in this shop? While they may appear inconsequential, each piece has its history. Take that chair you just broke. It's a Wang Wallywood chair from the Republic era, and the shattered bowls. Each one is a Ming or Qing porcelain piece. Tell me, do you think you could acquire any of these for less than 1 million? Moreover, given the prime location of this shop and the high foot traffic, your actions will necessitate a temporary closure for renovations, which will cost at least another 100,000, not to mention lost business revenue. Adding it all together, 5 million isn't unreasonable, is it? Republic Wangwali chair, Ming and Qing porcelain? Feng Jiaying glanced at the rickety stool beneath him, worth no more than 50 yuan, and the scattered fragments of cheap bowls, feeling utterly speechless. What foot traffic could this dilapidated alley possibly have? For a small shop, renovations and lost revenue could be managed for a mere million. The most ludicrous part was Li Muqing's claim of medical expenses. Seeing Li Muqing, seemingly unscathed, almost made Feng Jiaying laugh. How would he ever spend 1 million on treatment? However, deep down, Feng Jiaying recognized his disadvantage. He had no ground to stand on, especially since he had initiated the conflict. Li Muqing's retaliation was merely a response. The most critical factor was that he absolutely did not want his limbs broken. Even if Li Muqing were to incur the wrath of the Feihong Group, he would be the one left crippled. Feng Jiaying had no intention of living out the rest of his life as a disabled person, nor did he want to forfeit his right to inherit the Feihong Group. Fine, 5 million. The grievances between us shall be entirely erased. Feng Jiaying's countenance fluctuated between joy and dismay for quite some time. But ultimately, he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement to the condition. Very good, very good. This young man is indeed reasonable, Li Muqing remarked with satisfaction. Before shifting the topic, however, the matter is not yet concluded. What else do you desire? Feng Jiaying was on the verge of tears. He had conceded defeat and was willing to part with 5 million to bring about peace. Was that not sufficient? What more did this formidable figure before him want? Do not forget, my family is also awaiting your demolition plans. I am not a stubborn resident. Simply draft a new contract according to the standard demolition regulations of Cangyang City, and we can sign it tomorrow. Li Muqing's words unexpectedly eased Feng Jiaying's tension. So, it was merely this matter, and it posed no issue at all as long as Li Muqing was willing to affix his signature. They could certainly offer a bit more compensation. Although they might employ certain tactics to evict the residents prior to demolition, they dared not resort to forceful measures, in this age of information overload. If news were to break, even Feng Jiaying's father would find it challenging to manage the fallout. Absolutely, absolutely. Let us proceed with the highest standards. For the actual usable area, a compensation of 2,000 yuan per square meter, along with an additional suite of relocation housing for each floor. If you do not require the relocation housing, we shall convert it directly to cash at market value for you. How does that sound? Feng Jiaying readily acquiesced, and the terms he proposed also satisfied Li Muqing. Very well, I shall record this conversation. Should you dare to renege on our agreement tomorrow, you are well aware of the consequences. Li Muqing stated, pointing to the phone he had inexplicably taken into his hand. Rest assured, I will personally come to you first thing in the morning to sign. Feng Jiaying's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of utmost respect. Fearing that Li Muqing might impose further conditions. Chapter 65. Embarking on major projects together. Seeing Feng Jiaying's swift agreement, Li Muqing finally nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to the petrified Wei Song beside him, patting him on the shoulder. Old Wei, provide young Master Feng with a bank account number. The compensation he owes us will be yours. Is 5 million. Isn't that a bit? Wei Song stuttered, still grappling with the reality that just moments ago he had been treated like a rag doll, pinned to the ground by Feng Jiaying's goons. Take it without hesitation. For young Master Feng, this is but a trifling sum, merely the cost of a car. Correct? Li Muqing understood that Wei Song was struggling to digest the information and quickly offered reassurance while giving Feng Jiaying an opportunity to save face. Yes, merely the cost of a car. Nothing to fret over. Though Feng Jiaying felt an intense hatred boiling within him, he maintained an air of nonchalance. While he indeed possessed several luxury vehicles, most were purchased under the company's name, allowing him to avoid personal expenditure and secure tax deductions, which was entirely different from using his private funds. Then I shall reluctantly accept. Upon hearing this, Wei Song felt a wave of relief and shared his bank account number. Young Master Feng, please proceed with the transfer. Li Muqing regarded Feng Jiaying with a knowing smile. All right. Feng Jiaying nodded slowly, retrieving his phone. After a series of swift actions, Wei Song's phone buzzed with a notification, clearly indicating that the 5 million had been transferred. Young Master Feng, your promptness is commendable. Let us consider today's matter settled. No apologies are necessary. Just remember tomorrow's agreement, and I hope you will conduct yourself prudently in the future. With his objectives achieved, Li Muqing took Wei Song by the arm and leisurely navigated through the throng of onlookers. Making their way out, the crowd, numbering around 30, had begun to recover, yet they remained motionless, fearful that any movement might provoke another violent encounter with Li Muqing, one that would surely be far more severe. Thus, they watched, wide-eyed, as Li Muqing and Wei Song made their exit, one striding confidently while the other limped. Vanishing into the street's corner, a ching, pinch me, am I dreaming? Even when seated in his dilapidated van, Wei Song felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. To take Wei Song to the hospital, Li Muqing was compelled to employ his somewhat unrefined driving skills. Wobbling along in the old vehicle, smack, without a moment's hesitation, Li Muqing delivered a sharp slap to Wei Song's head in response to his comment. Ouch, why so rough? Wei Song exclaimed, clutching his head, gazing at Li Muqing with a look of reproach. I just wanted to confirm whether you were awake or lost in a dream. It's merely 5 million. Is it really that significant? Li Muqing rolled his eyes, remaining focused on the road. Merely 5 million? Do you have any idea how much I invested in my shop? A mere few $100,000 over the years, and it has only recently begun to break even. Good heavens, this amount is akin to winning the lottery. Wei Song expressed profound disdain for Li Muqing's unassuming remarks. In his view, Li Muqing was even poorer than he. He doubted whether Li Muqing could muster even 50,000 at present. Hey, don't forget. If you win the lottery, you still owe 20% in taxes, leaving you with only 4 million. This is far quicker and easier. All right, stop jesting with me. Wei Song, feeling uneasy, posed a serious question. Is it wise to simply accept 5 million without any repercussions? What if he seeks revenge, or worse, reports us for extortion? In response to Wei Song's concerns, Li Muqing simply turned the steering wheel to the right, bringing the vehicle to a halt before facing Wei Song earnestly. Old Wei, rest assured, now that this money is in your hands, it is yours to keep. As for your fears of retaliation, after today's events, as long as I am around, Feng Jiaying would not dare to repeat such actions. In fact, he will likely pray for your well-being, hoping you remain free from misfortune, lest I come seeking him out again. And as for reporting, it would be absurd. What kind of person is Feng Jiaying? With his status, he brought a group of thugs to assault us, only to lose and then turn to the authorities. He would be utterly disgraced. Should he choose to report us, it would not only tarnish his own reputation but also that of Fei Hong Group. Furthermore, even if he were to lose his mind and report us, it was he who initiated the violence. We were merely defending ourselves. There is a clear distinction between right and wrong, and we would undoubtedly stand our ground. Even if this case were to reach the highest court. So, take this money without concern. Use it as you wish. I will handle any subsequent matters. Li Muqing's thorough analysis dispelled all of Wei Song's doubts. Though initially anxious, Wei Song began to contemplate how to wisely spin this unexpected windfall. By the way, Ah Ching, please provide me with your account number. I shall transfer half of the funds to you. Suddenly, Wei Song remembered that this money was earned with Li Muqing's assistance, and as he was fully aware of Li Muqing's financial situation, he decided to share the spoils, ensuring they both enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Haha, old Wei, I am delighted by your generosity. However, for now, I have no need for it. Money is merely a number to me. Li Muqing patted Wei Song's shoulder, continuing with his nonchalant demeanor. Huh? You have no need for money? Have you won the lottery? Wei Song's imagination ran wild, leading him to such a conclusion. Get out of here. It has nothing to do with the lottery. As for my finances, let us not rush to that topic just yet. Let us discuss your situation. And why situation? What about it? Your shop should cease operations. Well, after such an incident, I certainly wouldn't dare to continue running it. However, with this sum, I can select a better location. Why worry about opening a new shop? Wei Song nodded in agreement with Li Muqing's suggestion. Correct, provide your former employees with some compensation and let them go. However, hold off on opening a new shop for the time being. After so many years in the restaurant business, it has been exhausting and hardly profitable. Are you not weary of it? At first, Wei Song was taken aback by this suggestion. He had envisioned bringing his old employees along to start anew. Yet, as Li Muqing's question lingered in his mind, memories of the various trials he had faced over the years surfaced, leaving him with a bittersweet sensation. Whether I am weary or not, it is all for the sake of earning a living and providing for my family. Besides, I have no other skills. If I do not run a restaurant, what else can I do? Little did he know, Li Muqing had been eagerly awaiting his words. Old Wei, to be honest, I currently have a significant project that is about to launch. And I could really use your assistance. I don't trust anyone else, and it would be perfect if you could come on board. What? A major project? Wei Song appeared bewildered, wondering if he was about to fall into a pit dug by Li Muqing. Chapter 66. The next step, monetization. As they walked, Li Muqing remarked, let us head to the hospital first. Your face is swelling more by the minute. Noticing that Wei Song showed no signs of dissent, Li Muqing realized the matter was practically settled. As long as he spoke up, Wei Song would hardly refuse. Thus, he resumed driving towards the hospital. Despite Wei Song's apparent ability to converse without issue, he looked quite pitiful. His attire was soiled with dust and footprints, several rips adorned his clothing, and his face bore multiple bruises, coupled with traces of dried blood that made it difficult for Li Muqing to bear. Even if they had matters to discuss, it was essential to attend to his wounds first. Otherwise, lingering repercussions would be undesirable. On the way, Li Muqing shared his plans with Wei Song. It was not an overly complicated matter. The crux was that he needed to establish a company, primarily to prepare for the launch of the Xiaoman application, and secondarily to produce a groundbreaking deep cleansing device. Where did you acquire this application? It's impressive, and this cleansing device, my goodness, is my face really that dirty? In the car, Li Muqing took the opportunity to introduce the features of Xiaoman and the deep cleansing device, capturing Wei Song's attention almost instantly. After using the device for a short while, Wei Song was thoroughly captivated by Xiaoman and astounded by the device's effectiveness. Following his use of the cleansing device, Wei Song's face appeared significantly smoother, and the 3 metal plates of the device were stained with visibly repulsive substances, prompting an involuntary exclamation from him. Don't worry about where it came from. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. The source code for this application is in my possession, and our immediate goal is to launch it as soon as possible. Just think, once we have this product, how could our company not profit? Compared to that, 500,000 is but a trivial sum. All right, I'm in. From now on, you're my boss. You know my capabilities. Finding me is your fortune. Wei Song began to flatter himself. Enough with the boasting. We've arrived at the hospital. Let us address your injuries first. We can deliberate on the subsequent matters later. However, I must give you a heads up. In the initial stages, you may be the only one handling the operations, and it will be quite arduous. Please, what's the big deal? Leave it to me. I, Wei Song, may not boast of much, but my skills in communication and running errands are undoubtedly top-notch. Just outline the regulations, and I promise to handle everything splendidly. Wei Song showed no signs of retreating from Li Muqing's words, confidently thumping his chest. Thus, the two conversed as they entered the hospital, taking about an hour to tend to Wei Song's wounds. After their hospital visit, Li Muqing first drove Wei Song back home. His injuries were not severe. A simple bandaging and some medication would suffice. and with proper rest at home, he would recover in a few days. Take care to rest well. After you've healed, we can commence our endeavors, Li Muqing said as he dropped Wei Song off. However, Wei Song was reluctant. Don't. You've got me all fired up. Now you want me to wait a few days. How can I possibly endure that? You really should take a few days. Li Muqing assessed Wei Song's battered appearance and pointed at his bruised face. You look quite unpresentable, and it will only swell further tomorrow. It's best to wait. There's no rush in these few days, allowing you to recuperate and manage the affairs at your shop. Li Muqing knew that the day after being injured, the bruises and swellings would be much more pronounced than on the first day. Why then? Wei Song would need a thick skin to go out and conduct business. Evidently, Li Muqing's words swayed Wei Song, who hesitated before nodding. All right, let us wait until I can face people again. But you must send me that software. I want to experience it thoroughly. Throughout their journey, Wei Song had been completely enchanted by Xiaoman's intelligence and convenience, and he was eager to install it on his own phone. Not a problem. Xiaoman, send Wei Song an installation package. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Muqing commanded Xiaoman, and in the blink of an eye, Wei Song's phone lit up as an installation package was transmitted through an unknown method. What the heck? How did it come through? It can be installed directly? My goodness, it's only a few hundred megabytes. For such an intelligent program, the installation package is surprisingly small. As Wei Song beheld the installation package on his phone, he gasped once more, utterly astonished that such an excellent application could be less than a gigabyte in size. Li Muqing observed Wei Song's expression, secretly amused. Come on, this is technology from 100 years in the future. It's not something we can comprehend today. Moreover, this has been simplified based on the mobile standards I'm carrying. Had you seen the original program, it would likely have left many in shock. Alright, enjoy exploring it. By the way, you can name your own version of the program. Just don't call it Xiaoman directly. Additionally, think of a suitable official name for the application as we will need it for the launch. Also, regarding the deep cleansing device, there's only one prototype for now. I'll send you the production blueprint shortly, and you'll need to scout for a production line. In short, there's quite a bit to do. After delivering his instructions, Li Muqing drove off in Wei Song's car, while Wei Song was completely engrossed in the newly acquired intelligent program, not even lifting his head. With Wei Song's matters settled, the time had already passed 2 in the afternoon, and Li Muqing's stomach began to growl. After all, he had only consumed a sandwich for breakfast before rushing back. Not to mention, following his return, he had endured a fierce battle, leaving him famished. Li Muqing randomly chose a restaurant, ordered 3 lavish dishes, and devoured them voraciously under the curious gaze of the waitstaff before preparing to embark on the next phase of his plan, monetization. What he needed to do now was to liquidate the gold and jewelry in his possession as swiftly as possible. Only with cash in hand could he afford to register a company. Otherwise, he would be unable to establish one at all. After a moment's contemplation, Li Muqing decided to sell the 10 gold bars first, postponing the sale of other jewelry for the time being. After all, selling jewelry was not as straightforward as gold. Finding a suitable buyer was not an easy feat. Thus, Li Muqing aimed to test the waters with the gold bars he possessed, hoping to stumble upon a profitable avenue that would simplify the liquidation of the jewelry. He first drove back to the warehouse to collect the black boxes he had previously missed, then drove for another half-hour to reach the city center. The city center was bustling with shops, particularly gold stores, and Li Muqing intended to try his luck there. Given the substantial amount he sought to liquidate, he could not afford to approach Lu Dali's shop again. Not only was there the question of whether Lu Dali would be willing to take on such a burden, but he also lacked the capital to absorb that many gold bars. However, even in the city center, after visiting numerous gold shops, Li Muqing found no success in selling. Each time he mentioned selling gold, he was bombarded with questions that prevented him from even taking out his items, leaving him to flee in defeat. At this point, Li Muqing realized that overly formal gold shops were not suitable for liquidating his unconventional gold. If he wished for quick cash, he needed to seek out privately owned gold shops. Despite their smaller storefronts, any shop operating in the city center would have a minimum of millions in circulating funds. Otherwise, they could not engage with precious metals like gold. Consequently, Li Muqing drove to an antique street, recalling that numerous gold shops were located around the antique market in Chaoyang City. Chapter 67. Encountering Han Mu again indeed. Upon reaching the antique street, Li Muqing discovered several jewelry stores interspersed among the various antique shops. Although most of these stores primarily sold replicas or even antique-grade jewelry, A significant portion of their inventory consisted of gold products. After sifting through his options, Li Muqing ultimately chose a shop named Qilin Xian, not for any particular reason, but because it occupied the largest space, with gold jewelry occupying half the shop. The storefront also displayed signs offering high prices for gold, perfectly aligning with Li Muqing's requirements. As soon as he entered the door, a sweet-faced sales associate approached him. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Qilin Xian. May I inquire whether you are looking to purchase gold or jewelry?" Li Muqing smiled slightly, about to respond, when he suddenly froze upon recognizing the sales associate's face. What a coincidence! If his memory served correctly, this associate was the very girl he had saved during his altercation with Zhang Fiki, Han Muir. At this moment, Han Muir was sporting light makeup, dressed in a uniform, and her hair styled in the standardized manner of the staff, so her appearance and demeanor had undergone a subtle transformation. It took Li Muqing a few extra moments to recognize her. "Sir? Sir?" As Han Muir caught sight of Li Muqing staring intently at her, an unsettling sensation washed over her. Nevertheless, she maintained her professional composure and called out to him a couple of times. After all, this was not the first time Han Muir had encountered such a situation. Many male patrons who frequented the store were inevitably drawn to her striking beauty, which was precisely why the manager had placed her in the role of a welcoming attendant. Heaven knows that when Han Muir first applied, she had been interviewing for a position in advertising planning. Actually, I'm not here to buy jewelry. I just wanted to inquire if you purchase gold?" Regaining his composure, Li Muqing scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Although he recognized Han Muir, she had yet to see him, so he decided to act as if they were strangers. "Gold? Of course we do, sir. Are you here to sell gold? Please, right this way." To his surprise, upon hearing this, Han Muir not only did not dismiss him but instead welcomed him with even greater enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Her remarkable beauty heightened her allure for the gentlemen present. It's no wonder. As long as there was business to be made, she, as a welcoming attendant, could earn a commission. Li Muqing returned her smile and followed Han Muir to a corner of the lobby, where several seating arrangements clearly designated for business discussions awaited. "Please hold on a moment, sir. I will call the manager." Han Muir politely addressed Li Muqing, served him some tea, and then turned to summon assistance. Li Muqing casually placed the black box he was carrying on the table. The box appeared rather unremarkable, leading no one to suspect that it contained gold. After a brief wait, a somewhat portly man, whose appearance could be described as rather unsavory and clad in a business suit, approached Li Muqing, guided by Han Muir. As soon as the manager arrived, Li Muqing couldn't help but furrow his brow. He noticed that the manager, trailing behind Han Muir, was fixated on her lower body, his small eyes darting between her curves with an unmistakable lust, as if he were about to drool. Such a lecherous individual immediately diminished Li Muqing's fondness for him. "Good day, sir. This is our manager, Mr. Shi, who will be coordinating with you." As she spoke, Han Muir slightly bowed to Li Muqing and made to leave. However, as she brushed past Mr. Shi, he appeared to inadvertently sway his bodily. Muqing harbored no fondness for Manager Shi. However, the grandeur of Qilin Xian left a lasting impression on him. After all, he still possessed a considerable amount of jewelry and some scattered gold, and he had no intention of selling them immediately. Choosing instead to postpone the decision for a few days, "Of course we will buy them, as long as the quality is good and they are not among the stolen pieces on the blacklist," Manager Shi assured him, patting his chest. "That will suffice. No need to see me off. I shall take my leave," Li Muqing replied. Before he reached the entrance, he gestured for Manager Shi to stop while he made his way toward the door. At the entrance stood Han Muir, greeting guests. As Li Muqing approached her, he whispered softly in her ear, "Be cautious of Manager Shi. Do not get too close to him." After imparting this warning, he left Han Muir, who appeared somewhat dazed, and continued on his way. With matters becoming increasingly numerous, Li Muqing did not rush to acknowledge Han Muir. If fate permitted, they would meet again in the future. 10 Gene of gold had transformed into 1.6 million in cash, and Li Muqing felt relatively pleased, though the amount was less than he had anticipated. Nonetheless, it sufficed for his current expenses. Upon exiting Qilin Xian, it was already afternoon. Li Muqing first returned Wei Song's car to his home before hailing a taxi back to his own residence. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Li Muqing was taken aback. For a fleeting moment, he questioned whether this was truly his home. A heap of foul-smelling garbage had been carelessly discarded at the entrance. and the walls were defaced with an array of offensive graffiti. Furthermore, the sign of the grocery store that had once hung at the entrance had been torn down and smashed to smithereens, and several large holes had been broken into the windows, revealing a room littered with refuse. In addition to the red lettering, various filth surrounded the area, attracting swarms of flies and mosquitoes, while rats scurried about, and cockroaches infested the place, rendering it even more repulsive than a mere garbage dump. Zhang Fei, Fei Hong Group, you have truly outdone yourselves. Witnessing this scene, Li Muqing felt an uncontrollable fury rising within him. It was evident that this chaos was orchestrated by Zhang Fei and his cohorts, who, unable to locate him over the past week, had taken their frustrations out on his property. Without hesitation, Li Muqing retrieved his phone and dialed Feng Jiaying. In order to ensure the smooth signing of the contract the following day, they had exchanged numbers while at Wei Song's shop. The phone rang a few times before being answered, and Feng Jiaying's somewhat timid voice came through. Hello? Mr. Li, is there something you need? Feng Jiaying was genuinely intimidated by Li Muqing's demeanor. He was still at the hospital, dealing with matters concerning his subordinates. Would you care to see the state of my home, which your people have left in ruins? Li Muqing's voice was dark and ominous, startling Feng Jiaying. Your home? I truly had no knowledge of this. It was Zhang Fei who led his men to do this. I understand now. Please grant me a moment, and I will ensure your home is restored to its former cleanliness. Feng Jiaying, initially intending to make excuses, quickly changed his tone upon recalling Li Muqing's unreasonable methods. Promising to resolve the situation, satisfied, Li Muqing nodded. He had not intended to spend the night there. However, the disarray of his home left him feeling quite unsettled. Consider yourself fortunate. I will come by tomorrow at noon to sign the contract. If I am not satisfied by then, well, you know the consequences. Chapter 69. To celebrate our acquaintance after issuing his threat to Feng Jiaying, Li Muqing turned and departed. He had no desire to remain in this garbage-strewn place for a moment longer. He promptly sought out a nearby upscale hotel and booked the finest suite available. Having recently acquired a substantial sum of money, Li Muqing was determined to indulge himself. Once the room was secured, Li Muqing located a well-reviewed seafood restaurant, ordering an extravagant array of high-priced seafood to be delivered to his hotel suite. He also ordered a plethora of snacks, ready-to-eat meals, beverages, and alcohol before leisurely engaging with his phone. When all the items arrived, it was already past 8 in the evening. He had crossed over around 9 that morning, meaning the 12-hour cooldown for his wristband was nearly complete. As soon as the cooldown concluded, Li Muqing activated the crossing procedure for the wristband with impeccable timing. During the transition, Li Muqing placed both hands on a large table laden with a variety of delicacies, alongside numerous drinks. Determined to bring these treasures with him, ding, transmission complete. This transfer consumed 23 energy units, with 17 remaining. To ensure sufficient energy for the next crossing, please replenish energy promptly. The familiar sensations and sounds greeted him as Li Muqing once again found himself in the wasteland. However, this time he was accompanied by a table and a bounty of food. Sigh, without unlocking spatial abilities, transporting items is always such a hassle. Just one more crossing, and I can unlock that privilege. I can hardly wait. Oh dear, after a busy day, I completely forgot to replenish my energy. Fortunately, I have soul crystals. Otherwise, I would not know how to return. He lamented briefly before hearing the wristband's notification. Smacking his forehead, he suddenly remembered the importance of replenishing energy. Quickly, he retrieved a small bag filled with soul crystals from his pocket and allowed the wristband to absorb the energy. Ding, energy absorption complete. Current energy level, 83.in an instant. The bag containing the soul crystals deflated as over 60 crystals transformed into a fine powder, replenishing the wristband's energy. This method was far quicker than conventional charging. In the future, he would rely on soul crystals for energy replenishment. Xiaoyu, Nuan, where are you? It was now past 9 in the evening, and noticing that Qin Xie and Imo Li were not in the kitchen, Li Muqing called out. After a couple of calls, the two women descended from upstairs. Upon seeing Li Muqing, they inquired, Boss, didn't you say you'd return in a couple of days? Why are you back so soon? Hee, I just came back after earning a hefty sum of money, thinking that you both had been eating canned food every day, so I decided to treat you to a good meal. Li Muqing replied, pointing to the table overflowing with fresh seafood, beaming with pride. He wouldn't mention that he returned primarily to increase his wristband's crossing count, of course. His offer to treat the two women was not entirely disingenuous. Without them, Li Muqing would not have so easily earned his first pot of gold. Wow, the boss is so generous. Love you. Emily was the first to rush over, throwing herself into Li Muqing's embrace and expressing her delight, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the seafood. Qin Xie, on the other hand, maintained a more reserved demeanor. After expressing her gratitude, she joined them at the table. Although she did not voice it much, her gaze toward Li Muqing held a newfound warmth. She had not expected that upon his return, he would immediately think of her counterpart in another world, undoubtedly elevating Li Muqing's status in her heart. Come, let's eat while it's still hot. If it cools down, it won't taste as good. With a lavish spread of seafood before them, the trio made quick work of the feast. I'm so full and satisfied. Molly reclined on her chair, comfortably belching, her face radiating bliss. Her previously flat stomach now visibly protruded, leading one to believe she might be 3 months pregnant, showcasing just how much she had indulged. I'm full too, boss. The food you brought is truly exceptional, Qin Xie remarked sincerely, acknowledging that this was undoubtedly the most delicious and varied meal she had ever experienced. Hee, I'm glad you enjoyed it. This was my first time indulging in such delicacies as well. Li Muqing spoke the truth. He had never had the means to enjoy such luxuries before. While they had feasted well, the main event of the evening had yet to commence. Observing that the two ladies had paused their eating, Li Muqing retrieved a collection of bottles from beneath the table. What is this? Emily, intrigued by the unfamiliar items, perked up once more. This is alcohol. You two are too young for such drinks, so have this instead, Li Muqing chuckled, casually handing her a can of cola. Shall you? Today is a celebration. Join me for a drink. Drink? Alcohol? Qin Xie asked with curiosity, examining a bottle of beer up and down. Yes, haven't you ever had it before? I have, but as a wasteland ranger, how could I not drink? However, the alcohol I consumed seems quite different from this. Qin Xie elucidated that, in truth, the beverages she had previously consumed were merely subpar drinks with a hint of alcohol. Excess consumption not only failed to intoxicate her but also induced nausea and headaches among other adverse reactions. Upon reflection, it was indeed logical, for in the wasteland, the quality of food was already a luxury, and alcohol had become an even more extravagant commodity. The majority of what people drank was remnants from before the war, most of which had long surpassed their expiration dates, while freshly brewed beer was virtually non-existent. Those fortunate enough to savor the baijiu from the pre-war era were invariably the affluent elite, a status to which Qin Xie did not belong. Having arrived hastily without any preparations, she seized the opportunity today to indulge in a modest drink, a celebration of their newfound acquaintance. Li Muqing poured drinks for both herself and Qin Xie. The golden liquid bubbled, overflowing with frothy white foam, exuding a rich malt aroma, a testament to the exceptional quality of the craft beer. You can enjoy cola for now. Save the alcohol until you come of age, she advised. Molly attempted to stealthily take Qin Xie's glass, only for Li Muqing to snatch it back, pouring her a generous glass of cola instead. Go be fair, aside from its darker hue, the effervescent bubbles are not too dissimilar from beer, she remarked. According to the rules of the wasteland, 14 counts as adulthood. I'm already 16, Molly grumbled, reluctantly accepting the cola. 16 is still too young. I don't care what the local customs dictate. My rule is that adulthood starts at 18. Ignoring Molly's protests, Li Muqing raised her glass and stood up. To celebrate our acquaintance. The two girls followed suit, standing and exclaiming, to celebrate our acquaintance. With a resounding clink, the 3 glasses met in the air. And Li Muqing tilted her head back, downing the entire 500 milliliters of craft beer in one go. Qin Xie, not to be outdone, raised her glass to her lips, savored a sip, and her eyes sparkled before she too downed her drink with similar bravado. After finishing, both exhaled deeply, letting out belches as the carbon dioxide released from their bellies. Feeling utterly refreshed, Li Muqing had invested significantly in this beer, chilling it beforehand and storing it in a specially designed insulated container, ensuring it was still delightfully cold on this sweltering summer day. Although the temperature in the wasteland was far milder than in the real world, a chilled beer was undeniably refreshing. Seeing the expressions on the faces of her companions, Molly could hardly wait to down her cola, but the first sip caused her to choke. It was unavoidable. While cola was indeed delightful, its effervescence could be overwhelming, and her eagerness to gulp it down led to her predicament. Observing Molly's struggle, Li Muqing laughed heartily, saying, "See? There's a reason I didn't let you drink alcohol. You can't even handle cola, let alone beer." "Humph," Molly retorted, regaining her composure. She shot Li Muqing a glare before finishing her cola in several hearty gulps, slamming the empty glass onto the table with a display of bravado. "Refreshing. Let us have another." It seemed Molly had begun to appreciate the joy of fizzy drinks. After refilling their glasses, Li Muqing raised her cup once more. "This toast is to forgetting the past and cherishing the present." Without hesitation, the trio clinked their glasses and drank deeply. "To a brighter tomorrow." Following the third round, Li Muqing ceased to initiate any more toasts. After all, anyone who had consumed 3 kilograms of liquid needed a moment to breathe, especially since they had just eaten heartily. However, their enhanced digestive capabilities allowed them to recover swiftly. After a brief pause, most of the food in their stomachs had been digested. Thus, Li Muqing instructed Qin Siya and Molly to tidy the table, clearing away the empty dishes and setting out the snacks that had not yet been enjoyed. "Wow, boss, you've really gone above and beyond, providing both snacks and drinks. What a feast!" Molly exclaimed, her admiration for Li Muqing surging like an unending torrent upon seeing the array of treats. "You can't have drinks without snacks, after all. These require no preparation. I simply bought them ready-made. Now, let us continue drinking and chatting. Tonight, we shall not leave sober." With a hefty sum taken from Feng Jiaying and some gold sold, along with Wei Song joining their ranks, Li Muqing was in exceptionally high spirits. With her mood uplifted, she was particularly eager to drink, pulling the two girls back to their seats. As the trio savored their food and drink, engaging in lively conversation, each shared their unique experiences. Qin Siya recounted her adventures in the wilderness, while Molly haltingly described her childhood in the shelter. Li Muqing painted a picture of her own world, and the three of them found themselves engrossed in conversation, inadvertently talking well into the night. "I'm so tired. I'm stuffed and need to head upstairs. You two carry on. By the end of the evening." Molly was beginning to feel fatigued. Being younger, her body was still developing, and she was accustomed to going to bed early. "Go on, go on. Who knows when we'll wrap things up," Li Muqing urged, secretly hoping Molly would leave swiftly, thus allowing for some private time with Qin Siya. After exchanging farewells, Molly departed, leaving only Li Muqing and Qin Siya at the table. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, an awkward silence enveloped them, both lowering their gazes and falling silent. The atmosphere grew peculiar. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol throughout the evening, the craft beer Li Muqing had brought was nearly finished, leaving only 2 glasses remaining. Fortunately, Li Muqing had not only brought beer. With a flourish, he retrieved several bottles of red wine and 2 elegant wine glasses from beneath the table. After uncorking the bottles and pouring the wine into the glasses, he finally spoke. "I believe this is the perfect moment for such a drink. What kind of wine is this? The color is different from before, a deep red, almost reminiscent of blood," Qin Siya remarked, regaining her composure as she lifted her glass. "Swirling the vivid liquid within it is called red wine in our culture. Drinking red wine is regarded as a symbol of elegance and nobility." Li Muqing gestured to the English letters on the wine bottle. Continuing, "However, this is a foreign product and tends to be quite expensive. Personally, I find beer more enjoyable. Then why the switch to red wine? Yet, I must admit, it does have a delightful aroma," Qin Siya mused, curiously inhaling the scent of the wine, a burst of fruity fragrance wafting to her nose. "Because we are running low on beer, and the current ambience is quite fitting for red wine." Li Muqing took a small sip, feeling a subtle tartness wash over him, followed by an explosion of rich wine and fruit flavors. "Oh? What do you mean by ambience?" Qin Siya inquired, mimicking Li Muqing by tasting a small sip, though the tartness caught her off guard, prompting her to furrow her brow. The first experience of red wine can indeed be a bit disconcerting, but with time, one learns to appreciate its exquisite qualities. Li Muqing replied, swirling his glass, the viscous liquid clinging to the walls, evidence of a fine vintage. Yet, his intent was not merely to extol the virtues of red wine, but to segue into his next sentiment. "Much like you." Having indulged in a fair amount of alcohol that evening, Qin Siya felt the effects of her inebriation, her enhanced physique providing a strong resistance to alcohol, yet as someone inexperienced with drinking, she was beginning to feel slightly tipsy. Hearing Li Muqing's words, she did not express surprise but rather blushed, tilting her head to gaze at him. Like me? Why is that? From the moment I first encountered you, I perceived you as a remarkable young lady, strong, courageous, and wise. You maintain an inquisitive spirit when faced with the unknown. However, that initial impression was merely a surface-level observation. As I spent more time with you, I discovered your authenticity. You are not only extraordinarily beautiful but also fiercely independent, possessing your own thoughts and philosophies while navigating life in this desolate world. I can only imagine the hardships you endure. Subsequently, as you became my subordinate, though I prefer to think of us as friends, I gradually came to understand you more deeply and found myself increasingly captivated by you. Much like this glass of red wine. At first, one may only taste its tartness, but with time, a sweetness emerges, revealing your most enchanting qualities. Unbeknownst to him, in a moment of impulsive fervor, Li Muqing uttered a statement that laid bare his feelings for Qin Xia. It was only due to the influence of alcohol that he found the courage to speak so openly. To his surprise, he discovered an unexpected eloquence within himself, expressing his emotions with such fervor that it left him slightly flushed. Under normal circumstances, he would never have dared to articulate such sentiments, and thus he continued to speak, avoiding any glance at Qin Xia, fearing the potential disdain that might mar her expression, which would leave him utterly humiliated. Chapter 71. That night, what Li Muqing never anticipated was that, as he spoke, Qin Xia's gaze softened increasingly. Upon concluding his heartfelt declarations, she smiled sweetly, emptied her glass of red wine, and casually leaned on the table, her eyes momentarily unfocused as she posed a question. "Boss, do you like me?" At the sound of her words, Li Muqing's hand trembled, and he stared blankly at Qin Xia, at a loss for how to respond. However, the next moment, he nodded emphatically. "Yes, I like you." He, I knew it. "You like me?" Qin Xia exclaimed, her smile brightening further, her eyes regaining their focus. This time, she did not shy away but met Li Muqing's gaze directly and said, "In fact, after the incident with the Blood Scar group, I realized that you must have feelings for me. And it seems I have developed feelings for you as well. Do you know? In this wasteland, to like someone is a luxurious affair. You never know if the person you cherish genuinely wishes you well, or if they merely seek to exploit or toy with you. After all, the hearts of people in this desolate world are exceedingly complex. I have encountered many remarkable individuals and had my share of admirers, yet their motives were seldom pure. I even thought I would spend my life alone, perhaps dying suddenly in the wilderness, a thought that often haunted my mind. Until I met you. From the moment you first appeared before me, I sensed you were not of this world. Your ignorance and simplicity, paired with your passion, kindness, and selflessness, are indeed rare treasures in the wasteland. You chose to trust us immediately, revealing your secrets without hesitation. It was sheer luck that you met us. Had you encountered those with ulterior motives, you might have found yourself in grave danger. Thankfully, you found us instead. I have witnessed everything you have done for us, including your meticulous planning, but what moved me most was your bravery during our confrontation with the Blood Scar group. In such a life-and-death struggle, you, who had never seen blood before, exhibited remarkable courage, ultimately fighting valiantly for me against Shuel. At that moment, I knew I had fallen for you. Qin Xia spoke fervently, raising her glass for another drink, only to discover it empty. Li Muqing hurriedly refilled it, and she swiftly drained the contents once more. In this wasteland, there is no room for pretense. Liking someone means expressing that affection. Yet, previously, I refrained from doing so, fearing you would mock my navet or think I was overthinking things. But now, having finally heard your sentiments, I am truly delighted. At this point, Qin Xia's eyes glimmered with a distant look, filled with affection that seemed capable of melting Li Muqing's very being. Upon hearing such a passionate confession, how could Li Muqing possibly restrain himself? He downed the remaining wine from the bottle and, emboldened, crossed the table to stand before Qin Xia. "What are you planning to do?" Though Qin Xia was undeniably formidable, at that moment, she resembled a timid rabbit, huddled in her chair, gazing at Li Muqing with uncertainty. Without further ado, Li Muqing, embodying the essence of a man, expressed his intentions through action, pressing his lips firmly against hers in a fervent French kiss. This marked Li Muqing's first time initiating a kiss with a woman, something he had never done with his ex-girlfriend. After an extended kiss, Qin Xia was utterly entranced, gazing at Li Muqing with longing, her body melting into his embrace like water. At this juncture, if Li Muqing did not seize the moment, it would be a disservice to himself. He swept Qin Xia into his arms and, with a few strides, ascended the stairs to his room. You. Qin Xia seemed to grasp the implications, yet simultaneously appeared bewildered. Biting her lip, her eyes tightly shut, frozen in place. Tonight, I will love you well. As he spoke, the lights dimmed, and an atmosphere of spring enveloped the room. The following morning, Li Muqing awoke naturally, his eyes fluttering open. He had indulged a bit too much the previous night, partaking in mixed drinks, but fortunately, he had chosen quality spirits, leaving him with no lingering effects. Yet, he still felt slightly dazed, taking a moment to remember where he was. As he attempted to move, he suddenly noticed something nestled in his arms. Lowering his gaze, he was met with the breathtaking visage of Qin Xia. Qin Xia. Suddenly, the events of the previous night flooded back to him. They had gotten intoxicated and exchanged heartfelt confessions, which naturally led to their shared intimate experience. Recalling the details of that night ignited a fervent heat within him. Unable to resist, he gently pressed his lips against Qin Xia's face once more. Perhaps due to her exhaustion, Qin Xia felt the tender caress but did not awaken. Instead, she nestled deeper into his embrace, seeking a more comfortable position, slipping back into a profound slumber. Li Muqing, witnessing this, smiled gently, running his fingers through her soft hair before closing his own eyes to steal a few more moments of sleep. Time passed, and eventually, Li Muqing awoke again. Upon opening his eyes, he found Qin Xia gazing at him with a dreamy expression. Noticing that he was awake, Qin Xia hurriedly shut her eyes, attempting to feign sleep, unaware that Li Muqing had seen through her ruse. Little lazy cat, don't pretend. I can see you. Li Muqing chuckled as he playfully brushed his fingers against her delicate nose, his gestures imbued with warmth and intimacy. Realizing she had been discovered, a blush crept across Qin Xia's face, painting her features with a lovely crimson hue that extended to her sun-kissed neck, making her all the more enchanting. You're insufferable. Once more retreating into Li Muqing's embrace, she playfully punched his chest, her tone tinged with a teasing innocence. It feels as though I am dreaming. If this is a dream, I wish to never awaken. Li Muqing held her close, whispering sweet nothings that filled Qin Xia's heart with warmth, causing her to blush even deeper, in stark contrast to her previous fervor. This is not a dream. This is reality. I can feel your warmth, your heartbeat. Having you here is simply wonderful. Qin Xia murmured softly, igniting a fire within Li Muqing's heart. In the early morning, with passions already aflame, and particularly with a maiden of innocence nestled in his arms, Li Muqing found it impossible to restrain himself any longer. What are you doing? With a sudden movement, he flipped over, pinning Qin Xia beneath him. Eliciting a surprised gasp from her. Why, of course. Text omitted for brevity. Chapter 72 Mission Permissions. As Qin Xia and Li Muqing descended the stairs together, the hour had crept close to noon. Had it not been for Li Muqing's recollection of a pressing matter awaiting his attention, he would have relished the opportunity to remain in bed with Qin Xia all day long. Walking ahead, Qin Xia radiated vitality, showing no signs of her recent experiences, while Li Muqing trailed behind, appearing somewhat fatigued. It was no surprise. Although the initial encounter typically favored the male, with someone as robust as Qin Xia, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. There is a saying, only the overworked ox dies, while the fields remain unspoiled. Li Muqing had previously dismissed this notion, but now he was thoroughly convinced. Hey, you two just getting up? I'm already preparing for my second meal. Molly, seated in the living room with a portable computer, looked at the two with curious eyebrows raised. We had a bit too much to drink last night and slept in. Li Muqing nonchalantly fabricated an excuse, his heart steady and unperturbed. Is that drink really so potent? Even two enhanced individuals like yourselves can't rise. I am truly eager to give it a try. Molly licked her lips, seemingly yearning for another sip of wine. Just as Li Muqing felt a sense of relief for having navigated the situation, Molly unexpectedly remarked, You all drank quite late last night. I was in a daze but still heard Sister Qin's voice, mentioning something about taking it easy and going slow. Did you, boss, pour her a drink? Upon hearing Molly's words, Li Muqing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Nearly toppling over, while Qin Cs' face flushed crimson as she hastily fled to the kitchen, refusing to emerge no matter what. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Fortunately, the soundproofing in this villa was commendable. Otherwise, given the ruckus Li Muqing and the others had made the previous night, it would have surely roused Molly, leading her to believe that some monstrous entity had invaded the villa. Well, yes, I suppose I stayed up too late, so I encouraged her to drink quickly. Otherwise, who knows when we would have been able to sleep? Li Muqing chuckled, deftly diverting the conversation, and suggested they heat up the dishes before darting into the kitchen to prevent Molly from broaching any more inappropriate topics. This is all your fault. It's utterly mortifying, Qin Sier exclaimed. Upon seeing Li Muqing enter, she rushed over, delivering a flurry of playful punches that nearly made him choke. All right, it's hardly a grave matter. We all friends here. Why be concerned? Come here.